Not a coincidence is a major factor in this community, and people don't even know it.
Brother, it's my sword. again, right? We're gonna go back into the other article, right? And once again, we have another person put emphasis on all humans share large amounts of DNA, which means individual ancestry tests can't reliably trace your genetics very far without other evidence, right? Genealogy tracking has become big business. Now we have another company, another website or scientific website or someone who deals with science or biology, right? We had another one of them pointing that out before they even get into whether or not this shit is real or fake. They already telling you that what the genetic companies are basically advertising it for, right? They're trying to get some money. They're trying to get some money, my dude. And that's what happening. We already see that this shit is pseudoscience. We already got too many articles. We already heard too many other scientists. We already heard the works when it comes to DNA. So you should never let nobody present DNA to you as if it's absolute. It can't trace you to no ancestry land. So if it can't trace you to no ancestry land and your ass been here for 400 fucking years, there's no way that they can trace you to Niger, Cameroon, Ghana. No.
He's a liar. You disgust me. How can you live with yourself? You sit on a throne of lies.
Talk about me. What's up? What you want to talk about?
Listen, my man. All right. So look. Let's make some sense out of this, right? So through a 3-hour presentation, right? Everything that I presented was fake. You could debunk everything I presented.
I can debunk the way you tried to present it. You took a lot of shit out of context. You cherry picked a lot of shit, and your final conclusion. What
so then I cross-reference. Do I not show more than?
Hold on. What you trying to present to the people? Your conclusion is totally off. But go ahead.
All right. So I just want to ask one question. I'm gonna ask one question to everybody on the panel. Everybody on the panel. I'm gonna ask one question. Is DNA absolute?
Hell
so
no.
Look.
Yes.
I'm asking everybody on the panel, and I'm being I'm being sincere about it. Is DNA absolute? Yes or no? Is it absolute? Yes or no?
Absolutely.
Is it absolute?
Yes.
It absolutely works. Now look, hold
on. So you niggas are saying, wait, I want to be clear. I'm trying to process this information, not do like y'all niggas do.
Check this out. I'm gonna show you what. No, you asked the question. I'm gonna answer your question. Watch this.
I'm asking you a question, brother.
You
Is DNA absolute? Yes or no?
You can answer.
You showing one of 5 different. Brother, all scientists.
Look, brother. Let me show you what your problem is. It to take 2 seconds. You use this source. It's from 2013. You're trying to use this to discredit DNA, which is bullshit. Because even in your source, it's
so in 2013. So in 2013, when niggas was taking DNA tests, is this information credible?
Read it.
No, I'm not reading nothing, brother. It's your source. I'm not reading. I'm not reading nothing. I'm not reading.
Your source, listen, your source says with the advanced testing, you can provide a general ancestry indication, i.e. Northeastern, Western Africa, or Middle Eastern, and in some cases, even more specific, said David Nichols, director of the DNA Worldwide Group to BBC News. This is your source.
Is DNA absolute? Yes or no?
When your conclusions is way off, just because you read something word for word, that don't mean you're not taking the shit out of context. You dead wrong, nigga. That's why you got the fuck up out of it, because you don't want to answer this question.
He left. Yep. Where did he go?
He ran.
He left because his source killed him. And I was getting ready to tell him. I said, "What happened? What? Yeah, he ran. Of course he ran. He left again. Because what happened? He left again. He left again because he don't want to have to deal with his own source. And on top of that, too, science has also gathered far more samples since his article. This is ridiculous, bro.
And the more samples makes it more accurate. That's it.
I don't forensics uses too.
Look, this is so I don't know. All right, we hear you. So I don't know where these dudes get it from. So this is what Ancestry claims. It says with current technology, like we keep trying to tell them, current technology, Ancestry DNA has on average an accuracy rate of over 99% for each marker tested. How much, like, so when we say, yeah, they're accurate, is it absolute? Is it absolute? Is it absolute? Like, what the fuck does that even mean, man? Like, you want to know if it's 100%? Like, it's 99%. Like,
yeah, not 100%, but that's about as close to 100% as you can get.
People that just come up here need to see that. They need to see an African, and they need to see an Indian, and they need to see the.
They were brought here from the soils of Africa.
This is the problem, Cuddy. I want to talk about what the black people say, what the black people went to. They want to go to some whole other shit. They run from
the question.
They can't find anybody who says what they say. Can you find?
Why are you lying? Martin Luther King.
No, he doesn't.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Hey, hold on. Did you just see me playing?
No.
Okay.
Hey, listen, fam.
Good.
Hey, bro, we're not gonna let you just come over here and say dumb shit when we have archaeologists that from the 1800s. Books, we got plenty of things.
But hold up, Chief.
I need him to address the
Not a
science,
coincidence.
bro.
Not a coincidence. Didn't you just see me play Eddie Griffin, and he just spoke to that? I just played Tariq Nasheed the other day.
He wants to find some pale skin.
I'm saying.
He needs a pale skin to say it.
I'm saying, what do you need? What are you saying that we're lacking?
So look, this is what you're lacking. Somebody made the claim that Martin Luther King says that we're Aboriginal. What I just put in the back chat is a speech.
No, he said we're exiled in our own land.
Don't do it. No, we're not about to do that. We're not going backwards. Let's go to what we could prove. He never said he was African. We know that. Stop it. We're going back to the science.
All right.
You sit on a throne of lies.
No, you said that we don't have any foundation. No, sir. Only address the science that we're providing.
It take me 10 seconds.
Okay, then address the science, please.
The claim was MLK saying exile their own land, which equals Aboriginal. What I'm saying, I put a speech from 1966, March 17th, where he says that we came from Africa and was in slavery. Y'all be lying.
Now let us notice first that we have made meaningful strides. And I think I should point out that the Negro himself has come a long, long way in re-evaluating his own intrinsic worth. In order to illustrate this, a little history is necessary. You will remember that it was in the year 1619 when the first Negro slaves landed on the shores of this nation. They were brought here from the soils of Africa. And unlike the Pilgrim Fathers who landed at Plymouth a year later, they were brought here against their wills.
Well, I'm out, man. That nigga's tripping.
You don't have the guts to be what you want to be.
The reason I do these videos is to see if people can be honest with themselves, to see if they can be critical of the people that they follow on these social media platforms. So up now I have legendary top cats who should be called legendary hypocrite.
That I'm not in control of the family, then it's not me that can come out here and study something and go back and tell my grandma and my auntie and them that, hey, this is who we are. Now they know exactly who they are. You know what I mean? And I'm not one of these people who gonna come out here and tell you that I'm 100% Indian and I ain't got no, and I know what the hell happened here. You know what I'm saying? We have our burial sites down in Louisiana. We have 2 burial sites down there, one on 40 acres, another one on 100. On one of them, they have Spaniards. We have Irish. That's why I always talk about the Black Dutch here. We got Black Irish, Black Spaniards. We have Africans. I told motherfuckers that my grandma, her great grandma was mixed with African. You know what I'm saying? I got a lot of flack from that in my community. Right. I'm not here to lie though. You know what I'm saying? I'm here to talk about that.
How you know that, bro? How you know you ain't got no African blood in you?
Because I know who my mom and daddy is.
So you saying that the Africans and the Indians wasn't hooking up? They wasn't getting together?
What? No, sir. Prove it. They're not melanated. They're not melanated. Your parents are not melanated. Bro.
Tell you something, bro. We don't give them nothing. We don't give them nothing. Oh yeah, you know, in some cases, that nigga prove it. Hell no.
I told motherfuckers that my grandma, her great grandma was mixed with African.
I ain't seen no African, nigga. Prove it. I'm not giving you niggas no Africans. I'm not. You can't have it.
I told motherfuckers that my grandma, her great grandma was mixed with African. You know what I'm saying? I got a lot of flack from that in my community.
Right. So you heard it from the horse's mouth. 1 minute he's African, next minute he's not.
I see you. You know I'm surgical with this bitch, Jake. How you want it, dog? Huh?
What's good, y'all? Damn, I gotta make a quick run real quick. So I'm gonna play a little sneak peek of y'all. They ain't dropped this yet, but there's a debate with me and Aboriginal Power. So I'm gonna play this a little bit while I go do what I gotta do real quick. But I'll be right back. But this debate right here, this is about white slavery in America, and did Black Americans own them? So check this out real quick. I'll be right back.
If you playing audio, bro, we don't hear anything.
Why the fuck is it? How y'all don't hear shit?
Chat, do you guys hear anything as well?
In America. Hold on, since you walking up
particular tabs, it gives you an option at the bottom left corner to add. There you go.
What a coincidence. Since you walking up the street, we're gonna do whether or not white. Hold on. Since you was pulling up white slaves in America, we already got that. Let's put it that Negroes and Indians own white slaves in America, brother. Let's do that.
All right, I gotta unshare and share my screen again. All right. There we go. So let's go, y'all. My bad for the little technical difficulty. Share my screen. So we heard it was white slaves in America, the Negroes and Indians owned, right? So let's address the elephant in the room, right? That's the etymological fallacy that Aboriginal Power likes to use. So what is an etymological fallacy? It's the assumption that the present day meaning of a word is similar to the historical meaning of the word, historical meaning. This fallacy ignores the evolution of language and heart of linguistics. The fallacy usually committed when one finds the historical meaning of a word more palatable or conducive to his or her argument. So this is when people like to say this: slave means Slav. Only white people can be a slave. So they're using that original tense of the word and not allowing the word to go through evolution like all words do. Like when we look at the etymology of the word slave, we clearly see, so circa 1300s. So from the 1300s on, it's a person who is chattel or property of another, right? It's not the secondary sense anymore. Like where the word did originate from, from these Slavic people and how they was getting sold in places like Europe, Asia, and Africa, not America. Not America. Etymology does not say anything about America. But like I said, they use this word and they only apply the old uses of it instead of what it actually means. A person who is the chattel of or property of another. Right? So what are we doing? Slavery is an institution created is by laws. Right? So this is colonial law. Slavery is the practice of forced labor and restricted liberty. It is also a regimen where one class of people, the slave owners, could force another, the slave, to work and limit their liberties. So we'll see in laws how certain people were classified as slaves in law. Certain people were restricted of liberties in law, right? In the United States, individuals were forced into slavery, born into it, and were slaves for life. And that is in contrary to what an indentured servant is. Indentured servant signs contracts for these things, right? So what's a slave by Law Dictionary, the Black Laws Dictionary, Aboriginal, one of Aboriginal's favorite sources, right? It says, a person who is wholly subject to the will of another, one who has no freedom of action, but whose persons and services are wholly under the control of another. We don't see anything about ethnicity in this definition or the other definition. There is nothing about ethnicity in these things. It's strictly about controlling another person. Even when we go to the Bouvier's dictionary, a slave, a man which is by law deprived of his liberty for life and becomes a property of another. The slave has no political rights and generally has no civil rights. So you'll see that these indentured servants did have rights. They could go to court. They could do this. They could do that the slave couldn't, right? The children of female slaves follows the condition of their mother and are themselves slaves. So if the mother is a slave, then the child is a slave. Well, the laws, you will see, was designated to only be the children of Negro women, not white women, not Slavic women, like they like to interchange the words with, but Negro women. And we'll get into that in a little bit. So 3, Maryland, Missouri, and Virginia. Slaves are declared by the statute to be personal estate. Again, this is property, has nothing to do with ethnicity. So in general, a slave is considered a thing and not a person, but sometimes he is considered as a person as when he commits a crime. For example, now mind you, this is in law. For example, 2 white persons and a slave. So if the slave is the white person, why are they using white person twice in this example, right? And again, this comes out of Bouvier's 6th edition, right? So with the Aboriginal community, let's get into it. Differences between a slave and indentured servant. How much time I got? I got a time check?
Yeah, 4 minutes and 37 seconds and counting.
All right. So differences between a slave and indentured servant, right? In the Aboriginal community, they try to act like there is no differences in these instances, right? So let's look at this. Indentured servant signs contracts or committed crimes to be an indentured servant. Service lasted for a period of time determined by said contract. Had the legal right to testify and petition in court. Received land, money, and food to sustain themselves after indenture was over. You don't see that with slaves, never. And you definitely don't see it in law. Once freed, could own white servants and Negro Indian slaves. If a Negro got free, he can only own a Negro slave. He can only own somebody of his complexion, right? Enslaved person, right, was born into slavery. Children of a Negro woman take the status of the mother. This is in Virginia, 1662. This became the law of the land. Had no legal rights or protection from the courts. Slave couldn't summon his masters to court. He couldn't sue anybody. He couldn't summon the police if he was in trouble. None of that. Received no compensation for work. Laws that limited movements and actions. Negroes and Indians could not own white people. That's a law in Virginia, 1670. And we're going to get into those things. So one of the first things we got up, this is 1662. Negro women to serve according to the condition of the mother, right? And you can find this in Henning Statute at Large, Volume 2, page 170, right? So whereas some doubts have arisen whether a children got by any Englishman upon a Negro woman should be slave or free. Be it therefore enacted and declared by this present Grand Assembly that all children born in this country shall be held bond or free only according to the condition of the mother. Now, mind you, which mother did they point out? They're talking about white men with black women, right? And that if any Christian shall commit fornication with a Negro man or woman, he or she so offended shall pay double the fine imposed by the former act. So you see them intentionally trying to get people to stay away from the intermixing, so that they can only have what type of population? If there's only Negro men having children with Negro women, it's only going to be Negro slaves, right? So, and you also see in colonial laws, Christian stands for a white person, right? So you see at the end it says, if any Christian, they're talking about white people, right? We like to play with this word, oh, anybody can be a Christian. Yeah, today. Back then, people could convert, but for society to consider you a Christian, that was something different. How much time I got left?
You got 1 minute and 19 seconds.
All right, 1 minute and 19. I'm not even gonna go to the next slide. Yeah, so this law also, what it did was it changed old laws that the child usually followed the condition of the father. But when they came to America and they were dealing with the Negroes and the Indians and that intermixing, they realized quick that we have to flip this around. So they established a law in 1662, and we're gonna get to some more laws in the next round. I'll leave it there.
All right, good shit. Not a coincidence. All right. Moderator, what are you doing over there? A1, if you're talking, you muted, brother. Yeah. Jaguar. Oh, we got Jaguar on here. Jaguar, what's going on, brother? I know you was initially supposed to be moderating. So
salute.
We're going into the top of round one if you want to set the time.
All right. 10 minutes.
Yes, sir. 10 minutes.
All right. Just whenever you start, just let me know, man.
All right, no problem. I'm ready to go right now. Let's go.
All right. You going.
All right, let's get it. All right, so the first little bit that I'm going to be breaking down is the etymology of the word Slav. Right, it said one of the people who inhabited most of East Europe. That's late 14th century, from medieval Latin, shortened into Proto-Slavic, right? A Slav, which is probably related to Slavo word speech, which suggests the name originally identified a member of a speech community, right? So it's letting you know who it belongs to, the people who occupied most of Europe, right? And when you get into contemporary data from university studies dealing with the word Slav, which is what I'm about to pull up right now, I'm gonna pull up a Philadelphia State University study, and we're gonna get to that right now. All right, and the word slave. What it gets into is that the word derives the word slave and captures a bit of European history to explain why the two words Slav and slave are similar. They are in fact historically identical. The word Slav first appears in English around 1290, right? Spelled Sklav, right? The spelling based on Old French Slav and medieval Slav is first recorded around 800, which comes from the Byzantine Greek, which appears around 500, right? The name was then adopted by the Slavs or the English Slavonian or Slovene, right? The spelling of the English slave closer to the original Slavic form, which appears in English in the 1500s. Slavs become slaves around the beginning of the 1900s, beginning of the Holy Roman Empire. And this, so now we're getting into the origins of these words Slav. And so now we have a clear understanding of who these people is. All right. So let's get straight into it, you guys. We don't want to waste any time. Let's pull up the next article. Let's pull up the next one. So we're going to go into early white slavery in America. According to Byron Davis, written in the New York Review of Books, right? October 11, 1990, page 37, it states, as late as the 14th and the 15th centuries, continuing shipments of white slaves, some of the Christians flawed from the booming slave markets, right? So off the rip, we already got the documents and people referring to white people as slaves in the Americas, right? Not only in America's various different places, the Black Sea, they consider white slaves. Into Italy, they consider white slaves. Spain, they consider white slaves. Egypt, the Mediterranean. Even in Barbados, it doesn't skip and it doesn't exempt the same term, referring to the same people in the Virginia colonies in New England. So it says, showed few scruples about reducing the less fortunate countryman to a status less different from that of chattel slavery. The prevalence and the suffering of white slaves serves of indentures in the early modern period suggests that there was nothing vettable about the limitations of plantation slavery to the people of African origin. So it wasn't exclusive to just African people, right? So we're gonna get into 1659, the English Parliament debate, right? Practicing the selling of British whites into slavery into the New World. In the debate, the whites were referred to not as indentured servants, but as of slaves, right? Who enslavement threatened the liberties of all Englishmen, according to Thomas Burton Parliament Diaries of 1656. All right. So I want to skip over to something else because we want to get into some archaeological studies of 2003, right? So we're going to go to an archaeological study in 2003. Give me just a second, you guys. All right. According to Edmund Burke, right, an apostle of a treatise on government, right? It said, let me go up. Sorry about that. All right. A shadow into the myth. It says slavery that can have everywhere is like a weed that grows in every soil. The man in the property of another is a mere chattel through he continue a man, right? And that's just a simple quote from Edward Burke in the Statutory of Government. It said in the summer of 2003, archaeologists excavated a 17th century site outside of Minneapolis, Maryland, and discovered a skeleton of a teenage boy. Examination showed that the boy had died sometimes in the 1600s. He had been 16 years old, had tuberculosis. His skull showed evidence of fearful mouth infection, and a herniated disc and other injuries towards his back were synonymous with years of hard toil. Toil is synonymous with slavery. The youth was neither African nor Native American. He was Northern European, probably English. His remains were found in what to be a 17th century cellar house and behind the house, in the hole under a pit of household waste. It was if the boy had little account for, and he died, and he was thrown out with the rubbish. This is according to anthropologists. So the forensic anthropologists believe that the youth was probably an indentured servant, right? The deceptively mild label commonly used to describe hundreds of white men and women that were shipped from Britain, from America into the Caribbean in about 150 years before the Boston Tea Party of 1773. Most of these servants paid their passengers to the Americas by selling their rights and be the labor of numbers for years. Although forcefully exiled and sold to colonies as servants up to 14 years, many were effectively enslaved. Okay, so most of these people were indefinitely enslaved. Okay, so this is what we have to understand when we're dealing with the history of the peoples here in America. It said Britain sold tons of people here. You see what I'm saying? And we want to get into some of the history of what they was talking about when they sold these people into the Virginia colonies. So let me pull up my next article. Shout out to everybody in the building. It's already over with. It's already talking about white slaves that fall into cultivation in 1613 of an acceptable tobacco crop in Virginia. The need for labor accelerated. Slavery was viewed as a cheapest and the most expanded way to provide a necessary workforce. Due to harsh conditions, beating, starvation, disease, survival rates for slaves rarely exceeded 2 years. Thus, in the high of the demand sustained by the contemporary flows of white slaves from England, Ireland, Scotland, from 1618 to 1775, who were imported to the American colony, to the American colonial masters. So already it's talking about white slaves from England, Ireland, Scotland. It's documented. It's documented. It's documented that white people was forced and went through more toil than alleged Africans went through. They was beat to death. They was threw out with the rubbish. Even while the records show that so-called black slave was treated as if they wasn't even slaves. But yet, we're not even supposed to be finding no records of slaves at all. Yet alone in 1618, a whole 1 year before the first African slaves allegedly came. You got England slaves, Ireland slaves, Scotland slaves being imported to the colonial, the colonies in Virginia in 1618. Okay? And yes, Negroes and Indians are synonymous, and those people owned slaves as well, who you think was the colonial masters. Okay, so let's get into this. These whites in the New World consisted of street children, plucked from London's black back alley, prostitutes, and impoverished migrants, searching for a brighter future and willing to sign up for indentured servitude. So the indentured servitude was a program that they had told them about over there. And this is under Oliver Cromwell, and why he's trying to build up his economy, right? Trying to build up his economy. He's labeling it as a program. The only person that's going to receive any benefits is the people that's running that government. These people didn't receive anything. And when they came here, they was not referred to as indentured servant, even though that's what they signed up for. What they came into, slavery. Okay. How do I know? Because it said around 1618, at the start of their colonial slave trade, the English began to seize in the shipping of Virginia impoverished children, even toddlers from London slums. From impoverished parents, sought they
time, bro. Time.
All right, let's go.
Time. Give a minute.
Let's go.
Nice round, man. I don't know how exactly A1 was conducting the moderation, but I'm gonna let you have it, A1.
I'm back.
All right,
I'm
work,
back.
work.
10 minute rounds. That's how we doing. It's not a coincidence time. He's up the bat. If you want to set the time, go and set it. If not, I'll do it.
All right, I got it ready. If you know, I have. All right, yeah. Whenever you ready, not a coincidence. It's on you, bro. Take your time. You know, if you know what I'm saying, you got like 10 seconds. But I got it ready, so it's on you, bro.
Yeah, you can share my screen. So I'm just gonna keep reminding y'all.
Listen, not a coincidence. Not a coincidence. Since you barking up the tree, we're gonna do whether or not white. Hold on. Since you was pulling up white slaves was in America, we already got that. Let's prove that Negroes and Indians own white slaves in America, brother. Let's do that.
All right. So, share my screen again. Hold on. So, what we got from BAP is no actual sources. We got white people saying something happened. So when we're gonna get to the laws, when we're gonna get to the actual transactions, when we're gonna get to the people, right? So I left off with Negro women, children to serve according to the condition of the mother from 1662 in Virginia, right? So this is where I left off. Oh shit. All right, this is where I left off. So this is from an article, The Observer, London, Greater London, England, 1852. Says The White Slave, a story of life in Virginia. So I pulled out a couple excerpts from the article. So it says, let the white slave speak for himself. Had I been allowed to choose my own paternity, could I possibly have selected a more desirable father? But by the laws and customs of Virginia, it is not the father, but the mothers whose rank and condition determine that of the child. And alas, my mother was a concubine, a slave. He describes his mother as extremely beautiful. The traces of African blood by which her veins was contaminated was distinctly visible. But the tint which imparted to her complexion only served to give a peculiar richness to the blush that mantled over her cheek. From my mother, I inherited some imperceptible portions of African blood, and with it the base and cursed condition of a slave. So again, this is setting the precedent on who is going to be a slave and who's not going to be a slave. All right. Here we go. So Negroes and Indians could not own white people. Virginia law 1670. Right. This comes from Statute at Large, Volume 2. Right. It is enacted that no Negro or Indian, though baptized and enjoy their own freedom, shall be capable of any such purchase of Christians, but yet not debarred from buying any of their own nation. So you see here, like I told you, I'm going to show you more with this word Christian. They're talking about white people. So that you could tell they're talking about white people because they're saying Negroes and Indians, even if you're baptized. So if you're baptized, that makes you a Christian. So now we understand that even in this scenario, these Negro and Indians are baptized. They're Christians. And it's telling them they can't buy any Christian. So they're telling them they can't buy white people, and they can only own people that look like them.
Introducing Astapro Allergy. Astapro is steroid-free, unlike Flonase. Astapro and go.
Right? So that was in 1670. So it's not a coincidence the Johnson family lost all their land in Virginia because he was black. So this is Anthony Johnson. In August of 1670, an all-white jury ruled that Anthony's original land in Virginia could be escheated or reverted to England because he was a Negro and by consequence an alien, right? So there's the court documents from Anthony Johnson, 1670, right? So like, again, he's showing you books. I'm giving you the primaries. I'm giving you the actual things that happened in history, right? We don't want opinions from people who are trying to rewrite history, like what we get from White Cargo and these other books that I don't know why they don't go to the actual source in the book. If it says the source, why not go to the source? But they rather give you the third-hand account instead of going to the actual source of these perverted histories, right? So again, this is Anthony Johnson, 1670, right? He's one of these famous people that they like to use. But if everything was so on the up and up, why did he lose his land when he died in 1670? Right? They gave the rest of his land to his white neighbor. Why? Why? His son was living on the land for 5 years and they took the land from him. They took 50 acres from him. He had 250, he sold 200, The 50 got passed to his son and his family, and they took it from him. Why? Because he was black. So I don't know what type of story they're trying to paint, but that's not how it actually went. So June 1676, Virginia, Bacon's Law. Again, this is Statute at Large, Volume 2, page 346. Where we at? And see it further enacted by the authority aforesaid that all Indians taken in war be held and accounted slaves during life. And if any differences shall arise in cases about plunder or slaves, the chief commander of the party taken such slaves or plunder is to be the sole judge. Therefore, to make equal divisions as he shall see fit. So this is Indians being taken into slavery. I thought they was the Indians. Why they want to erase this history? Because they want to lie to y'all about what happened. I'm not here to lie to y'all. Indians was taken to be slaves too. This is 1676. So I'm giving you the timeline. We going up the timeline. We still ain't seeing nothing else. White slaves. So this is 1705. Slave laws in Virginia. Act concerning servants and slaves. So we see that distinction. You can find this Statute at Large, Volume 2, page 448, 449. Again, I'm giving you the primaries. So, and also being enacted by the authority aforesaid, and is hereby enacted that all masters and owners of servants shall find and provide their servants wholesome and competent diet, clothing, and lodging by the discretion of the county court, and shall not at any time give immoderate correction. So servants, look, they gotta be clothed, they gotta be fed, they gotta be make sure they got lodging. So I don't know this picture he's trying to paint where these people were treated bad. Neither shall at any time whip a Christian white servant naked without an order from a justice of peace. So you can't even beat this person that you own without getting an order from the justice from the court. And in the end, if any, notwithstanding this act, shall presume to whip a Christian white servant naked without such order, the person so offended shall forfeit and pay for the same 40 shillings sterling to the party injured, to be recovered with the cost upon petition without the formal process of action, as in and by this act is provided for servants, complaints to be heard, provided complaint be made within 6 months after such whipping. So you mean to tell me these white people is being treated so bad, but they got 6 months to complain, and they get to get paid. They get to for any injuries. Like, come on, man. This is, and also being enacted by authority aforesaid, and is hereby enacted that all servants not being slaves, so servant and slave is not the same thing, whether imported or became servant or their own accord, here are bound by any court, church, warden. So it's like I said, imported or become servants of their own accord. Nobody was signing up to be slaves. People were signing up to be indentured servants. Shall have their complaints received by justice of the peace, who, if he find cause, shall bind the master over to answer the court, complaint at court. Like I said, these servants had the right; they can call their masters to court. Ain't no slaves doing that, and I'll show you that also. And it shall be there determined, and all complaints of servants shall, and may be virtue hereof, be received at any time upon petition in the court county where they reside. Like I said, you got white people who they want to paint as slaves, got all these rights in the court. So this is October 1669. Remember the one I told you earlier? This is 1705. So this is what, 35 years, 36 years before that, an act about the casual killing of slaves. Whereas the only law enforced for the punishment of refractory servants resisting their masters, mistresses, or overseers cannot be inflicted upon Negroes. Do you know what that only force is? The only force that you can give the only actual punishment you can give a servant is extending their time. You can't extend a Negro's time because I remember I told you he's enslaved for life. Then the Negro is enslaved for life. So you cannot. So like I said, the only law enforced for the punishment of refractory servants resisting their masters, mistresses, overseers cannot be inflicted upon Negroes, nor obstinately of many of them by other than violent means suppressed. Being enacted and declared by this Grand Assembly, if any slave resists his master or other by his master's order correcting him, and by the extremity of the correction should chance to die.
Bro. That's time.
Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Shout out to everybody in the building. All right, let's get it, man. Let's get it. All right, let me go back to it. All right, let's get it.
All right.
Get your time ready. So, like I said, he have failed to show you any records where white people was not slaves, where they was not referred to as slaves. There's unaccountable records, right? We're gonna get into Dr. Harley McD Beckles of University of Hull, England, writes regarding white slave labor and indentured contacts were inalienable, the ownership of which one could easily be transferred, like that of the other commodity. As with slaves, ownership changed without the participation in the dialogue, consideration transfer. Beckles referred to indentured servants as white proto-slaveries. The Americas, volume 41. You can look on page, that's Americas volume, the Americas, volume 41, number 2, page 21 is where that is referred to it. All right. And it said in the calendars of the state papers, colonial series, America in the West Indies of 1701, it read, protesters over the encouragement of the spiriting way of English without the consent of selling them for slaves, which had been a practice very frequent and known by the name of kidnapping, emphasis added, okay? In the British West Indies, plantation slavery was instituted as early as 1627. In Barbados by the 1640s. Excuse me. There was an estimate of 25,000 slaves in the islands, whom 21,700 of them were white. All right. So I don't know what kind of agent stuff these guys do by trying to deny the fact that white people were enslaved here. And we know the demographic of the indigenous peoples who was occupying and running these areas in Barbados, right? We know that the slave laborers in these particular areas go all the way back to 1616. You haven't debated that. Like, according to Elizabeth Dunning, Documents Illustrated of the History of the Slaves Trade to America, page 125 to 126, it says, of the fact that the wealth of Barbados was founded off the backs of white slave labor. There can be no doubt that white slave laborers from Britain and Ireland were the mainstay of the sugar colony until the 1640s. They were few blacks in Barbados, right, during the Downing Road to the John Winthrop and the colonial government of Massachusetts in 1645. The planters who waited to make the fortune in the British West Indies must procure white slave labor out of England. If they wanted to succeed, you see what I'm saying? They would have to bring these people out of England for cheap, the slaves out of England to succeed into their economic gain. And that's according to, like I said, Elizabeth Dunning, right? So I don't know where he going, where it wasn't white slaves in America. He said, listen, according to English William Edis, after observing white slaves in America in 1770s, he wrote, generally speaking, they groaned beneath a worse than Egyptian bondage. This is Letters from America, London, 1792. Governor Sharp of the Maryland colony compared the property interest to the planters and their white slaves with the estate of an English farmer consisting of multitude of cattle. So they was referring to white slaves as cattle. sometimes as merchandise, as freight. This is what the documented record says. All right. According to Quock Walker case in Massachusetts in 1783, which ruled that slavery was contrary to the state constitution, was applied equally to blacks and whites. This is a state law. This is a case law of Massachusetts of 1783, where he just read a law that slavery was that nobody could own a Christian or a white slave. That was only in Virginia. Slavery wasn't limited to Virginia. Them laws doesn't apply everywhere else, and we're gonna prove that white people were enslaved all the way up to the 1800s as well. Okay, let's get into it. It said disciplinary and revenue laws of early Virginia Circuit Court, right, 1631, 1645, did not discriminate Negroes in bondage from whites in bondage. That's according to William Henning, editor, Statutes at Large of Virginia, volume 1, page 174. You find reference. 198, you find reference. On page 200, you find reference. On page 243, you find reference. And page 306, you find reference. The records of the wills in which lands, goods, chattel, cattle, money, Negroes, English servant, horses, sheep, household stuff were all sold together. You can go see the Lancaster County records in the Virginia Colonial Abstract at Beverly Fleet, the editor. Okay, so I don't know why are they denying the fact that white people were enslaved in America? We're gonna move on to another source right quick. Like, I don't understand what is going on. I don't understand what is going on. You understand what I'm saying? It said Emmett asserted, and this is from English servants, and this is not talking about English servants. The servitude program that is going on in London. That's what they calling it, so they can create this economic revenue to build up the low economy that's going on in London, in England, in various different places. Soon as they come here, that's not what they're doing. They're slaves. Soon as they enter America. Emmett asserted that during this time, more than 100 young children were who were orphans and had taken from their Catholic parents were sent abroad into the slavery in the West Indies and Virginia in New England, and that they might lose their faith in all acknowledgement of their nationality. For in those instances, even the names were changed. Moreover, contemporary writers assert between 20,000 to 30,000 men and women were taken prisoners and sold into the American colonies as slaves. So, like, I don't like, what is the point for you denying that white people were enslaved and that your ancestors owned slaves? Or my ancestors, if you're a Negro, if you're an Indian, your peoples possibly own white indentures, white slaves, white forced laborers. Okay, so we're gonna move on. Let's move on to the next segment. All right, let me line it up. My screen sharing. Is my screen sharing?
Yeah, you good. Yep.
Oh no, I'm not showing the right name. My bad. Get to it.
Introducing Astapro Allergy. It starts working in 30 minutes, while Flonase takes hours, so you can Astapro and go.
All right. It said around, okay, we were reading that earlier. Let's move on down. It said a few months after the first shipment of the children, the first African slaves were shipped to Virginia, right? Indistinguishably, no American market existed for African slaves until the late 1700s, until the black slave traders typically took their cargo to the Bermuda. English poor were the colony's preferred source of slave labor, even though Europeans were more likely than Africans to die and early deaths in the field, slave owners had a greater interest in keeping African slaves alive because they represent a more significant investment, right? Black slaves received treatment than a year of, it said black slaves received better treatment than Europeans on plantations, as they were viewed as valued lifelong properties rather than indentured servants with a specific term of service. So they telling you they treated the so-called indentured servants and the white slaves, right, worse than the black slaves. It ain't even supposed to be white slaves. It ain't even supposed to be white slaves at all. So why are we having these conversations in a debate where white slavery didn't exist, but we're talking about white slaves right now? We shouldn't even be mentioning white slaves, right? In the newspaper article, I want to pull up. How much time I got left, you guys?
Yeah, that's about time, man. 3 seconds left. So
let me get a 60-second grace period. It said a broad sight, and this is from a newspaper article, right? White slaves, which was printed on September 28, 1863, 2 years into the war, reminded Northern laborers just what they were fighting for. Portions were presented of the Senator James H. Hammond in 1858 Mud Seal speech, in which he referred to white laborers in the North as white slaves, right? As white slaves. So I don't know where we're going with this, but I end it right here. It's his time to go.
all right, man. So that was actually an extra 35 seconds. Not a coincidence. You want you an extra 35, bro?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'll take that.
All right, word. I get that for you, man. All right. All right, man. Whenever you ready to start, just let me know.
Yeah, you can share my screen.
All right, we ready now then.
Yeah, so the things Bob is doing, Aboriginal Power is doing is ridiculous. Like, he just showed y'all a book and was like, oh, it's from a newspaper. Why didn't he just go get the newspaper? Right? He didn't even notice that when he used the white they were white and they were slaves book, that he referenced the statute at large. That, can you share my screen? He referenced the statute at large. That's the book I've been using to show you the Virginia law and how these Negroes have been treated differently this whole time. He used volume 1. These are the books I was using, volume 1, 2, and 3, to show you the real Virginia law. But he used a book that quoted from that book, but is not giving you the whole context. And this is why he lost the debate.
Listen, not a coincidence. Not a coincidence. Since you barking up the tree, we're gonna do whether or not white. Hold on. Since you was pulling up white slaves in America, we already got that. Let's prove that Negroes and Indians own white slaves in America, brother.
Yeah, we haven't seen that yet. So look, let's get back to it. Can you share my screen for me, please?
This is my comeback. Start yours at purdueglobal.edu.
Am I on the screen?
Yeah, you're on the screen.
All right, so we ended here with the casual act of killing slaves, where it says, if any slave, and they're talking about Negroes, if any slave resists his master or others by masters correcting him, and by the extremity of the correction should chance die, that his death shall not be accompanied by a felony. So what they're saying is that if you kill a Negro by correcting him, you kill your slave by correcting him, don't worry about it, you're not going to jail. Unlike, you could barely touch these white servants, according to the statutes at large that the book that AP keeps using, this They Were White and They Were Slaves, written by a white racist. He actually tried to source this book that I'm still using to show you how these niggas was enslaved, but he misused it. So 1750, right? an act declaring the Negro, mulatto, and Indian slaves within this dominion to be real estate. Again, property. All Negro, mulatto, and Indian slaves in all courts of judicature and other places within this dominion shall be held and taken adjourned to be real estate. Real estate. Right? These people are owning them. Right? October 1705, an act concerning servants and slaves. I'm giving you the laws, y'all. And for a further Christian care and all uses of all Christians, mind you, the white people, being enacted by the authority aforesaid, and it is hereby enacted that no Negroes, mulattoes, or Indians, although if they're Christian, so remember the Christians over here, right? It's not the same Christians here. Although Christians, Jews, Moors, and Mohammedans, or other infidels shall at any time purchase any Christian servant. So they can't buy any white people, nor any other except their own complexion, right? Notwithstanding purchase any Christian white servant, the said servant shall, if so facto, become free and acquitted from any service. So if a black guy does catch him, does buy a white servant on accident, guess what? As soon as they find out he's free. This is 1705. I don't know what he's talking about. So now let's get down to the details, something he's not doing. Let's get to the eyewitnesses of the crime, right? So this is a History Natural des Indies, written in 1586, right? So here we go on page 101, 100 and 101 of that book. It says the Spaniards do not force the Indians to work, but down here it says the Spaniards buy a great number of Negroes from Africa to serve them as slaves. This is in 1586. This is in the Caribbean, right? So now let's fast forward to 1619. Negroes stolen from the Spanish ships, sold in Virginia. Remember, these Negroes are sold in Virginia. August 1619. He bought not anything but 20 of our Negroes, right? Says down here at the best and easiest rates they could, right? This comes from the records of the Virginia Company, volume 3, right? 1630. You got John Winthrop and King Philip's Wars, right? Says white settlers from Massachusetts and Connecticut. We had now slain and taken in all some 700. We sent 15 of the boys and 2 women to Bermuda by Mr. William Smith. Well, Smith comes back in February of 1638. Mr. Smith in Salem ship the Desire returned to West Indies after 7 months. He had been at Providence and bought some cotton and tobacco and Negroes. So he took some Indians down there and came back with some Negroes he bought. Here we go in 1750. We got 139 new Negro slaves coming to Charleston, South Carolina. This comes from the account book of George Austin and Henry Lawrence. Like I said, I'm giving you the primary. We can see right up here, Negro slaves, right? Africa. You see this. They came from Sierra Leone. We got 327 new Negro slaves. Where is the white slaves, right? 327 new Negro slaves, right? Where's the white slave? They're from Angola, right? Page 17 in that account book. 82 new Negro slaves, right? Where are they from? Gambia. They're from Gambia, y'all. Negroes. It clearly, all of these say Negroes. Where are the white slaves? So this is slave records from New York, right? It says here, the 5th day of November, 1799, was born to was born at my house a female black child named Beck, of the body of a Negro woman, my slave. Why is it not a white woman? Another one. 20th day of November, 1799. A black, born a female black child named Priscilla, of the body of a Negro woman, my slave. Right? Another one. You hear it again. See it here. Negro woman, my property, my slave. That's in 1800. But where is his record? So William Ellison, the black slave owner. We can clearly see here, William Ellison owning black slave. He owned 32 black slaves. And here go his children over here too. They got mulattoes and blacks. No white slaves. Here goes Antoine Doublet, 1860, owned 83 black people, right? This is Louisiana, Iberville. Look, black. All we see is black down here, 1860 federal census. Where can the Aboriginals tie themselves to history also? Like, here we go, real quick. This is my 4th great grandfather. Here's a little genealogy for y'all. This is me over here, William Nelson. Those are people, we all did our genealogy and we matched with DNA. This is William Nelson in 1866 on a registered colored cohabiting wife list. He's down here. Over here, you see it says last owner. Henry, his owner was Henry Stokes, 1866. Here goes Henry Stokes in the 1860 census. We see he's white, even though we don't see the W here, but guess what? The instructions to the marshal says, in all cases where the person is white, leave the space blank. So when you're on the 1860 census and you see the blank space, that means they're white. So Henry Stokes is no doubt white. Henry Stokes in 1860, slave schedule. He has 53 black people. He has 3 males at the age of 30. My fourth great grandfather, Henry Nelson, would be 30 around that time. He said that was his owner. He would be on his list. Here goes my 5th great grandfather, Swanee Alexander Early, right? And you see the people I'm related to. Here goes the genealogy connecting me to him, the people that connect me to him. He's on a property tax list in 1783. In what time is this? This is Culpeper, Virginia, 1783. He's owned by a man named Jeremy Early. You see him down here, Swanee Early. How much time I got?
You got 2 minutes, bro. 2 minutes and 3.
I kind of ran through that fast. So what? White slaves in America, a myth. No evidence supports it. So, like I said,
for the ones finding new ways to ensure the job always gets done. For the ones wearing many hats. For the ones who are hands-on, even from far away. And the ones keeping business moving forward. We are Grainger, offering professional-grade industrial supplies, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to answer your toughest questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Yeah, we have black people owning people, like Antoine Doublet, like they like to bring up, but they're owning white people. We got William Ellison. He's owning black people, right? They're not owning any white people. We have a black female slave. This is in New York. She gives right? They're being registered. They're held as property. My family. Can the Aboriginals tie themselves in history? He made a statement earlier, like he said, look, these are the white slaves that our people was owning. Well, when's he gonna show us something? When's he gonna show us something tangible? This is my history. This is Black American history. And anybody can look. You got these lists. Register the colored person, cohabiting together, right? 1866. It gives you so much information that you can't get on a census, right? This is before the 1870 census, right? And this is my family down here. William Nelson. He was 36 at the time. Like I said, that's why on the 1860 slave schedule, I know he's around 30 because in 1866 he told us he was 36. Right? Here goes the owner, Henry Stokes. Right? I got way more information on Henry Stokes. But when is BAP gonna get us to some information instead of just showing us these books? Right? When's he gonna do that? Oh, man. Like he goes to this White Cargo by Janet Davey. When we hit the link, what does it go to? It don't take us nowhere. We can't even find the author. It says connecting the music. iTunes. Who wrote that? Where's these claims coming from? Like, where is the evidence? Where is the people? I'm showing you people.
All right, man.
Like this really happened.
That's time. Word, man. So what, this would be the bottom of the third?
Yes, the last of the last.
All right, man. Yeah, because I got questions after y'all do y'all 3 rounds for both of y'all, man. If y'all didn't have no problem with that.
All right, yeah, no problem.
All right.
Once again, we got to talk about the fact that he's not providing any sources where they saying white people were not slaves. Like, this is 3-0. I done already showed you the records where the Virginia, he just pulled it up in Daggett himself. He pulled up the Virginia state laws where it shows where they made a statute to where Negroes and Indians can own slaves because they was owning them to a certain extent in those particular colonies. That was only limited to the colonies. So let's get to that. Let's get to that, man. This the diagram. All right. So when you go to the Virginia State Assemblies, right, Volume 2, page 280, and also page 81, white slaves were actually owned by Negroes and Indians in the South to such extent that in the Virginia Assembly passed the following law in 1670 that enacted no Negro or Indian through baptized enjoy the own and freedom shall be capable of any such purchase of Christians, which is what they refer to white slaves as. All right. So I mean that's only in Virginia. You got so many other colonies. You got white people being shipped out to Louisiana, being shipped out to New England, being shipped out to Massachusetts. That law that he's talking about where Negroes can't own slaves, we're only limited to Virginia. All right. It said Negroes also own other Negroes in America, Charleston, constitutional records where they also own white slaves. And this is in 1754. Okay. You can look at the records, probate court records, right? It said while whites language in chains, blacks were free in Virginia throughout the 17th century. Willie Lee Rose, a documentary history of slavery in North America by John Henderson Russell, Free Negro in Virginia. So it talks about how black people were free and white were still in chains. How can a white man be in chains if you're not a slave? Huh? So that's what we got to understand. That's what we got to understand. That's the case closed. We can show you whites being enslaved all the way up to the 1800s is what I'm saying. It's various different cases. You can go to the University Studies of Pennsylvania, Historical Societies of Pennsylvania, right? University Study. All right, let's get into that. Let me pull up the article. All right. We're going to give you a list of white slaves in the 1800s being sold off. Mr. Lee thinks he has a white man. Now, this is determination from the articles above, right? Now, when we get into this is from the Pennsylvania State Heritage University study. All right. It says that he thinks he has a white man. If the matter were to be determined solely by color and appearance, some folks might join him in the conclusion to say his parents were white and that they're dying. When he was very young, he was left in the charge of a slaveholder in Alabama who raised him in slavery and taught him to believe that he was a mulatto, right? His father claims that his name was changed so his relatives might never seek to reclaim him from bondage. This is a white man. That they reclassified him as a mulatto to keep him enslaved in certain areas. All right? We'll move down. In the Philadelphia Public Ledger in December 27, 1860, reprinted an article of the Natchez, Mississippi newspaper lining, painting a white girl to make her a slave. Painting a white girl to make her a slave. It was stated how in many forms Natchez was on a steamboat on his way to Greenville, Mississippi, when he noticed a young girl aged 9 to 10 with black hair and yellowish brown skin. He was told that she belonged to a gentleman on a board who he was talking to in New Orleans who to sell her for $160. Talking to the young girl long inquisitive, the passenger was informed by the girl how she was an orphan and had been taken from an asylum in New York, and that her hair had been lightly originated and her masters and barber dyed it black and also put yellow dye on her skin. Okay. Various different cases of white people getting sold throughout slavery. Okay. So I don't know, what is he talking about? Do I gotta pull up Anthony Johnson where he owned white slaves? Yes, we're gonna get to that in just a second. Okay. So let's continue. Right. It's interestingly, such cases in the white slavery in the southern states was not limited. Only in the antebellum or pre-slavery Civil War of the history. During war between the states in 1863, a correspondent of Cincinnati, Ohio Gazette reprinted in the Philadelphia Daily Evening Bulletin related to within the 78th Ohio Infantry Regiment was a man who was taken as a runaway slave into the Union lines of Tennessee. His features and skin color denoted Anglo-Saxon his ancestry, while his eyes were also blue and his lips thin and his hair light. His former Tennessee master had admitted to Colonel Mortimer D. Leggett, right, that these did not have the drop of African blood in his veins. All right. And he had purchased him in Richmond, Kentucky years before, and that he had been into sold into slavery out of some charitable institute, and from which he led to be committed as a vagrant. And this is in 1863. You got white slaves happening all around. As a matter of fact, we're going to get to something else here in just a second. We're going to keep going. Said on December 17th, 1862, the 3rd Michigan Cavalry came into the area and where Grayson purchased a horse and rode into encampment. And there, stop calling my phone. There was an employee, and as it was Cook non-commissioned officer Theodore Reese in the company of F, in which he moved to the north and thus aided by Lieutenant Carl G. Rogers, and as well as citizens of Jackson, Tennessee, who assisted Grayson in carrying out his own plan. Right now, when you get into this thing, it talks about Grayson having a white slave and that he did not have any. He was He was indeed a Caucasian and not of black ancestry. Okay. They were selling white people all throughout goddamn the towns. Do you not know how bad they was doing white people in America? You know they was torturing white people in America? In North America as slaves. They went through worse treatment than we did. I don't think y'all understand that. Let's get into that right now. Let's get into the white Christians, right? Why they prevented this law, why Negroes did this, right? Let's get into this.
Introducing Astapro Allergy. Astapro is steroid-free, unlike Flonase. Astapro and go.
All right, it said before 1650, however, the greater victims of man's humanity were less of the mass of white Christian servants who suffered at the hands of the Callistus white Christian masters for the time being of all the troubles. The blacks had it better, right? So the blacks had it better, right? So let's get into some shit. All right, it's in the British West Indies, the torture visited upon white slaves by their master was routine. Masters hung white slaves by their hands and set their hands afire as they means to punish them, to end the barbarity. I mean, there's various different cases in here, man. Like, I don't really want to go through all of them, but there's so many cases where white people getting turned to slush. They're getting beat down. And you mean that they weren't slaves? They weren't allowed to do nothing to the slave? Various different records is talking about how white slaves were treated worse often than so-called black slaves. Okay. Okay. It's in 1640, the General Court of Virginia ruled that 2 white slaves, principal actors and converts in the most dangerous conspiracy by attempting to run out the county. All right, they charged 2 white slaves with running out the county. And this is the General Court of Virginia.
That's time, man.
All right, let's go.
Word, man. Solid.
We're gonna take a quick 2-minute break, get everything together, and then we'll let the moderators come back. We'll be right back in 2 minutes, you guys.
Yeah, rhyme so dope, my eyes low. When you move like God, the time slow. I came back for the blacks and John Doe's. Crack open them land patents, let go of them townhomes. What's a native to a native? Eat $5 dough if he not melanated. Pale faces got you waiting on a savior. Sending prayers up, he texting back on vacation. Yeah. God's children, give all your praise to Jesus, but how God feeling? He say put no one before him in divine image. It's you with God and Christians. I got a vision, but niggas ain't gotta listen, so they don't. We came from the soil, wasn't fucking with no boats. Bible took our spirit, English plotted on our homes. Tribal families turn on us, don't act like y'all don't know. But fuck them and they grudges. We was something turned to nothing. And now we nothing's turned to something. Reincarnation of ancients fresh up out the oven. This the message to the black man. 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 Shooters on my roof, lawyers in the coop. We can never die, bitch, we bulletproof. This the message to the black man. This the message to the black man. Say you wasn't slaves, you was prisoners of war. And stop wasting your time, these other bitches ain't important. You ain't meditating, you ain't mating with the sauce. Like what the fuck's a noodle if you ain't painted with the sauce? I find it hard to trust the pastor who rather side with the master who preaching we should submit while getting murdered and captured. About how we should wait on God is never our vernacular.
Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Drop them fire emojis if you enjoyed the building. We just put the polls in the chat. Y'all go and pick and make y'all decision on who y'all thought won, man. This should be an easy one for y'all guys, man. Shout out to everybody in the building. Make sure y'all hit them polls. Y'all share. Make sure y'all come in and hit the polls. It's very important for you guys to hit the polls. Not a coincidence. Had a couple of supporters in here as well. So make sure y'all hit the polls as well. Pick and see who y'all thought won. You know what I mean? I'll let the moderators take at it, man. Shout out to Not a Coincidence for at least coming through and standing up. A lot of guys don't even accept the base and phase. You see what I'm saying? So shout out to him for at least coming in.
Word. Yo, A1, you got anything you want to say first, bro? Anything you want to ask? Whatever.
Yeah, man. I just want to add to it, right? There should be no literature that states that the word slave came from Slavic people, and they should not put emphasis on it when you really research it. When you really research it, they're giving you clarity that a slave is a Slavic person, and these Slavic people were enslaved all the way into 1865, regardless to whatever records you show me. And then you also got to take in consideration that white is also a status. So there's not like they're dealing with Slavics, which is actually an ethnicity, and they're dealing with Caucasians, who is actually ethnicity. I'm not done yet. So
I thought you were going to ask questions, man.
I'm not asking no question. You already lost.
Hold on. We're not going to do
me and him supposed to be asking each other questions. You giving your opinion on the debate. You can wait till the debate is over.
The moderator just asked me, but with all due respect,
I thought you were talking to me and that. I didn't know you were talking to you.
No problem, brother. All right. So let's get into the discussion. We got 5 minutes, and then hopefully everybody has voted, and hopefully the 5 or 6 people you brought over here, hopefully, everything worked out perfectly fine for you. I wish you the best of success.
All right, bro. Let's finish this out. Stop being a clown, bro. Finish the debate.
Let's keep
Yo,
it.
Zach, let me ask you a question. I knew this was gonna be a circus. Now, let me ask you a question. The last source you left off with, it was they were whites and they were slaves, and they mentioned they was mentioning two white servants that left and they got punished.
That one I wasn't using they were white and they were slaves as my last two sources. I don't think I even used that as a reference.
No, the book. Hold on. The book you just used. Yes, it was. It was the book you was just in.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
They was white and they were slaves. They said in 1640, two white servants ran away and they got punished.
It said white slaves. It said white slaves.
All right, it says white slaves, but that book is misrepresenting history because in 1640, what they're talking about is when John Punch and two white servants left. John Punch is a Negro. Anybody can look it up. John Punch. He's the first servant to be sentenced to life of servitude. So your book intentionally left that out. How do you?
This ain't talking about a life sentence from anyone. It's talking about a 7-year sentence, right? And
I know the white people got 7, but John.
That's talking about. You might be talking about a different court case, but it's given.
No, I'm not. I'm talking about the same thing. The two white people that ran away, they only got 7 years. John Punch got life. And that is showing you that there's a discrimination against black people.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
Yes, it is. We can look it up right now. If you share my screen, I'll pull it up. John Punch. It's real. He's the first one. It's nothing.
You know that in Virginia, but slavery wasn't limited to Virginia though. So
that's not the example that you're talking about.
In Virginia started being allocated for on behalf of pale skins, right?
Can you share my screen?
Your screen ain't sharing.
I'm gonna pull it up right now.
No, the screen. The debate is. Wait, the
debate is not over. Mind your business. The debate is not over.
Debate over with. The debate.
I thought the question.
Hold on, AP. That's my
Yo, I'm back, y'all. I'm back. But why are they running at the end? They scared to answer questions. A1 button in, giving his opinion, saying I can't share my screen. This is supposed to be the question and answer round. What type of bullshit is this? But yeah, my bad. I didn't even mean to show this, but this will end up happening.
That's it.
Hold on, Jack, you got the floor.
Hold on.
When me and AP talked, the question part was part of the debate. That was the last round of the debate. They said 3 rounds and a question between me and him.
Listen,
you wasn't even there when me and him talked. What are you talking about?
I'm here now.
How do you have a debate with no questions? That's how I know y'all scared. This is how I know y'all scared, because I'm gonna pick apart every single thing.
Hold on. Let me get it right. Get it right. Now you asked your question, so you still got 3 minutes left for your discussion on your question. If AP don't mind you sharing your screen, since
I don't mind.
How are you asking if I don't mind? That shit is ridiculous. But that was an easy one. Easy one. What's up? Nobody want to jump up here? Word. Here we go. But let's let me show y'all something from the last live. This has something to do with the title. My bad, I'm a little set back. I had to go do something. So right here, we're gonna talk a little about reparations in America. All right.
Get the fuck out of here, bro. We don't respect you, nigga.
It is best if we just basically ignored them, because all they want is attention.
Yo, I'm tripping off Andy, yo.
So when y'all going to court about them reparations, though? That's what I want to know.
When you going to court about that land grant, nigga?
When you going to court about them? When you going to court about them?
When you going to court about that land grant?
When you going to court about them 400-year-old? When
When
you
you
going
going
to
to court
court
about
about
that
them
land grant?
400-year-old reparations, my nigga?
When you going to court to get back your land that they supposed to bestow from your bitch ass?
When you going to court about them 400-year-old reparations, 1619, my nigga. When you going to court? When you going to court about them 1619 reparations, my nigga?
This why I wasn't trying to argue with him, man, because I think he got like a I think he's special.
You got all these facts. You got all this evidence. When you going to court about the 400-year-old reparations, my nigga, with all your facts.
So I smoke signal. Well, it's a serious question. Have you heard of HR 40? And do you know what it is?
How long HR 40 been? How long HR 40 been on the books, my nigga?
No, no, you didn't answer my question, brother. Do you know about it and what is it? You know what it? Can you explain what it is? Or you don't know nothing about it?
I can't explain what it is, but I can explain what it is. It's something that the government saying. It's something the government saying they're gonna look into because they ain't giving you niggas shit because you ain't got no facts to support nothing. That's what it's saying.
That's what it's saying. Are you sure?
Hell no.
Smoke nigga talk so crazy out of ignorance, but we gonna teach him.
I'm sure. I'm very sure. Have you got something yet? Have they started putting you niggas in line yet to get something? Just what the fuck I thought.
So first of all, the question was when are we supposed to be taking this to court? This is already in the this is already it's in the government. It's up there,
Anybody got a check yet?
What it is.
Anybody got a check yet? Have any of you Africans, have any of the descendants of African slaves got a check yet? Have any of you?
So has any African slaves got a check yet? But yeah, there has been some. We're gonna get to that in a second. Real quick, he says basically he doesn't know what HR 40 is. It's in the House Judiciary Committee, and basically it's not to figure out if slavery happened. That's not the purpose of it. It's to figure out how to pay these descendants of those people. And it's not just slavery. It's not limited to slavery. It's limited. It also includes Jim Crow, the prison system, just basically overall treatment of Black Americans over their time in America. Right? But he said, will we go to court? It's already in court. It's in the highest courts of the land. Right? So he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Descendants of African slaves.
You don't know about the movement. Some people have received reparations. You don't know about history of reparations in America?
No, I don't. I really don't know about history of reparations in America. Have any descendants of African slaves received reparations, my nigga?
This nigga still talking. He just asked you if you wanted to learn about the history of reparations in America. He asked you that.
I got reparations.
Like it's no answer to it.
I know it ain't no. That's right.
Like you somebody dead and you ask did a nigga take the trash out? You know he ain't take the trash out.
Once in your lifetime, you are right.
Smoke signal. Calm down. Smoke signal. Calm down.
You calm down, nigga.
No, call him queer signal.
The question is, Smoke, do you want to learn about reparations in America?
That's his name. Smoke signal. He just asked you if you wanted to learn about the history of reparations in America. That's a yes or no.
I don't want to learn. I don't want to.
Why did you ask a question that you didn't want an answer to?
Because I asked him about reparations. I didn't ask him. I didn't tell him to teach me about no fucking reparations. I don't want to learn about no fucking reparations. If his question was, do I want to learn about reparations? I do not want to learn about reparations, whole ass nigga.
So why is he asking and proposing the questions about reparations if he doesn't want to get an answer? What sense does that make? Sean, you right. That nigga's slow. He's slow. Because what do you bring it up for? So you just saying shit to just say anything. But let's hear some more.
All right, so
What
you're
you
not
talking
listening
about?
again. Apparently,
All
you're
I
not
want to
listening.
all I want to know is the answer to my motherfucking question. Where is the
Okay, all
reparations?
right. So do you?
Where
Now I'm
is the
confused. I'm
reparations
confused.
for the
I'm
descendants of
confused.
African slaves, bitch-made
And he
motherfucker?
said that, and he says there's
Where is the
evidence for
reparations for the
reparations.
descendants of African slaves, you
Do you want to
bitch-made
learn
motherfucker?
about the people that got reparations?
Why are you
Yes or no?
so buttered, dude?
Where
Hey, I
is the
was stuck there when I
reparations
saw that nigga was
for the
5'2".
Smoke
So
signal.
look,
you
hold on.
bitch-made
Goddamn, you gonna have a
motherfucker?
stroke, old ass nigga. You gonna have a
Where
fucking stroke.
is the reparations for the descendants of African slaves, you bitch-made motherfucker?
Look,
Yo,
you
you
guys keep trying to.
dumbass.
He about
Listen,
the
you
dumbest
dumbass.
nigga word.
Just read the screen real quick.
He
Read
sounds
the
like he's
screen.
about to pop a blood vessel, dude.
This
Read the
nigga
screen,
dumb as
dummy.
fuck, yo. I don't think he can read.
Like, this doesn't even make
Told
no
you.
sense. A historical timeline of reparation payments made from 1783 through 2023 by United States government, state, cities, religious institutions, universities, corporations, and communities. This was last updated March 23rd.
So maybe Smoke Signal, he knew something. Maybe he knew not to pursue this question even further, right? Maybe he just knew better. But this is what I want to touch on a little bit. I'm a little behind, so I might speed through a little something because there's some more stuff I want to show. And now I got a little bit of time left. But historical timeline of reparation payments made in America. So this isn't a new thing. This isn't just like, yeah, the whole group of us Black Americans didn't get paid. But the question was, remember, he said, what descendant of Africans got paid for slavery? So let's see if we can find some, right? So it's an historical timeline of reparation payments made through 1783 through 2020 by United States government, states, cities, religious institutions, and colleges and universities by Alan J. Davis, right? Methodology, something Aboriginals don't have, which is superb assistance and encouragement of Lisa D. Valentino, law librarian at the University of Massachusetts, Amherst, Mary Hubbard, assistant director of Peterborough Library, New Hampshire, and Andrew Reeder, associate professor of politics and international relations, Mount Holyoke College. I have completed a comprehensive review of the reparation payment literature with regard to the United States online and in books, articles, and academic journals. Note, payment to American tribes, Native American tribes and settlements of treaty breaches included in the original version of this timeline have been omitted in this version. See the complete version here. All right. We're not really concerned on Native American tribes right now. We're just going to look at a couple things that can concern the Negro. But Native Americans did receive reparations in certain forms. So we're not going to overlook that, but that's just not the topic. Let me see what's going on. Yeah, joke signal. Yeah, Cal, he definitely likes to. He definitely likes to troll. Um, yeah, Zane, we definitely gonna start getting into Dan Calloway. But okay, let's see what we got. Belinda Royer, 1783. Belinda was born in modern day Ghana, so that answers this question right there. What Africans received reparation? But let's see. In 1713, and sold into slavery as a child to Isaac Royal in Massachusetts. After 50 years of enslavement, she was made a free woman. When Royal fled to Nova Scotia, that's in Canada, she petitioned the Commonwealth of Massachusetts for a pension. In 1783, she was awarded a pension of £15, 12 shillings, to be paid from the state of Isaac Royal. Right? You can see more information on that. We Were 8 Years in Power, An American Tragedy by Ta-Nehisi Coates, page 176. Right? So she was born in Ghana and received reparations. When you look further into the story, it wasn't so sweet, her getting payment, but it is what it is. All right. No, we're not going to go to that one. So the Henrietta Wood. Henrietta Wood in 1853 was a black woman living and laboring as a domestic worker in Cincinnati when she was lured across the Ohio River and into the slave state of Kentucky by a white man named Zebulon Ward. Ward sold her to slave traders, who took her to Texas, where she remained enslaved through the Civil War. Wood eventually returned to Cincinnati in 1870, sued Ward for $20,000 in damages and lost wages. In 1878, an all-white jury decided in Wood's favor, with Ward ordered to pay $2,500, perhaps the largest sum ever awarded by a court in the United States in restitution for slavery. So, Cass, what's good, bro?
Peace.
Peace, what's good, bro?
Good. Yeah, no, I'm
glad
listening
you.
to this. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. So what you gonna say?
No, I was just saying I was listening to this, looking at this Henrietta Wood, this story or whatever. What you was about to say?
Oh, nah, I'm glad you're here because I was about to. Next thing I'm about to do, I was about to play that conversation you had with over there on Top Cat channel.
Yo, that was crazy. For me to side with a Hebrew Israelite, bro.
Yeah, hold on, don't give it up yet. Don't give it up yet. That's why I'm trying to rush through this real quick. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm kind of behind on time because I had to run out real quick when I started live. Something came up, so
Okay.
I was playing the debate with me and AP. I don't know if you caught that.
Yeah, I was trying to. I had to like place some orders and stuff like that for some food or whatever. So I had to get back off the panel or whatnot. So I'm gonna go back in time and listen to it.
I ended up playing the whole thing. I thought I was gonna only play like 20 minutes of it, but I was going longer than I thought.
Now, how many cases like this is in America? Like this Henrietta Wood, this is one case. We got any other cases like major like this?
Not so major, but we do have other individual cases. But as far as for like black people, it's not a lot, but there are some. Other people, so you know, you got freedom suits, you got reparations, you got people who are trying to get a pension. So you got a lot of these different things happening, but they're all not the same. You can't consider them all reparations.
Right.
So, but it's still there and it's still an acknowledgement. You know what I'm saying, of what happened. Like Henrietta Wood, I think today that 2,500 would be like 60,000 or something like that.
Yeah, I was wondering what that would be today. So it was 2,500 back then. I mean, of course she needed a lot more, but 20 shit, she needed way more, bro. But still, that 2,500 would be like a significant amount today.
Yeah. But it happened, and like with who's with Belinda Royal, she's straight out of Ghana, you know.
Yeah, I was checking this out. But so Belinda Royal was born in modern day Ghana in 1713, sold into slavery. Oh wow, Massachusetts. Yeah, that's where they were taking a lot of folks from Ghana to Massachusetts. This is another guy. Okay, so we were talking about. I was telling folks about inoculation, the history of inoculation in the United
But
States.
look, hold on, real quick.
Yeah.
Inoculation. I want you to stay right there, just real quick. So you know how we also see that. So they're they're from Ghana. You got the Dane. One of the popular people that we know from Massachusetts is Paul Cuffey, right? Cuffey, Kofi. That's a boy born on Friday in the Ghana tradition. You know, that's what that stands for. So, like we see people from Ghana being sent to Massachusetts. We have a famous one,
New York,
Paul Cuffey, who they say his father was a clown because of the name, but Yeah, go ahead with the inoculation. I just want to point that out.
Yeah. I'm thinking about that because there was a lot of them, at least at that time in the 1700s, New York, Jamaica. They were bringing a lot of cons over here at that time. But yeah, it's a guy. So I forgot what the guy, because they didn't give him the African name, right? I mean, they didn't tell about his African name. It was telling the story from the name that was given to him. But allegedly a lot of people were dying of smallpox over there. A lot of white folks.
Yeah, it was
So
Onesimus. Onesimus.
Onesimus, right.
Yeah.
So I guess it was a lot of them dying on the slave ship too, but he was like one of the cats that survived, and they were trying to figure out how he survived and everything. And he explained the whole process of inoculation or whatever to him. And a lot of once the white dude found it out, the other white people said like, you can't listen to him, he a nigger, he crazy, excuse me, but he didn't see that. But once he showed him like, what you put in the sickness in the cut and all this other stuff, you know what I'm saying? Then once they found out that it worked, this was like the birth from inoculation to vaccination, being the African concept. And a lot of people don't. When I talk to a lot of the people, especially during like they listen to a lot of them, the Alex Jones and all these cats. You know what I'm saying? They go, oh yeah, this is going on with this, whatever. Understandable. I understand why a lot of black people don't trust the medical establishment, but they don't know the history where the whole
Yeah, they
vaccination
don't.
thing comes from either, right?
Absolutely. You're 100% right.
Yeah, even
So
with the
hold on.
vaccination thing, like they were preserving it. They were using mercury and everything back in the day, and one of the issues they had was they were using mercury as a preservation. But see, when you listen to Alex Jones, he's like, oh, they intentionally poisoned it on purpose and da 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 da. They were just using the mercury as preservation. I mean, it was put into people's teeth back in the day and everything. But they heard Alex Jones and these other white pseudos or whatever, and they took that and ran with it. So they're like, yo, they purposely poisoning the vaccination. But that was just interesting, man. A lot of black people, man, even when I tell them that story, they really don't want to listen to it because they still like, yo, vaccination is evil. But go ahead, bro.
Nah, yeah, you're right because right here, can you see this? So this is I don't know how to say the name. Sapona is
So
the god of
yeah, Sampano.
smallpox.
That's who me and Ling Ling had a when we were debating. His other name is Babaluaye, and that's where Ling Ling went
Mm.
and was trying
Yeah,
to
yeah. Oh,
explain it.
yeah.
Yeah,
But
but he
listen,
didn't know
he's the
what he was
god of
talking about.
smallpox. He's the god of
Yeah.
smallpox. So you
Hmm.
see, even like I said, the Yoruba people took their tradition about Shaponi to the New World when they transported in the slave trade. He became known as Babaluaye, among other names
Right.
in the recent religion that developed in Americas. Right. So um when Onesimus comes to Massachusetts with this already understanding, because they say matter referred to the ethnicity of Onesimus as Garamonte, which may refer to
Hmm.
Coromante, also known as the Akan people from Ghana, Akan people from Ghana. So we see this tradition of the smallpox deity and the knowledge that they had of how to inoculate being brought to America in these Africans, which saved actually the world, because now we get the understanding of vaccines and other things like that. I know Sean's gonna come here. We start talking about this. What's good,
Oh
Sean?
yeah. That was,
Nah, not much. Yeah. So real quick, just on the African side of it, um, the Nupe also share that deity, but the story was not really a story, but the way that they discovered how to inoculate was through trial and error. The medicine man, or what many would deem witchcraft or whatever the hell names they want to call them, right? They would be the only ones, like during these seasonal outbreaks, that would have a defense against them, and everyone else didn't know. They would be the only ones walking around, um, and among the people, where everybody else would run inside the house. And no one understood that. They knew death was outside, so they were all trying to escape death. But, you know, these people knew that they were protected because they figured out a way to do something very dangerous, and that was to cut open a wound. I mean, you know, pretty much cut themselves and introduce the foreign pathogen to their bloodstream out of experimentation. So the people that died, they would take them to the bush to be buried. And during that season, people wouldn't go anywhere near the bush. And so it was from that, right? That introduction that they saw that they had a level of protection, and people just thought it was some type of, you know, sorcery or whatever the case you want to call it. So then they would start charging people to basically inoculate them, right? And this was a dangerous way to be able to do that. And that practice carried on for quite some time. And they came to the New World with that practice, but it was just one of those things that those old world diseases wasn't affecting old world people. It was affecting the New World people.
Yeah.
And the New World diseases would have some type of impact, but it wasn't significant as the old world stuff did on the New World. So
So hold on, Sean. I don't mean to cut you off. So that was a good thing you brought up. So obviously we know there was diseases that developed in the New World. This is kind of off the subject.
Yeah.
But I always kind of wondered, was there anything like crazy that developed over here? Because you just said, you know, it wasn't nothing that we basically couldn't handle.
Right.
On a population scale. You feel what I'm saying?
I
So,
mean,
was there?
an STD, but I mean, it wasn't
That's
life
about it.
threatening.
Yeah,
I mean, they just had like other stuff. They had other pathogens that people wasn't used to, but they knew how to treat it, so they could give you, they can give you whatever you actually needed.
So is that because is that so mostly just me thinking mostly the disease that affects us now is like I think the crazy ones are ones that switch from animals to humans, right? Or besides like genetic stuff and stuff. I'm talking about like things that just pop up.
Talking about like monkeypox and stuff like that.
Yeah, like smallpox, shit like that, like things that are just not. They end up happening because of just people being too close to animals and things like that. So is it because
not just that, but they needed a host. No matter what, everything needs a host.
Yeah. But what I mean is some of these things, like, okay, so humans played a part in some of these things because we kind of put these things together to make these, to create the environment for these new pathogens to come about. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, yeah, we first.
Yeah, you cut out.
Yeah, you cut out.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. So there's no new virus to the world. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. So
it's just mutations that we're dealing with.
Right. It's just mutations of other viruses that we encounter that are foreign to us. So all right. So let me give just real quick. If SARS-CoV-2 had developed, if someone got sick with SARS-CoV-2 that lived 100 miles away from the Wuhan lab, the Wuhan market, I'm just saying this in general. The likelihood of it spreading on the level that it actually spread, it wouldn't have never occurred because they would have been away from other people, and it wouldn't have found a host to live on. So a lot of these viruses that we encounter is because of small groups of people hunting or eating wild, or we building these residences in these places where these organisms have been for time immemorial, and we're just now becoming exposed to them. We really don't understand the human body like we're supposed to, and we just get these close encounters. And then what someone does when they actually get sick, if it's not too detrimental, they think it's a cold, and then they're around other people coughing, sneezing, hawking, spitting, yada yada
Yeah.
yada. Now you got some emotion, but once you're in a market setting, right? Think about, you got hundreds of people in a market setting, almost if not thousands of people buying groceries and stuff. This is a
Yeah,
big
but
event going on.
that's what I
Yeah.
meant by humans causing some of these things.
Yeah, our
Because
ignorance. We do it out of ignorance.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
But
Yeah,
that's why
not
they
saying we do
also
it on
they
purpose.
look in foreign countries though. They spend a lot
Yeah.
of time investigating in foreign countries where the surveillance, because they have virus disease surveillance teams. I don't know if y'all are aware of that.
Nah, yes, I have, because they on the hunt for these new things popping up. They want to be ahead
Right.
of
They want to be
it.
ready for it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So
And that
just
was
for
the
people that didn't
problem.
know that, they gotta know. You gotta
But
know that
look,
they got these motherfuckers out there.
Obama had a whole team for that, right? When Trump
Yeah,
comes in,
it's a
he got
Trump.
rid
Yeah,
of them.
Trump said, "Fuck that shit."
He got rid of them, and that's why we was behind on COVID-19. But whatever, you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
but you know that they were working on trying to figure out if SARS-CoV-1 could mutate into something bigger than that, and that's what that team was working on. The team was
I
working
didn't
on
know that
solutions to
part.
that. Yeah,
I
that's
didn't
the
know that
research.
part. Yeah, I didn't know that part. I just knew there was a team already in place, and then Trump got rid of them.
Yeah, they
for
cut the
whatever.
funding for it. They cut the funding for the research. Now, this research has been going on for about 30 years, though.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I know. It wasn't like Obama put them there. This was already something already working.
Right.
And then when he comes, he just cuts them. You know what I'm saying? Like
We don't get to a vaccine without that lady coming from she came from overseas, yo. She came to study RNA technology a long time ago. It wasn't a dude who got mad and started saying that he invented the shit. He turned all the way pseudo. But it was a group of people. But that lady was instrumental. It was a lady, a couple of more other dudes. They've been doing this research on this technologies since the 70s or the 80s.
Wow.
Now they've been known about these coronaviruses and stuff. People think it's new, but
they had to. Well, the thing is RNA, understanding RNA. They say RNA is more important than RNA is more important than DNA. And at first, they always said the DNA was the building block of life. Well, that argument is being had that RNA is the most important because of the significance of RNA in the human body. So that's a scientific, it's a real technical argument, but you know what I mean? At the end of the day, we don't get to a solution to a problem without enslaved Africans being able to answer the questions, even in Boston, all the way down to South Carolina, to be able to answer the questions to that exposure. Because originally they just called the shit the nigga itch. You know what I'm saying? They thought they were susceptible to it.
But,
Yeah.
Sean,
So
I
you
think
ain't know
it's
that,
important.
Cass. You know it now. They call that shit the nigga itch.
The nigga.
Sean, I think it's important to highlight that we came here with that knowledge. We didn't learn it here. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah. So when the Abos ask you what technology did you bring or whatever advancement, because remember you was having that argument with them before.
I don't bring that up to them because they're so anti the shot. I'm not bringing that up to them. They're not ready for that type of adult conversation.
Especially Philly OG.
Damn, them niggas is in the chat crying.
They're not ready for that
This nigga still listen. I gave a whole example on photosynthesis, yo. This nigga still said that I can't define it, yo.
Yeah, I know. I seen him in there. He talking retarded, right?
Yo, that nigga. Hey, that's the big fat nigga that had the glasses on and shit, act like a DJ.
No, that was Ling Ling, the one with the crazy voice.
Tehran is Ling Ling, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah,
He in
yeah.
the chat. He in the chat.
Oh,
Yeah, I see him. I
somebody
see
just
him.
made an African AI version of him in that group I'm in that he be arguing me in. Somebody just made an African AI version of him and the other pseudos in the group. I gotta see y'all the pictures, bro. I gotta see y'all the pictures.
Yo, look, was he just not listening? Look, he says, "Where's your Bantu inventions?"
You gotta read it in his voice. Sassy P,
So
where's your
one of the inventions we was just talking about was inoculation, which basically is saving human beings every day, right? On all parts of the earth, right? We are forerunners of that technology that we call vaccinations. Y'all don't like them,
Shit.
but
You could tell him writing.
oh yeah, that too. I just want but I just talking about what we was just talking
Oh
about.
yeah.
We
Yeah,
just
these motherfuckers don't
gave him
realize
one.
without
He
medicine.
wasn't. Yeah, he wasn't even listening. You know what I'm saying? We were just talking about these inventions, right? Then we can talk
He
about
was just trying
writing.
to formulate his argument, yo. That's all.
Yeah,
He's too busy trying to argue versus listening.
we can talk about writing. You know what I'm saying? Building.
It's a
math.
brother. It's a
Zane, look
brother
at Zane
too.
comment. Zane said he blocked his dumb ass for the photosynthesis shit. Yeah. Like
It's
for
a
real,
medicine that we
yo.
use. It's a medicine we use for snake bites too. I don't know if the brother was in the Carolinas or something like that. It came from this brother that was real knowledgeable on herbs down there.
Yeah, man. It's a lot of shit, bro. It's a lot of shit.
A
That
lot.
venom, yo, that you know what I mean? Being able to how do you reverse this shit? You gotta, that technology where you before they had the science that they actually had, how do you think that they would resolve that issue, bro? They would suck the blood out of the womb out of that person to help prevent it and spit that shit out. Never affected the other person. That was a but think about that. All of this shit that we're talking about, that was dangerous. You know what I'm saying? A live, these dudes was introducing a live virus to their body. Knowing what we know now, when you introduce the human body to a live virus, you go through a period of viral shedding. Meaning that you can shed the live virus and infect other human beings around you until it's inactivated. They didn't know none of that shit, bro. They just was trying this shit. And it got them to where they were immune to this shit. And people were able to pick up on that technology and advance it. And now, knowing what we know now, how dangerous and risky that shit was then, the motherfuckers was brave, yo. You don't get nowhere
Brave as
without the
fuck.
Africans.
That's a fact. People put their life on the line to further civilization, human civilization.
And we have inoculations today, thanks to the West Africans, bro. And so that's
we were just talking about that, Kelly.
Yeah, that's a big deal about history. But once again, like I said, you got people who are gonna deny it. I just look at it like this, man, because I'm getting ready to tap out and I'm gonna catch the replay. Salute to you, Nak. Salute to you, Sean. Salute you, Cash, man.
Peace.
You can't overturn history, bro. I don't give a fuck what you say. You can sit here and try to go against it. Oh, I'm not talking about you guys. I'm not talking about the people.
No. I was reading his comment. My bad, bro. My
Okay.
bad.
Yeah, I'm just saying you can't. Yeah, you can't overturn history. You're not going to overturn science. You can believe whatever you want to believe. You're going to be wrong. The scientific community is not even going to listen to you. They're going to think that they're going to just say that everything you're discussing is ridiculous. They're not going to even engage you in any type of conversation because it's a waste of time. Most folks are going to take a DNA test because it's going to put you in West Africa. And then after that point, if you're saying that DNA tests, if they don't match your genealogy, that's what was said yesterday on the live stream, then you're going to throw out the DNA test. Well, at that point, like I said, that just proves that your genealogy was off because the DNA test is not going to lie. The DNA test is going to be accurate. So you can try to deny actual science all you want. Hey, you have the right to do that. You want to live in that world? I'm talking about anybody in the chat room wants to live in the world and try to deny actual, historical documentation, I'm talking about actual DNA science, anthropology, archaeology. There are people actually doing the work in those fields. Black folks too. And you're going to sit there and so you're going to, a lot of folks will say that those people are agents. Unfortunately, I'm talking about the people coming out of the quote unquote the American Indian / Aboriginal community. My main issue with those folks is the conspiracy. You guys, a lot of you guys are just conspiracy theorists, bro, and you guys won't follow actual information, won't try to understand why science has come to the conclusions that they've come to. Instead, you rather just try to debunk it, but you don't understand it. So it's ridiculous. You don't understand something, so you're still going to just say it's wrong. That's stupid. But like I said, this is America. You get to make any decision you want to. You're wrong. We got science on our side. We won already. There is no debate. We already won. You're only debating on social media, but in reality, we won. I'm sorry, it's over. The debate is over. We know who the indigenous people of the Americas are. It ain't black folks. It doesn't matter. I don't care what you try to say. You can try to come up here and try to come. Well, I know I got my You can talk about how you got your genealogy done. You got all your You ain't got no documentation proving that you were indigenous to this land, unless you're saying that you have one of those native people in you, one of those people that you say are Asian. The people who actually came across the Bering Strait. Those people are the actual indigenous people of this land. You're not overturning them. Sorry, I know you want to, you can't. Your genetics not gonna match. Your genetics gonna match those people in West Africa, not because they're just putting it or just assigning you something. It's because you actually match those people in the database because that's where your genetics come from. Sorry, I know that's a nasty word to hear or that's a nasty word that you guys consider it to be a nasty word to be African. That's like the worst thing in the world. It's sad,
Yeah.
but it's true.
Well, they don't
Well
realize
said,
the white supremacists mentally, man, at heart. Like, I don't understand why they don't understand that. Like, you literally saying shit that white supremacists say. You over here talking about skull shapes and saying, "Oh, our skulls are shaped different from that." What the brother was saying on the other brother that come on all the time. I think he got an African wife too. Brother, he come on. He gonna be speaking on there at the end on Topcast channel. But he said we had different skull shapes, and I'm like, what type of eugenic talking point? What are you talking about, bro? You sound like a Nazi. But in their mind, they not putting two and two together, and it's weird. Like, bro, you sound like a Nazi saying that shit. You know what I'm saying? Come on, man.
No, it's sad, bro. Like I said, bro, you're not gonna convince some of these people, bro. Some of these people they're gung ho on trying to prove that they're indigenous when you can't. You can't. All the evidence goes against you. The science goes against you. You could try to say we're misusing science. You can't take that to any type of university. They're gonna throw that garbage out. When they tell you to take a DNA test, your DNA test, I don't care which company you use, it's gonna put you in the same. It's gonna put you in the same geographic location, West Africa. Sorry, I know that's why you're gonna run. That's why some of y'all don't want to take it because we know what it's gonna be. But a lot of Albert Twitter, so we're just gonna try to assign you. But you can actually have somebody else. You can have your friend buy the test for you. Just give them the money in cash. Take the test yourself. I know, but I want to say it anyway. You can have a white guy or a Indian dude, whatever. It doesn't matter. A whole different ethnic group buy the test for you, right? So you can have some dude by the name of Rakesh, right? Buy the test for you. You can take the test and you can have Rakesh mail it back from his house, and that test still gonna say West African, bro. Still gonna say West African. Take the test because they won't know it's you because you had your friend, your Indian friend, buy. So I'm talking about an East Indian dude.
Yo.
Callie. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
You all right?
Yeah, I'm good, bro.
You good? You sure?
I'm good, bro.
Trying to make sure you good. You sure you good?
He pissed off at these Abos, man.
That motherfucker mad in the motherfucker. That nigga came on here and didn't breathe, nigga. He just kept.
Yeah.
I mean, he
Ever
said like
since he
Tyron. Look at this. What Tyron? Vaccination is an American Indian invention. Like you just
Now
disproved
listen,
this.
I'm about to get to that. Hold on. Don't steal my shine, Cass. Don't steal my shine.
Oh, wow.
Hold on. Let me bring up two things real quick. I wanted to add to what we was talking about. You know, these Africans coming here and you know, creating cures and things for like Like Sean said earlier,
Yo, by the
venereal.
way, there's no word for vaccination or inoculation or any of that information among the Native Americans.
No, yeah, nothing like that.
Yeah,
So look,
they had no way of ailing and treating anything. The best thing they had was quinine.
that's it, quinine.
Yeah,
So
that's the best they had.
so this right here is from the Pennsylvania Gazette in 1729. It says, in that one pawpaw, a Negro, having discovered a certain remedy for venereal disease, by which he has wrought speedy and surprising cures. So not just one, multiple. He cured multiple people. Surprising cures in Virginia. Uh, the governor and council had purchased his liberty and settled 20 whatever per annum on him. So 20 whatever for a year on him. But you see, he earned his freedom by being basically knowing how to create certain remedies for certain things that's happening.
Yeah, so they get the patents up off his ass.
Oh wow.
Absolutely, and they're gonna bottle and sell that. He got his freedom. They bottled it up. They went on their way. Damn, where Cujo go? Oh, yo, Ling Ling, I would like for you to come and show these vaccinations in American Indian as an American Indian invention. You just saying you probably sent like 20 different things in the chat. Like that's how we know you pseudo. If you wasn't, you would stay on one point.
This fool said needles. He said this motherfucker said no, nigga. No, when people were doing inoculations, there was no needles.
Hold on,
and by the way, yo, by the way,
they had to break the skin.
So we gotta laugh at that.
Shout out to the African American gentleman who came and studied at the great HBCU, Fisk University, who developed a technique for being able to administer vaccines the correct way without puncturing, your veins, your arms, your skin, and all of that. You know what I'm saying? It was an African American that developed that technique, and he studied right here in Nashville, Tennessee at Fisk University, and even over at Meharry, you know what I'm saying? So, he didn't say he was Aboriginal or indigenous or any of that shit. He said African.
Big up, Virginia.
Hey, you know what's sad? You know what's sad? Hey, dudes were trying to tell me before that Roy Ayers was Aboriginal. They tried to tell me that Pac was Aboriginal. All these dudes claim to be of African ancestry.
Hey, y'all gotta look up this dude. Y'all gotta look up this dude, Graman Kwesi, out of Suriname, right? So he was another medicine man, and I forgot it's gonna say it in his story, but the cure. And listen to his name. His name is Kwesi, right? We know he from Ghana or he from the Gold Coast region.
Yeah, you know the people over there in Suriname, they call themselves the Awakan. They're basically calling it's like a Dutch way of saying Akan.
Akan. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, this dude named Kwesi. The issue with Kwesi though, he was a slave catcher though. He was a great medicine man, but he used his so-called powers to catch slaves. So he was like a sellout, but he came up with like this cure. I don't know what it was for, but he came up with this great cure that they use in medicine today and stuff like that. So I guess it turns the leaf for that story. But Graman Kwesi is his name, out of Suriname. If y'all want to check that out.
That's dope. Yo, hold on real quick. Cujo, you there?
Yeah. Kwesi mean boy born on Sunday too in the con, just to put that out there.
Yeah.
Big up, Virginia.
Brother.
Big up, Virginia. What's going on? I just was on Clubhouse, man. That's a cesspool of ignorant children.
You
Clubhouse.
Yo, Cujo in that group with me. He in that group with me that Ling Ling be in on Facebook.
Which one?
Was it the Negro continent one?
Oh, the final. Yeah, that shit is ridiculously stupid.
Yeah, Ling Ling in there. Ling Ling is that guy. What is that guy? Steven something.
They got King Los over there too. His crazy ass.
think
You trying
he
to
is.
think of Stevens? You trying to get Steven government name?
Yo,
Yeah,
Ling.
yeah, Ling Steven, his name, because I think Kojo might have commented on they made a post with all the Abos on there, and they made like these African AI avatars of them and stuff. I'm
Stephen
trying to see
Joseph
if Kojo
Levels
was on that post.
Green. Stephen Joseph Levels Green. That is Ling Ling.
Yo,
Ling
but
Ling's
hold on.
name is Stephen Joseph
Steven
Levels
good.
Green.
Stephen Joseph.
Steven. Yo, Steven, pop up.
Wow, King ass make assumptions. He over here talking about.
You know
But
what's
hold
funny
on,
thing?
real quick, y'all. Hold on. Who is that? Callie, you have something to say real quick? I
No,
want
I'm
to go
just
to
saying.
this
It's
video.
funny thing. No matter where you go, and no matter where the Africans landed throughout the Americans, you can see all the Africanisms being practiced still today. It's so
Absolutely.
overwhelming. It's just stupid to me, bro, that we're still having this conversation with some of these people, bro. That you can't prove. Well, funny thing is they'll say that they will actually say that those practices are indigenous. Some of these people are
Yeah,
trying
with
to
no
argue.
proof. Like with no proof. Like Ling said in the chat. No proof. But yo, King Cash, he was over there at on Topcast channel, and he was having he was beating him up over there. He
Me and
damn
that
near
other
became
dude.
he damn
That
near
was
became
today. That was today.
yeah. This was a couple hours ago. But I'm gonna play it. If anybody want to comment whenever you want, just say something. I'll pause it. But it's kind of entertaining. All right, let's go.
Will be putting yokes. That's all bullshit.
Okay,
Your people been here. Your people had farms and land and
that's not true.
resources.
They've been
Your
here,
people wasn't
yes, but
your people
to
wasn't
go
no
back to the
slaves.
establishment of
What
the
is that?
First Nations people, that would be incorrect.
What's the
That's the
first
Hebrew
nation?
dude.
We was not here at the establishment of the
Hold
First
up.
Nations
What's
people.
so who was the first nation people? What would their ethnicity or race be?
Man, so what anthropologists saying, this is going back roughly 10 to 12,000 years. You know what I'm saying? Early man making his way over here. And then you're gonna have multiple migrations. You're gonna have those original people are no longer on this landmass.
Hey fam, listen, let me explain. Let me break the bad news.
Those original people no
All right,
longer
so look,
populate
so
this
look, all right,
landmass
so
today.
we heard, all right, so we understand that. We understand what you just said, right? Listen,
Right.
my dude, they got a city in North Carolina that go back over 50,000 years. They have found archaeology. Listen, they have
He
found
said that shit with a straight face.
and anthropology
He said that he's serious.
that suggests that people been in America for millions of years.
No,
bro. What?
Y'all
Been in
heard
America
that?
millions of years.
What anthropologist say that?
None.
What anthropologist say that? It wasn't even a man on the goddamn planet, bro. Homo sapiens wasn't even ain't even a million years old.
Exactly.
Well, your boy say the Mississippian era. That's what they say over on BAP's channel. The
Hold on, but
Mississippian era
didn't he
before
used to say?
mammals.
Didn't he used to say about 5 years ago that people were around doing Pangea? Didn't they used to say that shit?
Yeah. The Pangea is even older than
That's
the
what he's
Mississippian
saying
era,
now.
ain't it?
Wasn't even no mammals at the time of what they say Pangea was
Like
supposed to be.
this nigga was a whole nigga's a gecko. Nigga, what? I don't
Yeah,
even know
he's a gecko.
Niggas
Yo,
a
hold on.
crustacean. I don't even think.
Hold on, real quick.
Now some of them are claiming to be around since dinosaurs.
Hold on, real quick.
Well, there's an argument for that, and I was waiting on somebody to say that. I got a scientific article regarding, but it's not necessarily Homo sapiens. So it was published actually today. Hold on, I'm not near my phone. But birds let are me give it to actually you. dinosaurs. So I mean, I'm familiar with what you're talking about, but birds are actually dinosaurs. So we
Well, yeah, that's the new
literally
argument. That's the new argument that they have feathers and stuff. So that's the new argument.
I read that one about the dinosaurs having feathers. Yeah.
Yo, hold on, real quick.
Yeah.
So,
I'm gonna drop it in the back.
Hold on, real quick, y'all. Let me just.
You ain't got to share this because I don't want nobody to see all the information.
So Desmond Gamble, you asked, do I have a Chief Vincent Cuffey in my tree? Yeah, that's my 5th grade uncle. You said you was from Long Island. Is he related to you? You need to come up here, man. You're always in the chat. Come up here. But y'all go ahead.
I see it in the back.
Y'all go ahead.
Hey, Tyron said Sean P.
Desmond, that's my 5th grade uncle.
Oh, NAC, do you have a Chief Vincent Cuffey in your tree?
Yeah, because Desmond, his people's from Long Island also. So we might be related. I don't know. We're going to find out.
Tyron said, Sean P, cite your source of your Bantu crack needle. Okay.
Yo, listen.
Hey, Sean, that article you posted, I'm reading that in the morning. That shit look fire, bro. I can't wait to read that article in the
let
morning.
me try to save that, bro. Hold on.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I usually sit on a lot of information just in case we get into some arguments. But they don't never give me a chance.
They're not gonna look at that. Abos don't care about that. But that shit fire right there. And I said I can't wait to read that shit tomorrow.
The second source though, the second source is it's got graphics on there that's useful for some people if you can understand what the images are saying. If not, then it got sources up under that. So those are some useful. It's a pretty good read for, especially in the morning when it's quiet and shit.
Yeah, I'm about to read that one. I'm gonna read that one too, bro.
Yeah, so this is some shit that's, you see the date on it.
We coming with some new shit. Oh, this gonna throw some motherfuckers off the water. I'm gonna go back on once I read it. I want to go back on AP channel because he's talking about the niggas in the Mississippian era and stuff. So
yo, listen, the Mississippian era is AD era, yo. This shit ain't that far ago.
No, not that Mississippian. Okay, so what do you call it? It's the you got the crust. What is it? What is that called? Not that Mississippi.
No. Right? Listen. Before anything else go, the last stage of the Paleo Amerindians, right? You got the Paleo Indians, then you have the Archaics, and then I forget the one that comes after the Archaics. That name always slips my mind. And then you have the Mississippian culture. You have four different cultures, right? You have you have this evolution of presence in the Americas, and they're all in stages. The Mississippian culture is the last stage before the whole shit changes. This is before Columbus gets here. When Columbus arrives, ain't no more Mississippian shit.
Yeah, shit out of there. I remember they showed all the pottery and all that on them too. Like I was watching that thing on. This is during the time of Cahokia. This is like Cahokia.
Yeah, but they trying to steal that. How you go?
Did you guys just read what Tyrone Loom said?
He been saying some funny ass shit on the chat though.
Yo,
I don't know if I should take it serious.
He said it's Vincent, a Ghanaian Bantu witch doctor, or a Shinnecock Abos. Whoa.
Yeah, I think he trolling.
So you know what's crazy? So Vincent would be from so Vincent, Paul Cuffey is Vincent is Paul Cuffey's son. Paul Cuffey is half African, half Native American. His mother, I'm not sure the percentage. Well, let's just say I'm not sure the percentage of his mother, but they say she's of African descent. They say his father's Aboriginal. But Paul Cuffey, who they say his wife Hannah Cuffey, who is Vincent's mother, they say she's African. So Vincent would be more African, but he wouldn't know. That's my family.
And you know another African name that they use in and it's crazy because what's the name brought it up. He was saying that was his people, real rap. Last name was Senegal, right?
Oh yeah. Oh, you missed it. He showed that they're from Cape Verde and they're Senegalese. Yeah.
And Senegalese, and that's another last name. Since we talking about Cuffey too, that was another.
Yeah, no,
last
that's
name.
what
I remember. Elder told me he knew.
I told Real Rap that I told Real Rep that Fulani's and Wolof, some of the Wolof ended up in
Cape Verde.
in Cape Verde, and they ended up mixing with the Portuguese. And it turned out he was mixed. She said she was half Senegalese and Portuguese. And I told him, but I was telling him that he's probably Senegalese, probably a Senegalese ancestry before he even found the ancestor with the last name mistake.
Yeah, I was
Based off
just checking
of being
something
from
out.
Louisiana.
I was just checking something out about that. They said on like the islands, right? You would have some people with more mixture of Portuguese, and then he said they got like a couple of islands where they like straight from the mainland Africans and stuff like that. Like they didn't hardly have any mixture on a couple of those islands because it's like a group. Oh, Cape Verde is like a group of islands, right?
Yeah, I got friends from Cape Verde, and it's a lot of a lot of Cape Verdeans have settled in the Massachusetts area. You'll see a lot of Cape Verdeans in Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut. You know what I'm saying? Even some up in Maine and stuff like that now.
Yeah,
Cash is called a woodland period.
So, hold on, real. I think we left off with A1 saying there was 50,000-year-old cities in America.
Yeah, that's some crazy shit, yo. He said people been here for millions of years.
Yeah, well, he said 50,000-year cities, and then people was here for million years. Yeah, you're right, Sean. So those are two bold claims. Like, I don't know if he tries to back it up. I forget.
Tyrone Lewis just dropped the link again.
You know he ain't, bro. Yo, I'm getting off. I'm running from that nigga, yo.
You running?
I'm running from that nigga. That nigga pseudo as fuck, yo.
Sean P, you on your Bantu crack pipe, man.
Right, this fool asked for needles, yo. He said the Bantu needles, yo. They didn't use no motherfucking needles, yo. They use sharp objects to cut open a wound in your skin, yo.
Nah,
He wasn't listening.
See, look, no, Sean, you supposed to save that. Save that because he don't know what the fuck he's talking about. So now if he comes up here saying that shit, we supposed to hit him with, well, you don't even know what inoculation is. And then we explain what the inoculation is. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, he crackhead though. I don't think he listening.
Yeah, you know, Abos
drop the link. He called.
You know, Abos
why
claiming
you gotta be a
Onisimous, right?
pussy and all that shit, yo?
You know, Abos claiming Onisimous, right? You guys heard? Abos claiming that Onisimous was black.
He was Blackfoot Indian.
They said Onisimous was Blackfoot Indian. Yeah.
You talking about
these niggas still more than crackheads? That's still
that's what we talking about, yo. That's what we talking about, Cujo. Yo, I think y'all related though. I think you and Desmond related, bro.
Nah, we definitely are. Because he already knows.
Y'all might be like second or third cousins or some shit.
Nah, it's distant, but we definitely are because I never talked about Vincent, but Vincent is one of Paul Cuffey's sons. So he asked me, you know what I'm saying, Vincent. I showed, that's my fifth grade uncle. I don't descend from Vincent.
Cuffey mean boy born on Friday.
No, that's a fact. Like I said, his mother, Paul Cuffey, his mother is they say
yo, this shit crazy, yo. Do you know how crazy this shit is right now?
Aware. You find it all over the slave narrative. You find people with names.
These niggas is distant cousins, yo. They're distant cousins and find each other on fucking live stream, yo.
Yeah, that's
wild.
That's wild. Know, but it just goes to show the interconnectedness that we have as a people that we're unaware of. You know what I'm saying? Because of these migrations that we have had over the past 200 years. But we are still connected. That's what makes us a people. And that's what those bastard ass Aboriginal claimants, that's what they miss out on. You know, they miss out on how we're connected. And we're really connected by blood. We're connected by blood and culture. I guarantee you, if any, like the 5 or 6 of us on here now, if we did a deep dive, we'll find that one of us are related to each other somewhere down the line. We'll find something.
I got several family members that were born in Virginia.
Hey Sean, big the fuck up Fisk University, man. For real, man. I did a little deep dive on that, man, and I've thought about you when I was researching Nashville. Oh man, big up.
Some shit going down. A lot of history come up out of Fisk.
Yeah, big up.
That's prevalent to our understanding, especially in science. I think that Fisk and Meharry are monumental.
They
I'm not
stood up.
saying that they're the only ones.
No, yeah.
But
You should take pride in your area. That's what's up.
Yeah. Like they were instrumental in a lot of shit, man. Because a lot of people came here from wherever all y'all from. I guarantee you, one of them smart motherfuckers that left the city or wherever y'all at came to Fisk University to get educated to go back.
Yeah, they actually changed the black college dynamic because they were trying to make them way too conservative. You know what I'm saying? They didn't even have the guy took away all the sports teams and everything.
Yeah,
you know
and they slowly got basketball and track.
Yeah, they stood up. They stood up, and when they stood up, they made the school here, Virginia Union. Virginia Union stood up. You know what I'm saying? So they set the example. So big up to them. Big up Tennessee.
Yeah, a lot of shit happened, yo. And I guess they're gonna say the civil rights movement was about Aboriginals.
Yeah, they're gonna try to say
They
that
might
shit.
as well double down. They might as well double down on all the bullshit, yo.
Yeah, they tried that before.
50,000-year-old cities. I mean, that would be top news. We'll be talking about that. Would be everywhere.
You know what? This cat tried to tell. He tried to argue with me that Tupac. He said Tupac was Aboriginal. Then I had to. All I did was show him in Tupac in African garb. I showed Tupac talking about. I gave him an interview with Tupac talking about us coming from Africa, and he left that one alone. I said, "Who else you want to talk about, bro? Because almost anybody you can discuss from the '90s, going further back. I'm gonna show you. I can actually give you a video, or I can give you some articles of them discussing Africa. You want to discuss?
Tupac literally got on African garb and Digital Underground video.
I know.
Sure do.
Like what the hell?
Hey, what's Teron's sister name, yo? What's his sister name? Let me look on this Let me look on his Facebook and see if I can find his sister.
Hey yo,
find
this
sister, yo.
A1 thing get funny though, man, because he tried to get me kicked off the panel.
So 50. Hold on. So we left off at
50,000
million-year-old people, 50,000-year-old city. He said he could prove it real easy.
And before you play this, has anybody ever been able to answer this question? Can you find us the people? Anybody from the from the 19th century all the way to the 16th century, saying that they were indigenous to America? I'm talking about black folks speaking for themselves.
Bro. No.
I've never been able to find it.
Nah, the only thing you're gonna find about black people and being present is the fact that they cohabitated with the native people in certain situations, right? But even still in that cohabitation, they built separate communities. And even though they had a common enemy, they did certain shit. Those that could build communities, others that were enslaved by those Indians, that's a different conversation. But for the blacks that cohabitated with them and built, they lived separately. They wouldn't. You can't go like next door and be like, "Yo, what's up, my boy?" You know what I'm saying? That wouldn't happen. Like they were cool, but not like that, yo. That wasn't the situation.
Right. Now you get
and we
to the
see
islands,
that with the
now
Maroons.
you get to Mexico and you get to like certain islands like where the Garifuna at, they were smashing them indigenous women. And a lot of folks, it's a story, they call them the Lobos in Mexico. And they would get mad.
Yep.
Yeah, they would get mad. Like these niggas keep smashing the indigenous women. So like the priests and
but
all
they
them
segregated them. They segregated them niggas down there though. Central America, they segregated them niggas, yo. Y'all take y'all Afro Mexican asses over there.
You go anywhere in the Caribbean coast to Central America, that's where the black folks are gonna be located at. All the way from Belize, all the way down to Panama, and all those countries on the Caribbean coast. That's where the black folks are concentrated in Central America.
Hey, them little bitty Indian women seeing them niggas, them Congo niggas, they're like, oh shit.
Yeah, they wanted to get that swipe. Just like that white woman. That white woman.
Yo, hold on real quick. He said, Ling Ling, I don't got you blocked. Like
the link is in there, yo.
Yeah, like
he's scared to come up because there ain't no other Aboriginals on here.
He lying, bro.
Yeah, he's lying.
Come up.
Not a coincidence,
But
don't
he
even
was
block
blocked.
motherfuckers, yo.
Go ahead.
What up, Sute?
Well, I don't want to block nobody. I don't care. You can talk. You can talk all that dumb shit. You can say all that crazy shit. I don't care.
You
Step
can
to
say
the
anything you
stage.
want to say, but it's not. It
Step
don't
to the
matter. Like I
stage.
keep saying, we already won. We're just this is like formality and just beating up on you because you're a punching bag. But reality, we already beat you. Science already beat you. Sorry, not
What
sorry.
up, y'all? What I miss?
Oh no, we just getting started on the clip. Was arguing with A1 and them.
Now hold on. I'm gonna tell you what you missed. In the beginning, I played Smoke Signal. He was asking about the history of reparations. That was a conversation yesterday. So I gave
Damn, I
him.
missed that.
Nah, remember you came in on the end. I showed you Belinda Royal. She was born in Africa.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
She got,
Tyrone Long is over there saying that you're a coward. Like I say, yeah, you playing, bro. You're not really trying to come up here, bro. You over there playing, trying to act like that. You really get up here, bro. You lying.
He said the Sean P said the Woodland period is before the Mississippi.
So Smoke Signal wanted to know if Africans got reparations in America. So I showed him a couple examples. Then we went to this video, and right now, A1 made the claim that it was 50,000-year-old cities in America, and there was people in America for millions of years. So that's where we at right now. Yeah, Ling Ling, you just a scared little pup, man. Come up here.
Yo, you know he from Brooklyn? You know he got an aunt in Brooklyn, yo?
Who?
Yeah,
Ling Ling?
in the chat. Yeah.
Yeah, probably from Bensonhurst or some shit out the way. He not.
Bensonhurst, the neighborhood that black people are supposed to avoid.
That's the Irish part.
Paula Malinagi's neighborhood. You know Paula Malinaji, right? Yeah, Paula and all this. Paula Malinaji said some all kind of ignorant shit. You know, he was trying to
good. I appreciate that, Cujo, but you know he's a child. You see, he's acting like a child.
You know, Paula Malinaji trying to claim that stuff here in Africa rape. You know that Paula Malinaji tried to
Yeah, nah. I mean neither, but
Paula Malinaji tried to imply that sub-Saharan Africans, you know, ransacked, you know, Sicily. like for some, he tried to say that sub-Saharan Africans colonized Sicily and ran through the women. Paula Malinaji boxing the idiot.
Nigga Tyron.
Why is he always saying some racist shit?
Yeah.
Why? Because he likes to go against our boxing community. We didn't check him so many times. And just always saying dumb shit now. Ever since AB took his side chick, his side piece, he been acting the fool.
I remember that. I remember that. Yeah, then these niggas be cutting.
Hey, I can tell Ling Ling we can run that debate over here.
I seen his cousin too. He got a female cousin, yo. She lives in Virginia too. She from Brooklyn.
I'll definitely
you go Virginia.
Do a debate over here. I don't mind.
Yeah, Ling Ling, right? Somebody killed me over there, whatever, you know. I was like, all right, I got you.
But hold on, let's play a little of this video real quick.
I'm gonna find your sister, nigga.
She gonna hop on the live one day. Cause I heard her on somebody else's live. She jumped up there.
It's all,
I'm gonna hop over here. She gonna hop over here. Watch.
Millions of years.
A1 just made that up. A1, show us the 50,000-year-old city.
Millions of years.
This is what I be talking about, that more stuff. At least Podcast be having his stuff together. Like you saying that's crazy.
Hey, King Cash, see
50 million years, bro.
King Cash.
Hold on, Cass. That's what I wanted to ask you. What Top Cats got together, man? What stuff he got together?
So this was the thing. When I say Top Cat, like his lie, right? He got a straight lie that he uses.
Oh, he got his
about
lie
his genealogy.
Nah, okay, I respect that.
Yeah, this nigga A1 just
A1 he be flip flopping. He'll say one thing one day, the next thing another day. Yeah, I know exactly.
But that's why Top Cats was beefing with him. Top Cats like, y'all bringing that Moorish shit in, and this making us look, like my line straight. He like, I got this one straight line from the Casada people. My folks came in, and the nigga say it's smooth. And you were like, damn, all right, you got your line straight, but you still pseudo or whatever, right? This nigga just came out of nowhere and said we got 50,000-year-old cities. That was just out of nowhere, bro. It was crazy.
So
this nigga Tyron a fake ass Dane Calloway, yo. It's the same motherfucking nigga, yo. Failed music career, yo.
All right, man. I'm gonna tap the rest of the replay, y'all. I'm gonna tap out. I gotta get up in the morning. Salute to y'all, man.
Yeah, peace, man. So,
yeah, I'm gonna stay on a little bit too. Then
appreciate that article, man, about Sean. Thank you for the article, bro.
No problem. Yeah, no problem. That nigga got a failed music career, yo.
A lot of them do. Dr. York was the same way. He had a failed music career. You know what I'm saying?
He's still in the chat talking shit, yo. We doing our research, nigga. Why you talking shit? We done already found your aunt and your cousin, nigga.
I don't know, but they got Duke. They got Duke Deuce, and then Chris Brown liking Abo talking.
Come on, man. Them niggas high, yo. You talking about niggas is on goddamn rapper weed and drugs, nigga. They don't know what the fuck.
Chris Brown should be ashamed of himself. You know what I'm saying? He's from Tappahannock, country ass.
Hold on, real quick, y'all. So look, I know when he mentions this 50,000-year-old city, this is what he's trying to talk about. But if we read, because we know they have no reading comprehension. If we read, and with reading comprehension, we understand that this site, it has a date of 50,000, but that's not what they're talking about. So it says artifacts at this site may predate Clovis by 3,000 years. Right? So remember that. The artifacts at the site may predate Clovis by 50,000 years or more, but these conclusions are disputed. So Clovis, we know they don't go back no 50,000. It says the primary excavation has gone to a level that dates to at least 50,000 BC. Right? But they're not saying that they found any artifacts at that level. They're just saying they dug down to a level where they can date at this time period. It says searching for evidence of cultural artifacts. Until increasing challenges in the first decade of the 21st century to the Clovis theory based on these sites and others, it is unusual for artifacts to dig deeper than that, than the layer of the Clovis culture, as they then to believe no human artifacts will be found older than Clovis. They didn't find anything at this 50,000-year-old level. But he's bringing this up. So when they say, so Cass, when he brings this up, he's talking about the Topper site.
Okay, but it's not like, okay, because I'm like, what the hell are you talking about this city and stuff like that? But this is found in like he said the Carolinas, right?
Yes, this is in the Carolinas, yes.
So they found like bows and like flint,
but
tools and shit.
I think Clovis, when did they mark Clovis? 8,000, Sean?
Around than that, ain't it?
No, I think Clovis, because they got people where they come in like 13, but they say Clovis is a little bit after them. So I'll say like 8,000 to 10,000.
Paleo Indians is around 18,000 years. The Clovis culture is between 11 and 13,000 years. So you might want to extend it to 14,000 plus.
Okay, so that 8 was off, but I said 10 after. But yeah, okay, so they're after the Paleo. So they're trying to say, yeah, they're trying to say that they found some artifacts that might be 3,000 years older, but that conclusion is disputed. But it's still, no matter what, if it gets us to 14,000, it doesn't get us to 50,000. All they're saying is they dug down to a level where they're saying this is 50,000 years old. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But they can't read, so they confuse what they're reading. I know what he read. I know what he's getting.
Did he get to the Paleo Hebrew and all that other bullshit he was talking about?
They get crazy on this because there is a Hebrew up there, so they get crazy. Like that's why I want to listen to it. But there was
what did I miss, Goes?
There was a couple podcasts.
Young
got in them.
Yeah, I heard them
Andy,
earlier
what's
talking about
good?
Paleo Hebrew site in Ohio
What's
or
good,
some shit.
guys? I'm just wondering what the hell's going on. I saw your debate with A1. I'm not gonna lie, it was pretty fire though.
Oh, that was with AP, Aboriginal Power. Good looking.
You had a debate.
No, it was an old debate. I just replayed it because I started live and then I had to run out, so I just threw that on real quick.
I get
So
these
I
two
came back.
individuals confused though. I don't know if they're related though.
They're the same person.
Yeah, but
No, it's just the same.
they think the same, so they're gonna say the same exact thing. Well, but yeah, Cass. So when they bring that up next time,
You
you
said,
know
hold
they
on.
talk.
I'm back here. What you say?
When they bring up this 50,000-year-old site that they're trying to claim, it's a Tapa site, and they didn't find any artifacts at 50,000 years old. The oldest is probably around. I don't know. You could look into it if you want to get more into it, but you could just ask them to show them something from the Tapa site at 50,000, and they can't.
So he just straight up lied, like just lying, bro. That's chicken on my nerve.
Yeah. So he read that. He probably read the wiki, just like I did, and it tells you that they dug down to this time period in the ground, but nothing was found at that time period.
Or he
All
got
the
some pseudo
artifacts.
shit from that white boy. You know that white boy be spending stuff. The white dude. What is his name? With the long hair, look like Jesus. The white guy that they listen to all the time.
Longo, yeah, Longo.
Longo.
Yo, I got a question. So a sister named Nina Green, I found her.
Oh damn.
Oh, you found it. Oh yeah, Ling Ling, you done messed up now.
So what's up, Ling Ling? I know who your sister is. Yeah. Nina, she's cute too. Pretty girl.
Like, what's my aunt's and cousin's name, bitch nigga? What aunt?
Oh yeah, y'all found it because he wouldn't respond like that. We did.
Go ahead. Play that joint.
Yeah, play the joint.
Skin Cash, what you don't understand is, look, real talk. Come in here nice, nigga. Don't come in here with that energy, nigga. Because the same way you get booted off of other platforms, I can make that suggestion and your ass will get booted off too.
See, and that's the thing. You run from information.
Nobody's running from me. You're talking. You saying I just made that up.
He's scared of me, bro.
You saying intellectually I'm scared of a fucking peon? You are a
so
peon.
prove that a $50,000.
Research.
Oh, you talking about me? You talking about me?
King Cash is a peon.
Why we get out our brother like that, brother?
Judah Rise.
Yeah.
Judah Rise.
Why we gotta adjust our brother in that nature though? You know what I'm saying? Like it ain't even that serious.
Nah, it is that. It's very
because I debunk him when he's talking like that.
Benjamin, I suggest you tread separately from this guy because you don't know what this. You don't know the interactions we done had with him over the years.
I got you.
It's all I do is debunk him. When he say
iron sharpens iron, man. You know what I'm saying? Like if you too proud to separate from some of some information, like I got it. Like when I'm wrong, bro, I accept that. Like I don't keep if I know I'm wrong, I don't keep running shit over and over.
The whole Hebrew Israelite movement is wrong.
But brother, you over here, you're saying something is fake that was started in America.
Brother, listen, half the niggas out there that talking about they from the tribe of Judah and Benjamin, and then you got whatever the fucking Native American tribe, they are the Aborigines of this land. That culture, which you call that culture of Hebrew or Hebraic or Phoenician or phonetics or Sumerian text comes from right here.
That
Come from right
niche,
here.
that's a niche assertion that's only
No, it's
within
not. It's
your
research.
niche community.
No, it's,
You know what I'm saying? That's
it's
not
research. It's
you know what I'm
research.
saying?
Judah,
That's
it's a
not
documentary.
It's research.
It's a documentary right now where they found those same things that he found over here, and they debunking it. It was these like 2 or
Of
3
course
white
they.
dudes
But
that
see,
was
you know
like
what?
up
It's
here
2
in
or 3
Michigan.
white. Look,
You go on
see,
YouTube right now, bro.
look. He gonna
They
override his own brother just for 2 or 3 white dudes. This is why I don't fuck with
no,
clowns like
they the
that.
ones that made
Look,
it up. They
he
made
want.
it up to get money, bro.
No,
It was a
he
money
want
grab.
them. Look. Listen. This is what these niggas do all the time.
They was pushing that fake archaeology for a minute, bro.
Nah, they wasn't pushing no fake archaeology. What archaeology
Go
are you
look at
talking
those. We can pull up those tablets right now. You look at them people that they drew on there that's supposed to be Phoenician. That shit look like Bart Simpson
We're not
drawings,
even
bro.
talking
It
about
looked like
we can
looked
talk
like the dude drew for Bart and the Simpsons and shit. When you go look at them, they look crazy.
We could talk about the Desaluna.
Then they got to look in Euro. They got to look in Euro. They don't even look like a Negro. They look Euro.
Top Cat, are you still on the platform with
Yeah,
us, brother?
I just got back.
Hey, I don't think we need
Top,
King
hear
Cash
me
in
out,
this
bro.
conversation.
No,
Can
he's
you-
trying to boot me up. This is where
Cash, get the fuck away from here.
no, Cass, I'm trying to look. Let me explain, bro.
What?
This is what I be talking about with the pseudo when I'm like, at least you got your shit together when you telling the
Man, I
story.
don't
When he
wanna
talking
hear
about
that shit,
50,000
nigga. You a
euro
op.
shit,
You a op.
how am I out, bro?
Nigga, you a op.
See, he about to boot me on A1 do this shit
See,
all the
watch this
time,
here.
bro.
Nah,
Man,
nigga, this
kick
ain't
rocks,
about that.
man.
Nigga, this
The fuck?
you got. I kicked your ass out earlier, nigga. This my thing. Y'all whole little shit falling apart. Once y'all building a coalition over there the other day, about a couple weeks
What,
ago.
you talking about over at
Yeah,
you
nah,
talking about
man,
on
you know
Sinetta?
what the hell I'm talking about because you had something
Yeah,
to
I'm
do
on
with it.
Sinetta to bang
Yeah,
out with
nigga,
knowledge
once
and
you
shit,
running
bro.
around here,
But that's
nigga,
it.
once you part of this little mercenary crew, nigga, y'all been running around. Y'all done got all
Bro,
different
that's a-
tribes and nations to come together.
Bro, that's a
Y'all niggas
debate
done broke up.
platform.
That shit done broke up already, nigga. That shit ain't last 30 days.
Nah,
Now
look,
we
polite.
see the. Now hold on.
Polite don't stand with us, bro.
Hold on. Then polite situation happened on the back of that, and then y'all get split up from the bigger platform. So y'all doing bad. So what in the hell is you doing over here, man?
No, polite don't look. Polite don't
Man,
stand
nigga,
for us,
polite
bro.
fall on all of you
But-
niggas. You a pan-African,
No, because
right?
polite.
All right,
Who
well,
did
nigga,
who
that
did
shit
polite
fall
come
on
up?
you too, nigga. You take that.
But did he come up under Malachi York though?
Nigga,
Did he come up under Malachi York?
He come up under pan-Africanism, nigga.
No, Malachi York was a
Nigga,
you remember that
you
nigga that
right.
got on talking about them Yamasee Moors? He was talking about all that.
Pan-African? It's polite a pan-African.
He was with
Is he a
Malachi York,
pan-African?
bro.
Yes or no? Yes or no?
He was with
Top
Malachi
Cat.
York.
Hey,
He
look.
come up with
Hey,
him and shit.
respectfully, real talk, right? I know whatever they said about Dr. York, but there's still some shady situations with the FBI making a lot of these people say he did what he did. Them stories are out there, right?
That's crazy. Everyone start defending that shit and try to act like it's a conspiracy. Like,
That's
And
crazy, bro.
he just was tearing
he
down.
did it.
What's the name, bro?
He did it. Yeah, like, because you know what? Because he believed some of the shit that York was saying. That's the whole thing. I think he started saying that shit. Like, he had good information. Like, man, fuck out of here. And he was a sick individual.
That's how far these niggas go. Defend a fucking child molester. Like, that shit don't make no sense.
No sense.
Them niggas on there talking about polite. How you gonna talk about polite and then have a nigga on there
Defend York.
York, like that shit is wild to me.
Wow.
You a bitch ass nigga if you just feel like you gonna defend a nigga that's molesting kids, bro. Like that's some bitch ass nigga.
Yeah, why did he feel the need? He needed to insert that. You know what I'm saying? At that moment, what was the need for that?
I didn't even know he was about to go there with that. I'm like, oh shit.
Nah, it was out of left field. Because at the time when York was brought up, it was a bad thing. He tried to make it, hey, like we can't just throw him away. Nah, nigga, put that nigga right where he belongs, under the jail.
Yeah,
Under
but
the
he throwing
fucking jail.
polite away though. He throwing polite away, but like, well, we're gonna defend
That's my
Malachi
point.
York.
Yeah, that's
my point.
Sutek's point. How are you
Yeah.
picking and choosing like this? They all need to go to the same place.
That shit
That's where they get
hypocritical.
their information from. A lot of their information, you know.
Exactly. That's the point.
Dr. York was
Because
a resurgence of all that bullshit. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like, I used to fuck with the Ansar law. in the 90s, like 89, 90, when I got into the ancestral law. Before it was,
the
Nuwapu. Before the Nuwapu set. But he when he started, I noticed when I went in the army, because I couldn't buy the books anymore. So I started buying Sitchin books. I started reading other stuff. And I noticed that he just jumped on trends. You know what I'm saying? So I wasn't surprised when he jumped on the whole Indian thing. And when I say the Indian thing, it was just, I appreciate what I got out of it, because to be quite honest, it got me out of Islam, which I think I would have got out of eventually anyway, but it gave me the onus to get out of Islam. You know what I'm saying? And Islam had actually kind of handicapped me, especially in my studies with looking at Africa, because all I wanted to look at was the Muslims in Africa. You know what I'm saying? I remember looking at the Sharia with a little bit of disdain, you know what I'm saying? Because I wanted to identify with the Mandinka because they were Muslim, but nah, man, you're right. If you can't talk bad about Polite and then turn around and say somebody lying about Dr. York, man, I met a couple of people. Like, I know a couple of his sons. That nigga got like 140 some kids or something like that. But I know like 3 of them live in Richmond. Nigga Chad, Daweed. I forgot the other nigga name. He young as a bitch. But I know his son. I mean, that's ridiculous, man. You want to like point it Polite, but then this nigga is molested boys. I mean, not that it's worse than molesting, a girl, but I'm saying that's
we get what you're saying.
Faggot shit on top of it. You know,
they're both in the same category,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
how you gonna pick and choose? We get what you're saying.
Right.
That's it, you know what I'm saying?
No, when I heard the
Word.
boy thing later on with that guy and stuff, I'm like, damn, this nigga was deep. Nigga was putting his hands on every damn thing, man.
But I gotta
he
give
felt like
Copcat.
he could.
I
That's
gotta
crazy.
give him something. He stood up right at that point right there, because he didn't let dude bring dissension between them. You know what I'm saying? Because they all full of shit. So but he didn't jump on the fact that he does. Yeah, I do bring that knowledge while A1 or whoever the hell he is doesn't. So I'll give him that. But
But he
he's an
stayed silent when
absolute
A1 brought up Malachi York, though.
because
like,
you
I ain't
can't
gonna get into
win.
that shit.
But they
So
want to
hold
be
on. Let's see what else he said. Let's see what else. So anytime y'all want to say something, just let me know. You ain't gotta wait till I pause it. All right.
Yeah, I want to say something before you do that.
I would say.
Go ahead.
So, Ling Ling, tell your mother Robin I said what up, yo. You want to keep disrespecting us? You want to keep disrespecting us, brother?
Yo,
I'm gonna walk down your family.
Hold on, put that link in the back. I want to see Robin. I want to
You want to see Robin?
Yeah, me and Robin, we're gonna be friends on Facebook, man. We found on Facebook, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, yes.
Well,
I
I'm
found
grown.
moms.
I'm
Found
grown.
moms. You know what I'm saying? Robin
chill out.
Green, Mabina.
Chill out, Ling Ling. Chill out, Ling Ling. We be over there for Thanksgiving. Stop playing.
Tyrone has dirt.
Me and Sean be over there for
Ling Ling has
Thanksgiving.
dirt on Tyrone.
Yes, sir. There you go, right there for you, bro.
Let me see this. Oh yeah.
Got it. You going one way or the other? You gonna stop being disrespectful, bro?
Oh, Robin
Stop being
kind of look like
disrespectful.
She give me a little Janet Jackson.
Yeah, look. You see him in the picture and everything, right next to him, grandma and everything in the picture, yo. He hugging her.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Come on, yo.
Right, Ling Ling, come up here and have a regular debate, bro. You
Ling Ling, you better
niggas.
chill out.
This nigga said he gonna punch niggas. You calling niggas Mark Busters and shit. Like, what's up with that?
He reckless, yo. He reckless.
He over here talking like, what's the dude that say on Pyru? He over here talking about like that dude.
Raspy. On 6-0 on Pyru. He called every gang in LA.
On Pyru. That nigga
Fucking with Ling Ling, I done kicked myself out.
What's the dude name that checked Polite? What's his name?
England
That
got
be
a
on.
nice family. Oh, who you talking about?
Whack
Wack?
100.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
nigga Tyron be trying to pull up like Whack 100 and shit.
This nigga got no pull up.
You know, Tyrone's a billionaire, right?
Nah, not this one.
Yeah,
This one's a failed a failed rap artist.
They had
For
him on
real?
some introduction. He on the introduction on one of them Abo rappers, like songs and stuff, and they use him like I'm not an African. It goes something like I'm not an African, never was an African or something, and they use him as an introduction. And I'm like, oh shit. Like out of
The
all
rest
the
of his family
introductions
don't
you
believe
use
that.
this nigga.
Hold on, I'm gonna play some of this video. Man. Hold on.
Say is this. Niggas say Dr. York was a very intelligent motherfucker, yo.
Bad motherfucker.
He was a very intelligent motherfucker. So you can't say that all of his literature is false. You
But he
can't
was
say that.
plagiarizing though.
He wasn't
A1.
plagiarizing nothing. What he was doing, it's not plagiarizing. It's called summarizing and paraphrasing. You idiot. He wasn't taking his
He was
word
telling
from.
people.
He wasn't
He took
taking
shit
it,
out of David Icke book.
bro.
You remember that shit about the reptilians?
Yo,
He took that
brother.
shit out of
So
David Icke
you
book.
telling me, look, dumbass. You telling me you can't read from a person's book and paraphrase what they saying? And
Not
use
if you
that as a
saying,
source?
hey,
And
I
no,
came up with it myself. If you say I came up
brother.
with it myself and you not giving the
Bro,
credit
come on,
to
my
the
dude. That's
author,
what I'm
right?
saying. Like, y'all niggas sit here and y'all reach at the most ridiculous shit, but you ain't reaching that DNA when niggas done showed you massive evidence, and you want to debunk everything that all these scientists is saying. That makes you look like a fool. And then you come over here and
Hey,
say, I
whoa.
told
Hey,
you, look, I can show and
hey,
prove. I
now wait
don't
a minute.
want to show you, nigga. Do the fucking research, nigga. When I get
Hey, that's extreme projection. And that's what they do that because that's exactly what they do. They, he's
But he
talking about
did plagiarize. You
Oh
were right.
I'm not talking about the York thing. Yeah, damn. I mean, York book, The Mind. I remember I had that book in '97. Good book, but he took that book from a white dude. I read the white dude book. It's the exact same thing. I was like, God damn. But now, what I knew A1, what he said, just eight, whatever. What he said just now, he said that we are projecting. I mean, he said that we don't want to look at DNA with all these scientists. We just want to go against the scientists. That's exactly what they do. They do that. They go against, fuck the consensus. They go against goddamn common knowledge.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm sorry.
That's a great point. No, great point.
They always project though. They always saying that we do what they do, and I'm beginning to think like something's wrong with some of them. Because the Top Cats guy is actually he's a grifter. The Sister Bethy is a grifter. Free Real Rap is a grifter. He want to be them people. He wants to be those people. He want to be in their position. That's how come he attacks them.
I think you're being I think you're being too nice with Top Cats and Bethy. Those people.
You said you being too nice.
You being too nice because Top Cats. I know he knows.
He a grifter.
He's just straight up.
Yeah, he's just straight.
He's just straight up
Auntie
scam.
did the DNA test,
He's a
bro.
straight up scam artist. Yeah,
he is.
He's just he's an opportunist. That's it.
Yes.
Hey, you want to hustle? Go ahead, hustle. Sister Bethy, she's also an opportunist, but she's also very naive and does not understand how to research. And she says she got degrees, cool. But I don't see, her reading comprehension is.
Did she show a degree? Did she show a degree?
No, I believe it. I didn't really pay attention. You know what? It's not even about whether she has it or not. Her reading comprehension is horrible, whether she has one or not.
That's why I don't think she got a degree.
Or it goes back to my original point. Or she
would have failed. She would have failed every class with that comprehension.
But bro, listen. If listen, me and you, if we wanted to, we could be top Abos. Because all you got to do, we could find these primary sources, right? And just be like, yo, we could read them word for word and be like, yo, no, that says African dies a hijack. They wasn't using African at that time. right? But we'll have all these primaries and just say what we want about them. This is what she does. She'll read something and then say what she wants it to mean. So it's either she's really smart or she just is real bad at reading. So that's where I'm at with her. I know she's scamming, but I know she's in it for the money. But I don't know if she's
retarded or not.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I think she's kind of slow, to be honest. I mean, it don't take much to get. All you gotta do is stick with college.
No, but look, you gotta
might be
place
that crack.
though. You gotta dump. Yeah,
She might be mad.
She a little too big for crack. She probably snort coke.
Hey, she said herself.
Yeah, I
Oh,
mean,
she
most
said
people
what
her
she
age
did
did,
crack.
to be honest.
Nah, she said it was the crack, bro.
Hold
Oh,
on.
for
She
real.
said she did crack. Oh shit.
She
Yeah,
said she
I
did
mean,
crack.
She said it on
And
the
she's a
show. She
MAGA
did
head
crack.
too.
Wait, she really said that?
You played it.
if
You
people
No,
in that,
see, look, no, look, see, no, look, I played it. You see, look, hold on, I played it, and then she said that, but then when I said, hold on, we gotta go, and then right after that,
Yeah, we
I
thought it was out of
rewinded a little bit.
context.
No,
We thought it
she
was
was
out of
so
we thought it was out of context, but then we went back. Then we went back again and was like, nah, she really saying she smoked crack. Because at first I
hold
thought she
on,
was
see,
talking about somebody else.
I
she
gotta
said it in
watch it
past tense.
because I thought that she was talking about somebody else. All right, so y'all all saying it. I gotta go back and watch it again. Then.
But a lot of people in that time smoked crack. They didn't really know the days
Yeah,
of it. You know, like freebase and coke. You know what I'm saying? It was a cheap way to do cocaine. Niggas thought that they thought they caught a lick.
as
You know what
long
I'm
as
saying?
as long as she's not doing it now, then she's all right. You know.
Yeah, I think she okay. Man. She just really naive, bro. Like she really naive. She trying to sue African American museums and shit now, talking about they hiding her history. And you know how I know she naive because she really get in her feelings. Like when Jabari was on there talking about her and she came up calling him out his name and stuff like that. Really bothered her, man.
Yeah, but look. Oh yeah,
because he didn't believe those degrees. Like she had 2 degrees or something like.
Yeah, he was killing her. Like he didn't want to give her a chance. Like the fuck out of here.
And you want to know what I hate about these Abos? They confuse a jaguar with a leopard, though. That's how
I don't
dumb.
even know.
That's how actually dumb they are, dude.
That was, but Andy, that's really left field right now.
Yeah, it's pretty easy.
But it's a good way to go back to the video though. Good looking, Andy.
When I got into this shit, nigga, I had research, I had books, I had sources, but then also I had documentaries where people wasn't putting all the sources out of it. So I had to take notes and write that shit down and look for that shit myself. And that's what the fuck you gonna do for now. Ain't nobody gonna keep sourcing up so you can sit here and do this buffoonery.
Yeah, this
we
shit
not over
for y'all, bro.
Yeah.
Pan-Africanism,
Bro, you should have went back on Sinetta shit and went on there.
Hey, listen, brothers. Right now, Sinetta, it's so fucked up. Sinetta was over here today. Why do we have to be on Sinetta shit, nigga? Sinetta over here today.
Hey, hold on.
We ain't gotta be nowhere.
Oh
nigga. We can
yeah,
be
nigga,
at,
that's right. These nigga, listen. This is the hottest topic among all of this shit, nigga. And like I said, once we show and prove what's in the Americas compared to Africa, niggas gonna jump off that shit very fast, nigga. You gonna be the only nigga sticking to some fake ass spirituality system that doesn't work. It only works on your own people.
This whole little spiritual system.
Yeah, but that's, I don't know. Look, that shit only work. Hey, but Top Cat,
hey, but
it don't work against
brand new it is though.
Yes.
I made him admit that shit was brand new. Cass, then we had a conversation.
No, I ain't never said it was brand new, bro.
So,
I ain't never said that shit.
How did it get to America?
They brought it over there on slave ship, bro. They brought slaves.
Brought it from where, brother?
Oh my God.
Okay, so when you go to Santeria, when you get to Santeria, that comes from the Yoruba. That comes from the Yoruba area in Nigeria, bro. They still speak the language.
What are y'all offerings, brother?
What are you talking about the offering? They brought their traditions during slavery.
Why do y'all give? Okay, is corn involved? Let me ask this.
Well, that's borrowed shit. That okay? They had Ethiopian corn over here,
brother. Is corn involved?
Yeah, they do offerings of corn for like
what African ritual, nigga, with corn involved.
Because they had to use the stuff. Okay, if you're being brought as a slave,
if you being brought as a slave, right,
Come
and
on,
all you got is the stuff around
slave
you
got a
gotta
full
innovate,
job in his hand. See,
bro.
A1,
But
he
you
didn't
gotta
tell you that
innovate,
these niggas rituals involved. Goddamn American, all of that shit is American.
bro.
That's
White
about
people eat
y'all.
corn. What does that got to do with anything?
Nigga,
Like,
that's
if I'm being
American.
brought as a
That's a
slave,
dead giveaway.
bro. If I'm being brought as a slave, bro, I have
Okay,
to
so when
innovate.
did
I
it
have to
get
use
to
the stuff on the
America?
land.
What year did they get to America? Century get to America?
I mean, they was bringing people over to Cuba
No,
since
brother,
1600, so it was an influx of people.
I will put it up. That shit had nothing to do with the 1600s. You can show me nobody in the 1600s practicing this.
I think 18 was it 1870s or
Goddamn
something, or
lie,
18 when
nigga.
it stopped
1900.
bringing slaves.
Do you want me to pull it up? In the 1900s, bro. And I can go
That's
get
not
you
true,
the nigga
bro.
that brought it over here. You know what? I don't
I
talk
know
about
Cubans
that.
that
why
trace
did
their
you play
family
that
back
game, bro?
to their African
So I can
tribes.
show my slides.
He said,
I
"Why I
ain't
play
fighting
that
Rob
game?"
One dropped out the debate so I can show my slides.
Oh,
So
Yeah, what happened with that? Why you drop out the
I got
debate,
all
man?
that in here.
Hey,
No,
Rob
it
Boy,
just
you got to get back in that
Boy
debate, man.
said, this why he said that I put up a picture of me and him on
explain
there announcing the
syncretism to
debate.
him.
And he said,
That's
yeah,
it.
this nigga all on my Instagram going through with pictures. And so I say, nigga, ain't nobody on there but you and white folks. Yeah, it ain't like a lie. Oh, he putting out my personal business. I'm at work. I'm not debating him. That was slander. He did that shit.
No, he got to get back in that
Knock
debate.
your motherfucking ass out, nigga. You ain't crazy. Now, man, make me go get this boy right here, boy, that brought y'all in this shit right here. And the same nigga, did he buy land? Did he buy land down in South Carolina, brother?
He talking
Who
about
bought
Walter
land in South
Eugene
Carolina?
King.
The same nigga that brought this Santeria shit over here, nigga.
No, that's another brother.
What's that
that's
nigga
Walter.
name? What's his name?
That's Walter Eugene King. That's him. He's
Okay,
from Detroit.
now what? Now
and he moved
had
to New
land.
York.
Did he have land? And he from New York. He went and bought land?
No, he from Detroit. He moved to New York.
Okay, well he bought land in South Carolina. Yes or no?
Yeah, he got land in Oil
And he
Tuji
called
Village.
it Africa. He called it an African town, right?
What's Oil Tuji Village?
you
I don't know
letting
what they
this
called it
nigga
back
run
then,
you
but it
around
was
the
Man,
Tuji
let's
world,
Village.
bro?
talk, man. See, now what year was this? Man, I'm
When did he
sitting
buy it?
looking
I
at
don't
it.
know
So
when.
please
Did he
be
buy that
honest.
land in the 70s? He
This
might
in
have
the
bought that land
70s,
in the
bro. This
70s.
in the 70s. You on point? This in the 70s.
Yeah.
Now, what was the name of that village, y'all? Hold on, y'all, because I don't want y'all to think I'm just lying, and I ain't really got sitting back here with a motherfucking clip. I ain't got with 100 slides in this bitch. I ain't tripping. So right here, man, we can really go in there. What was the name of that village?
Was it Oil Tuji Village?
Okay, it has been what? Let's come down here. Let's figure out when. What you say? The nigga name was what? It begins with who? Walter Eugene King.
Walter Eugene King.
Born in Detroit, like you said, 1928. Leaving his Baptist face. The nigga was a Baptist. But I thought he came up in African religion. Do you really want me to do this to you, boy? I'll lay you across my lap and spank your motherfucking ass in here tonight.
Because when he went to New York, he went to Cuba.
He did what now?
The first place he went to was Cuba to go through his initiation.
When did he meet the Cubans?
And he started a church called the African Voodoo Temple.
Okay, and so when he brought it back, this is where y'all getting y'all Santeria. Y'all not getting no African Santeria. This
I don't get it.
Out of Detroit.
No, he went to Nigeria. He went to Nigeria after.
All salesman out of
Nah,
Detroit.
don't disrespect the elder like that.
Oh, y'all ain't know that? This
Don't
what these
disrespect
niggas
the elder
getting
like
from.
that.
Nigga, don't make me
Nah.
do that slide, nigga. Don't
Hey,
make me.
one
I
of them
got
niggas
100 in that motherfucker, nigga. I got some shit back there. Where them Gullah Geechee niggas at? I got some shit in the clip back there. Now y'all go talk to the Yamasi.
Let me. Hey,
on the Gullah Geechee lady.
Let me tell you what he doing that the Indians couldn't do. Get land.
Who?
Y'all ain't got. What land do y'all? What land do y'all got? A lot of them brothers Masonville.
Why would you say that, bro? You've heard my family talk about our land and the land we own.
Bro, having a little small plot of land, bro. He built a village out,
bro. We got over 100 acres on one and 60
on, man.
over another one, brother. And then that's just one side of my family. So what about
he the one that did? He ain't getting raided by the FBI. He still got his shit,
bro, and named that and made that an African village. All of this is
and then the
shrine, this Gullah Geechee theory and this African theory. And who's he funded by? Since you want to talk, nigga. Why break your heart right now? Who your
What
master
you talking
teacher
about? They go
funded?
through their
Who
own
he funded
initiations and
by,
everything.
nigga?
They go back and forth to Nigeria, bro.
Who is he funded by?
They go back and forth. Who funded them? They
Man,
funded
bye, break
themselves. They
your heart.
raised their
You
own
don't
money.
even know. Y'all better stop fucking with me, boy. I tap that chin. You don't even know. So the Cubans bring it over here, right? What year did the
Yeah,
Cubans
he got
bring it?
initiated in Cuba first.
What year
Then
did the Cubans bring it over here? What year?
they was coming over, and the first group wave
Beyond,
of them was coming in the 1940s and 50s.
no, what year did they
Well, it
bring?
was a wave before that, but a
Okay, that's
major
before
wave.
Eugene though. Eugene don't come until later. Y'all don't get the
But
African version until Eugene. Nigga, I get it out
yeah,
his
I
mouth.
mean, you
He
right about
said it.
that. But you right about that. He's
Okay,
responsible
then,
for
nigga. So
bringing the
y'all done
African
did it to
version
the
over.
nigga out of Detroit come through, and he's a Baptist. I had to point that out to you. Nigga grew up in
I
a
mean,
Baptist
shit,
church.
we all started off in the
Man,
church
we don't
before.
want to hear that shit, nigga. You sitting there popping that shit like that's an indigenous religion, and niggas been coming off that nigga come up out of
Bro,
that. This some shit y'all converted
in
to.
Cuba,
And
in
the
Cuba, they
Cubans
have
brought
the
that
slave.
over here.
Have
The
you ever heard of
Cubans brought it,
Adeshina?
bro.
Have you
The,
ever heard of Adeshina?
the Cubans brought that over here, right? And did the
Have you
Cubans
ever?
look like you? There was pale Cubans.
Yes. No, these black Cubans.
Let's
My
go to
godfather's a
Mexico.
black Cuban.
Let's go to Mexico. Let's take it to Mexico.
Mexico, Cuba ain't in
I pull up
Mexico.
the pictures. I pull up the pictures of the niggas in Mexico ripping it. So how you
Yeah,
want
that's
to do
sad
it?
that
So
the
what?
Mexicans rep it more though. Y'all niggas think y'all Indians. They the
Come on,
real
bro. You
Indians and
ain't
they want to practice African
Hey, leave
shit.
me alone, bro, before I tell you who funded your master teacher, Eugene, bro, and really break your heart and show you where you getting this shit from. All
Bro,
work,
you don't
easy
got
work. Hey,
you
yeah,
don't
DC,
have no proof of
yeah.
who funded them.
DC, yeah, this how you handle a nigga. Come here with that Santeria shit, speaking the language, following that shit.
Cause
Nigga, we'll break it down. I
see
make you
they
tell proof
see
to
he
it.
ain't let me give y'all the timeline,
I'll
right?
make you
Cause
tell
he
the
don't
truth
know
to
who
it.
Adeshina, who was brought over as a slave. They
Man,
got
that
he
shit
was so
made up.
famous in
That's fake.
Cuba.
All that's fake.
Adeshina was so famous in Cuba.
All that
He
fake.
was the slave that could get a portrait made of him. They painted a portrait of him. He got his travel mark still on his face.
All that shit
He
fake.
died with money because he was going around
All that shit
dealing
fake.
with slave masters
That's fake,
and
just like
Hispanic
that
people. No, they
village
got
y'all built in South Carolina and named it the African village. A nigga out of Louisiana came down to South Carolina, bought land, named it the African village, nigga, and got niggas thinking that's the African village that slaves was
look up
scattered to
hey,
way back. And the
look up
nigga did this
Ade
shit in the 70s, the 80s, the cocaine era.
look
That
up
was funded by
Adeshina.
motherfuckers. Yeah, this nigga was running with BMF, what was the nigga that came before BMF in Detroit? Man, the boys. What was them? What the nigga was
Young
called?
Boys Incorporated.
Young Boys Incorporated and shit. Yeah, that nigga come out here with the dope money and buy land, nigga, name of the African village and get a Cuban
He was
connect.
out of Detroit by
Yeah,
that
that nigga
time
had
they
a
came,
Cuban
bro.
connect. He had a Cuban connect, and nigga, you got the Century and shit through that nigga. They smuggled the cocaine, the brief, the dope trade went down to Mexico. Yeah, nigga, y'all got us out, cause nigga, I'll expose, I'll break
Oh,
your
okay. Explain to Haiti when they die and they ritual. They
man.
say they go back to Africa. They go back to Guinea,
Man,
right?
that's a damn lie.
Explain that.
Brother,
It's a
the,
When
lie.
he was
the,
Yo, Cass, what he talking about with all the drug shit? What he talking about?
You said what he was talking about with what?
What he talking about the drug shit?
Okay, so he conflating. That was like left field. He talking about like the drug gangs here, which didn't make sense.
But that don't have nothing to do with the person you was talking about.
No,
Yeah.
because Eugene Walter
All right, yeah,
King.
that's what I thought. Yeah,
He's talking
Yeah,
about the cocaine when the Cubans first started coming into after the embargo. When the Cubans first started coming into Florida,
yeah, but this
they
nigga
bought a
started
lot
talking
of
about the
cocaine.
BMF and Young Boys
yeah, but that don't
Incorporated.
have nothing to do
You know the
with
CIA was
I know,
involved with
anything.
the
like he
cocaine
said,
trade, right?
he said it, bro. It's like he conflating. He's putting shit together that's not related at all. You said the
No, that's
dude
what
left
I thought.
Detroit
But
before all of that. Yeah, but it sounds good to his audience, and it sounds that's what he does.
Yeah,
He'll Google something on the wiki or whatever, because he always mess up. He say the wrong century because he doesn't understand the 19th century means the 1800s. They just didn't get there
mhm.
to the 19th century until the 1900s. No, it got there in the 1800s. It started being
yeah.
practiced in the 1800s. You know, but
And he got to realize too. See, the thing with Eugene Walter King, right? So Eugene, like when
Yo,
he moved to New York, from Detroit, right? And the Cubans were there. They were like playing jazz or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? And he got cute with them. I think he was a musician or whatever too. But he ended up getting his first introduction to the Yoruba tradition through the Cubans. But he was like the cat that was responsible for making the Yoruba connection. Because even the Cubans, you know what I'm saying, they lost that connection. You know, they had that connection since slavery or whatever, right? As far as like going back and forth to the motherland. And he made that connection, you know, so they put the village down here in South Carolina. So this guy is trying to say, well, he brought Santeria and everything over here. I'm like, no, no, no. He was introduced to the African traditions through the Cubans. And then he was just like, fuck it. I'm going to go straight to Africa then. I'm going to go straight to Nigeria. You know what I'm saying? To deal with them over there or whatnot. Because I wanted to see the origin of it. And that's how that was born or whatnot. You feel what I'm saying? But this dude, he putting all type of shit together. Like he saying all type of stuff to YBI, Black Mafia family. It don't even make sense, bro.
What was
So he
the
must have.
initial before? Hold on,
Yeah,
Nasi.
yeah.
What was the initial argument before y'all went down to religion?
The initial argument was the 50,000-year-old city, and A1 took his ass. He took up for A1. He took up for A1, and he
So
started bringing that
yeah, but
stuff with the Yoruba
listen.
up.
But you fell for it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Now I look at it, I fell for it because they moved past that shit.
Ain't no way
It went from
you
the
get off that point.
50,000-year-old city. It went from 50,000-year-old city to Malachi, York. Somehow it ended up at Malachi, York.
Well,
Yeah, but
Malachi
you
York
don't
does have
let them
70
off that.
trillion years of knowledge.
Yeah, and you let them confuse you with the plagiarism and all of that. That's smoke and mirrors. The point was the 50,000.
Yeah, that's how they do.
You let him pimp you with the Santeria shit. He talking about when did the African version get here? Nigga, it's all the African version.
It's all yeah, exactly.
Right.
Yeah, if anything, you would say there would be an American version of an African version of an African thing. Yeah, it's all
Right.
African, regardless.
It all got its roots in West Africa.
Yeah, but
That
yeah,
shit
that's
just
how they do. We got to learn how to formulate our arguments against them because, like, you know, to recognize what they're doing and call them out for it at every time because it excites their audience. You know, I was up there one time and, you know, the guy was like, I spanked you the last time. And I'm like, I don't see how you came to that conclusion. You know what I'm saying? But yeah,
because I wanted to stay on topic. I want to get down to this 50,000-year-old city.
That's what I was gonna say, Cass. The best thing is to make them stick to something else and don't even indulge in the next topic. Whatever they say, even if you can answer the question real quick, it doesn't even matter. Just go right to that. Tell them you can ask me that after this.
Yeah, I'm not trying to say anything to you, King Cass, like to you know, to critique you or anything, but I would say this to everyone. You know, a lot of times in those discussions, I think we have to take our own egos out of it. You know what I'm saying, and just go with the information. You know what I'm saying? I really have to tell myself that, you know, because
I don't think Cass figure like that.
Yeah,
I think we
but
all
that's what
good
happened
with.
because he
We all
started
good
bringing
with
up other shit.
constructive criticism because we know Cass he can handle his own.
Oh no! I mean, he's doing
no.
No,
Look,
but no, I
it's
appreciate
just
that
the
though.
whole
Like
thing
what he
about
said.
it's about the tactic. You know what I'm saying? Spotting the tactic, which you know what I'm saying. What they like to do is switch topics. You see, it was basically like a tag team. A1 got stuck, and you know, Top Cats came in and
So
got
he want to
tagged
move
in.
it to a subject that he knows a little bit about, and just
Yeah.
go on net to make him, you know, to make himself sound more knowledgeable.
He can entertain the audience with,
Right. And all he got to
But
do is sit on a computer and Google Santeria, and the first thing that come up in the wiki article is that's why I said when he said 19th century, when he said the 1900s, I was like, this nigga, I mean, come on.
Yeah,
you know, but it sounds like you know what he talking.
Yeah, see, they was still getting the influx, like
Talking about how.
Yeah, and they got a lot of influx of Africans later on. Remember, slavery ended like ours ended in 1865. Remember the Amistad when they made like slavery just illegal. The Amistad was illegally going across waters, and they caught it, you know, and then they had the mutiny on the boat and caught it or whatever. It was headed to Cuba. You feel what I'm saying?
The Amistad was actually an American schooner. The people who were on the Amistad were taken off a ship called the Takora. The Takora was the ship that left from Sierra Leone.
Was that the one heading to Cuba?
Like and it went to Cuba, and then it was the Amistad was supposed to go, I think, to Honduras or somewhere. It was, they bought them in Cuba, and then that smaller schooner was gonna go, like, I think Honduras or somewhere over there.
Okay.
Yeah, but no, the Amistad itself didn't sail from Africa at all. No. He was on the slave ship. It's called the Takora. And you can find that. I mean, you can find that, on the slave on the slave ship log. You can find that.
Yeah, because you got to remember slavery in these other places, like why they got African traditions a little bit stronger in certain places, is because they were still importing slaves over there.
Yeah,
even
and
after
also
it was illegal.
They came in mass in those areas. In the Caribbean, they came in mass. In the United States, you didn't really have people in mass going to one plantation. So you would have had like one African on a 30 people plantation, for instance. It might be one person that came directly from Africa. Whereas in the Caribbean, those larger sugar plantations, you could have shiploads of people that went to the exact same place. That's how come Jamaicans maintain their patois, whereas ours is a lot more Western, because we live in it's a lot more Western, but we still speak as patois. We just call it African American vernacular English.
Gullah was the last of like the Gullah.
Because the Gullah lived isolated. See, that's the unique thing about them. It's not some magic trick how they maintained that. They were just isolated from the main population of white people and black people who spoke differently from them. So they lived on those rice islands, and a lot of times the white folks didn't live there. They left them there because where the fuck did they go?
Is that you, Tyrone?
They will leave them come back. But hold on, real
I'm
quick.
here, bitch, nigga.
Coon Buster, this thing is crazy.
You're a wild guy. You use white supremacists.
Yep, I'm here to bust coons and capture spook specters and ghosts.
Yeah, he's crazy. Hold on.
So I heard you monkeys were talking shit.
Tyron, hold on.
And then they gonna fuck your sister.
Real quick. Hold on.
So
Tyron,
you claim.
Ling. Hold
Denise
on.
looking real good right now.
2 seconds. Ling, I'm gonna let you address us. Let's leave all the corny shit to the side. If you have some questions or you trying to get us some information, let's do that. Let's see if you're capable of being mature. So go ahead. Go ahead.
Now prove to me and show me your Bantu crack needle from the BCE.
Who the hell uses crack with a needle?
You claim that you invented crack needles back then, inoculation.
Who said that? So do you know what inoculation is?
Show me the evidence.
All right. Okay. Inoculation has nothing to do with a needle. Do you know that?
Crack don't either.
Show me your evidence. Show me your evidence. Show me the evidence that you smuggled up things up your asshole and brought it here to teach Indians with your penile, who was replaced with a great Bantu replacement.
Tyron.
Prove this shit. Show me the evidence that you smuggled shit in up your asshole and braided it.
Look, I'm trying to warn you. You got one more, man. Fuck all that gay dumb shit, man. Or you can go. We don't need you up here. You doing fine without you.
I don't give a fuck, nigga.
All right. Fuck
yeah, you're a child, little boy.
No, I want him.
You're a child. You ain't even there.
I'm not.
Fucking clown.
Yo, he can't even listen. He can't even ask a question or try to make a point without being a retard. Like, what's the point? There's no point in talking to him. Like, for real. I tried to give him a chance, did I?
Yeah.
I gave him.
But we dealt with him before.
He make that nigga smoke signal seem civilized.
Yeah, like he can't even get through nothing. Like, what's your point? You just came up here to yell. Like, you go yell at your girl if you got one. Like, we're not doing that, man.
Is he back in the back?
He said a crack needle. You ain't even on the street,
That nigga ain't grow up in no type of urban environment, bro.
Well, hold on. But did you hear what he said though? He said
he basically trying to say that we were saying that inoculation was done with a
Oh, like a
needle,
hypodermic needle. Oh yeah,
like
no,
a
it wasn't done with a
vaccine.
hypodermic needle. No, it wasn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't done
They
with
done,
that.
niggas
Not
exposed
necessary.
their own ignorance.
Yeah, all you gotta do is like the guy cut. They said you cut yourself, put a little bit of the pus in there, and then
So he's talking shit in the comments.
Yeah, let him.
Nah, let him. That's where he belongs. He was doing fine down there. He'll be
I got
all
a
right.
story about Tyrone. You guys want to hear one?
No,
Nah,
it's not about
we don't.
mocking Tyrone. You know what I'm saying? Don't even
Leave,
give that
leave him
nigga the
alone.
life. Don't even give him no breath. You know what I'm saying? Because you just want to come up here and mock. I mean, it's just ridiculous. If you want to disagree with me and say that you're an Indian, let's talk about it. But you're gonna come up here using a white person's something that white people, coon busters. That's white folks shit. You're mocking your own people for the sake of winning an argument. I mean, not even winning an argument, but looking good in an argument. I mean, that's beyond immature.
And he's not even looking good. But look, he came back. Should I bring him back and give him a
Probably
chance?
what them white boys called his ass. He done picked up some.
So you're claiming I'm using white boy shit, yet your boy Marcus Garvey is a white boy shield. Make that make sense.
I mean, what does Marcus Garvey have to do with me? Let's talk to me.
You're a
I don't give a shit
Pan-African,
about
are you not? You're a Pan-African.
No, I'm not. I'm not.
Yes, you are.
Who
Yes,
told
you
you I
are.
was a Pan-African?
You
What's a
gargle
Pan-African?
African dick,
What's a
don't you?
Pan-African? What's a
A
Pan-African?
Pan-African.
What is that?
You're
What is
advocating
that?
that you come from
You're
Africa,
just
claim
using
you're
language that
DNA
someone else
African.
learned from someone else.
Now, what's this that Marcus
What's a
Garvey said? I
Pan-African?
regard the Klan, the Anglo-Saxon clubs, and white American societies, as far as the Negro is concerned, as the better friends of the race than all other groups of hypocritical whites put together.
Yeah, that's the same thing. That's the same thing right-wing politics say now. You gotta shut the. You gotta be quiet too,
Ernest
bro.
Silvercox.
You gotta be quiet too.
Cujo, first of all, I'm pretty sure we know. Everybody knows Garvey was a separatist, and he agreed with other
What's
separatists.
this? English
Just like
Heritage,
KKK.
Marcus Garvey, 18.
Yo, bro, stop.
40.
Ling, chill out.
Yeah.
Chill out. You in a rush?
Why you think that's a big deal?
That nigga dog to eat.
Yeah, why you think that's a big deal? And what's a Pan-African?
Hold on, real quick, Cujo, real quick. Like, so they like to bring this up with Garvey. He was a separatist. He agreed with other separatists, and he felt like if something happened to you when you was over in one of them white people's places or establishment, good for you, because you shouldn't be there.
So
That's
why
his
aren't you
opinion.
segregating your butt?
Hold on, stop, Ling, stop. we don't live in a segregated society. When I grew up, it was never segregated. The fight for that is
there's
been
cases.
long gone and over.
Yeah,
Stop cutting me off, man. Like this dude is crazy. Anybody else want to say something about his Garvey comment before I let him back?
What's a Pan-African? Oh, he gone.
No, he's here. Yo,
yeah, what's a Pan-African, bro? Tyrone.
That's your ideology. Pan-Africanism is the
why are you calling us
ideology of
Where did you get it
finding a black supremacist ethno-state within
No, it's
Africa.
not. It
That's
has
what
nothing to do with black
Pan-Africanism is.
No, it's
Pan-Slavism,
not.
it derives from Pan-Slavism, Pan-Nativism. It derives from the
what does it
idea
mean? I
of
didn't ask
claiming
you where it
Crayola
derives.
crayon ethno-states to continents.
That's
what
true.
Pan-Africanism is.
That's not true.
It's black
brother.
nationalism. It's black supremacy.
No,
yes, it is.
No,
yes, it is because there's so much cowards. They don't fight white supremacy. They flee from white supremacy. They don't fight for their shit in America. They run to a black ethno-state in Africa and they rob ideas from the American Colonization Society and other white think tanks trying to convince that Negroes aren't indigenous to the entire world, but only to a sub-Saharan Bantu ethno-state that white supremacy does.
World.
Yo, hold on. He's not even taking a breath. I had to put him in the back real quick.
Deep
He's not even
throat
taking a breath. He's just saying things that like
a bunch of talking points.
sound
Like I said, bullet point after bullet point after bullet point. Absolutely nothing in what he's saying. There's no content in what he's saying. It's just bullet point after bullet point after bullet point. He might as well just put a resume up online or some shit. Send that shit to
I don't think
LinkedIn.
this guy got lungs, dude.
Look,
Seriously.
and
He might be a
he's
mermaid or
still
something.
he's probably still talking. He said he might be a mermaid.
Merman. Oh, y'all ain't
Yo,
seen
all right, hold on, Ling.
So are you running
Do
from
you
your
wanna?
ideology now?
No.
Are you
But we
running from
want
your
you to do it.
ideology, bitch boy?
Listen, brother. Listen,
These are
we
your
want.
master
Listen,
teachers.
I don't like that shit.
listen. I mean, neither.
I
But
don't.
look, we want you. We want you to do this in a constructive way, brother. You could present what you got on your screen right now, without all the bullshit. You can go, and then we go. It's that simple. It's not even that hard.
All them niggas that got fucked up in
It's not
high
even that
school and
hard.
shit. Bully niggas
What's
snatch
up?
your ass up.
Yeah.
That's what it comes
And
back to.
you can talk shit
Exactly.
online.
Hold on.
What's up,
You know what I'm saying?
Juju?
Hold
Exactly.
on.
You
What's
can
up,
talk all
Juju?
that shit online.
Yeah, I don't
How
like
you
that
doing,
shit, man.
Juju?
Peace, not a coincidence. Peace to
Big
the
up,
Peace.
Juju.
panel.
Big up,
Peace,
Virginia.
peace, sis.
What's
Big
up,
up, Virginia.
family? Because, I love my family. I love Black people. So, first of all, not a coincidence. Maybe I'm confused, but the gentleman speaking on Pan-Africanism, is he here now or was that a replay?
He's here. I just kept putting him in the back because he can't. He has no manners. But I just put him back up on the panel. If you got a question for him.
I don't have a question. I wanted to
Okay.
make a correction on some
Okay.
of the
Go ahead.
things. Some of the things he was saying about Pan-Africanism, which is also another trigger besides people fucking up Gullah Geechee heritage and culture.
Absolutely.
That's my biggest trigger. So for Pan-Africanism, let's put it in perspective for the gentleman so he can understand. A lot of times people mischaracterize Pan-Africanism because they hear African and they just think that just has to do with the continent of Africa and nothing else. Well, that's not so. So Pan-Africanism, we can arguably say, and I can arguably say with lots of confidence, begin once that first African got on that boat or was dragged on the boat or was forced on the boat or was kidnapped and put on that boat and brought to the Americas. That was the beginning of Pan-Africanism, whether it had a name or a label. And let me tell you why, because Pan-Africanism has to do with the ideology of fighting for the end of oppression for people of the African diaspora. And the diaspora, if you don't understand what that means, meaning people of African descent all over the world outside of continental Africa. That's what it is. Pan-Africanism does not mean that people who are Pan-Africans, or Pan-Africanism does not mean go back to Africa or we're fighting to go back to Africa or any of that. Pan-African means that we start where we stand in, again, fighting for Black African liberation or liberation of people of African descent, whether it be in America, whether it be on the continent of Africa, whether it be at Europe, whether it's in Australia, whether it's in Brazil, whether it's in Mexico. So please have a better understanding and stop mischaracterizing what Pan-Africanism is. Also, don't confuse it with ADOS or FBA, because I know a lot of people who are in ADOS and FBA who do not aspire to Pan-Africanism at all. So that's a fallacy there, just to let you know. So I just wanted to clear that.
That's where they get it from. They get their talking point
Okay,
from.
are you done
that
landing your
Cornell.
plane? Is
Hold
that what
on.
you're?
No, hold on,
Sh-
Ling. I'm gonna let you in. Hold on. Cujo, go ahead. He cut you off. He's
Yeah,
on
that's what
mute.
they do.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? That's what they do. That's Yvette Carnell. That's where they get the Pan African thing from. You know, like it's no coincidence, goddamn. It's not a coincidence that all of them use the labeling Pan-Africans when talking about those of us who recognize our African ancestry. They get that talking point from Yvette Carnell. That's where it comes from, you know, because of her going against Pan-Africanism. So they just run with it. Again, it's just another talking point. They don't even understand what Pan-African is. Like, to ask me, am I a Pan-African? I mean, yeah, but I do believe that we should have solidarity amongst Africans all over the globe. However, you know, I've never called myself like, yeah, I'm a Pan-African. You know what I'm saying? I think it should go without saying, because I recognize that I am African. But that's just something that they learn from somewhere else. And that's what's so disingenuous about a lot of their arguments. They're just regurgitating shit that they heard someone else saying. They don't even know where it came from. You know, if you're going to come in here and attack us, why are you calling us Pan-African? I mean, you don't even know what Pan-African is. He's playing Slavism. I mean, come on. Pan just means all. That's what it means. So all of us. That's all we're saying. So of course you have it amongst other people. But I mean, come on, man. I mean, at least come up with an original argument. I'll take you a lot more seriously if you actually came in with your own verbiage instead of just repeating talking points that you don't even know where they came from. You don't even have a clue where it came from. They don't have a clue at all. They're just repeating shit that this broad said. Her yellow self. For real. And she needs to be addressed as well. Her and the punk ass dude. The Antoine Cat. Yeah. And Tariq Nasheed, or whatever his name is. He's a clown.
Cujo.
Man. Yes, ma'am.
I wanted to add something because he just posted a link in the back chat talking about the lady who was killed in Ghana. So also to that, Pan-Africanism, I thought I said this, but I'll reiterate it, does not mean that African Americans or people of African descent over here want to go back to Africa. One, we're African American, meaning we are from here. We are descendants of West Africans. Okay? So my place here in America has been solidified by my culture and the participation of my descendants who fought diligently to make sure that we had freedoms and that we, had the same rights as any other American. So that's another fallacy that you all have to stop, to say that Pan-Africanism has to do with us wanting to go back to Africa. I mean, if people want to repatriate back, that's fine. They have every right to. Is that the ultimate goal? No, it is not. Marcus Garvey, who people love to ring as our Pan-African god, which he was actually, if you want to put a hierarchy, he would be like number 3, not number 1. What's his name? Cujo Sylvester.
Henry Sylvester Williams. Yeah, Henry
Sylvester
Sylvester Williams.
Williams was the gentleman who initially had this idea of Pan-Africanism, and he was from the Caribbean. And then
Yeah,
you also have
Trinidad.
Hubert Harrison, who basically I think he was the one that helped Marcus Garvey get here, or maybe I'm getting it wrong, but when Marcus Garvey get here, he was kind of like the one who kind of held Marcus Garvey hand. And this is what we talk about this all the time in the pseudo killer discord, because there is a lot of misrepresentation and mischaracterization of Pan-Africanism. And honestly, in my personal opinion, the only reason why people know Marcus Garvey and only him when you talk about Pan-Africanism is because of his what's the word I'm looking for? Because he's infamous.
Yeah, how
And he's
extravagant he was, and the pompous
exactly
look and all that shit. Yeah.
right. But he's infamous because he was also arrested.
Right.
So it was more or less other people made him popular. And because Pan-Africanism sprung up, when his name sprung up, people automatically attached that to him, that he was it when it came to Pan-Africanism, and that's far from the truth. So go get Hubert Harrison's book, read it a little bit, or just do a little research on Sylvester Williams and understand it, because Marcus Garvey wasn't it. And I only brought up that point because if you felt like he was it, he himself didn't even want to repatriate to Africa. So, I mean, y'all are just fallacious in your logic. It just don't make no goddamn sense. And again, Pan-African bully, like, I'm just tired of the BS. I just had a little scuffle with Top Cats. Excuse me, Bottom Kitten. I'm my bad. Pinky
Bottom
in the brain.
kitten.
Because y'all make me sick with the dumb shit. Like, he literally tried to pull a source, not a coincidence, and tried to misrepresent the source. And when I caught his ass, he took it off the screen and didn't want to put it back on there. And the
That's
audience
the
and the
favorite
panel
move.
knew like I caught him red-handed, and they were aware and they saw that shit. They understand how disingenuous these people are. So stop
When was
being
this?
disingenuous by placing a link about the lady killed in Ghana. Black women get killed in America every
Yes,
fucking
they
day.
do. Every
What's the
fucking day, you
fucking
motherfucker.
And that we're
what's your
really
point,
slaves
homie?
now.
All right, hold on.
And
What's your
Let's
whenever
get
point?
this woman speaks, she talks in terms as if we're slaves today. Listen
Who
to
talked
her
as if I'm a
rhetoric and
slave?
remind me before this
Who
video was
talked?
up to talk about the
Who's
leper society, because I found a video
who's that
which she
talking?
Yeah, that's not
represents
he
this
playing.
leper
He playing a video. Don't
society.
nobody want
Keep
to see
that in
that
mind.
shit.
Yo, Tyron, we don't want to hear a video, man. Come on. You can talk right now. Nobody's gonna cut you off. Go ahead. We don't want to hear a video, bro. Go ahead.
Hey, so this video debunks your African claims, and this woman's calling you wannabe slaves, aspiring rapists, and that's why
All
they
right, can
don't
I ask
allow
you a
you
question?
niggas over here. But by the way, let me
It's not even
finish
a question.
addressing this
Can
woman's
you?
hogwash.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me.
Go ahead. That's
Am
what I
I
wanted you
able?
to
Am
address.
I able
Something
to?
she
Am
said.
I
Go
able to
ahead.
talk? Not a coincidence.
Absolutely. Go
Am I
ahead.
You
able
a
to
fucking
talk?
clown.
Oh,
Man, you
if I'm a
talk like a
clown,
clown.
you're a
You
fucking
a
court
clown,
jester.
dude.
Can I address you?
I'm
Can I
just the way
address
you
you?
talking.
Am
That
I
was
able to
all
talk? Am I
stupid.
able to talk? Because you ain't bring no source. You never
No
cited the
source.
source.
For what?
So
Source for
all
what?
you did was spew regurgitation. Now, what is Pan-Africanism? I dropped it in the back chat, mind you. What is a Pan-African? Pan-African didn't arrive before Pan-Slavism.
You are bringing up etymology, which has nothing to do with the definition. That's also
So
another
was
fallacy,
Africans
homie. You
Pan-Africans
gotta
before white
stop.
people arrived? Where did you get diaspora from? You got it from Jews, right?
No. It's
So
not a
you ain't
Jew.
no
So hold
Pan-African,
on.
and
Wait.
Africans ain't even
Ling Ling.
Pan-Africans
When did the
themselves.
Slavs?
So
When did the
hold
Slavs come
on,
to America?
let's stop running. Let me talk. You got to be
No, nobody's
long-winded.
running. I'm asking.
You got
No,
to
bro,
be
but you
long-winded.
can't
You
have a
got to be
conversation,
long-winded and
bro.
try to scapegoat your bullshit.
It's
So
real
let me
simple,
talk.
bro. I'm just
Let
asking a
me
simple
address your
question.
bullshit.
When
Let
are
me
you
address
saying
your
the Slavics
bullshit.
The
came to
bullshit is
America?
using the etymology of pan to try
So I
to
don't even
associate
get to
us, and that's bullshit,
rebuttal your
homie.
claim. I don't get to
Definitions.
rebuttal your claim,
Bullshit
but
is the
you
Yeah,
can
but
history, the
why?
answer me
origin
with a
of the
question with
word.
another
The
question.
definition
Oh,
Yeah,
is
but
explain
the
look.
this shit.
current
Hold
and
on,
Explain
Juju.
current
this
Juju,
shit,
use
real
bro.
of
quick.
said word.
Hold on,
Explain
Those
this
hold
shit.
are
on,
This
Juju.
two
why you ran
different
from Real Rap,
things.
nigga.
Hold
You
on.
have not
This why you ran from
a
my last
nigga.
debate on Real Rap, boy.
All right, we never had a debate. Relax. Listen, hold on,
Yeah,
Juju.
we did,
All I'm
and you ran
asking,
like a
hold
coward.
on.
You and King
Okay,
Ass
whatever.
lost the debate.
I never ran from anybody. But
Not a
So
listen,
now, can
coincidence.
real
I
You've
address
never
your
lost a
Pan-African
debate.
word.
You
nonsense? Can I
delusional,
address your
homie.
Pan-African nonsense that
All
you
right,
tried to
I'm just
scapegoat?
asking you a simple question. You said that it was
Ask your little
pan-Slavic.
bitch question.
Bro,
Go
I'm
ahead.
asking it. Shut up,
He
man. Shut
triggered
up.
because he know he wrong and
He
he
is
caught up.
triggered. I
You
just
His
want a
you
date.
answer
Pinky in
your
the
I
brain.
question.
just
You
want a
shut
Master
up.
date for
plan
these
to rule the world.
Slavics.
Always get fucked
Bro,
up.
just give me a date for the Slavics. That's it. Give me a date for the Slavics. You said that they was pan-Slavics before Pan-Africans. Go ahead. Give me a date for that.
It says that
1846.
it's 1846, my nigga.
So you're saying 1846 is what?
Pan-Slavism, Pan-Africanism arise right about It cut off. Let's go to the link.
Man. See how y'all did with Richard Pryor.
Yeah, I know. God, man.
So Pan-Africanism arrives in 1900s. Pan-Africanism arrives in 1900s.
19 what? You reading it?
1900s.
No, 1900s.
Pan-Slavism is 1846.
And
what are you reading from?
So
what is the relevance?
Are the Bantus that you're claiming to be? Are the Bantus that you're claiming to be calling their shit Africa?
Claim to be a Bantu
Are they calling it Africa, or is it just a province in Tunisia?
On this panel?
Hold on, y'all niggas. Y'all niggas
claim
with
to be a
DNA kits.
Bantu
Y'all
on the
niggas
panel, though?
place Bantus as the face of blackness. You.
Who?
No, that's
you
you.
niggas.
That's you.
Yes,
That's
you.
You're doing that.
Nobody mentioned the Bantu.
So
Am
can I
tripping?
answer your question? Can I finish?
He's the only one that brings
Can
up.
I finish? Are you going to keep interrupting?
Stop crying.
Hell yeah, when you lying, nigga.
You're the one crying. You're the one crying.
No,
you're the one trying to kick for Pan-Africanism, which is a white supremacist op.
Tell us your master plan to rule the world.
Am I lying? You're a white supremacist op. Ma'am, your King Garvey sold out to the Klan. He's a Knight of Columbus. What are you talking about?
I just told
he sell out
Marcus
to Ernest Sever Cox. That was his best buddy. Yes.
Is not it.
Yes.
Not a coincidence. Literally
yes,
just
he
explained
is.
that.
Yes, he is. We can pull up the book Negro with a
You need to go research.
You can pull up the book Negro with a hat, man.
Wrong again, Kiki.
They just keep repeating the same
Even
thing.
his first wife, Amy, exposed his coonery. Even his first wife exposed his coonery because he was fucking engaged with a white woman.
We're not talking about Marcus Garvey. What about Sylvester Williams?
Yeah, we are. We're talking about the Pan-Africanism as a whole.
Because they're the originators, homie.
Man, he's
what
a
about
cool man? He's buried in English heritage. He's buried in London.
Them?
Heck, W.E.B. Du Bois is more Pan-African than fucking Garvey. And he actually died in Africa. He actually died in Africa.
The only point we'll probably agree on all night. You're correct. He actually went to Africa and died there. You're right, homie.
And Garvey never did. Garvey never did. He never stepped a foot. He never stepped a foot in Africa.
Over again, and you just told this nigga that Pan-Africanism don't mean going back to Africa. He's still using.
Actually, it does because what was? Hold on.
Actually, it don't. It don't though. It don't. You made that up, bro.
Back to Africa, right? Hold on. What was he promoting?
Nigga,
where did he get the RBG flag from? Wait a minute. Where did he get the RBG flag from? Where did Marcus Garvey get the RBG? I know where he got it from. He got it from a Moor named Dusay Muhammad. And he didn't even know that red, black, and green are Arab colors. Those are Arab vexillology. He did not know anything about Africa. He was just a wannabe Freemason, and he was a do-boy for the white supremacists. So what are you talking about?
The man name was Deuce Muhammad, actually, not Deuce Muhammad.
Deuce Muhammad, yes, Deuce Muhammad.
No, not Deuce, just Deuce.
Okay, then why are you waving Arab slaver flags? Explain this. Why are you waving Arab slaver flags? Explain the shit.
That's not an Arab slaver flag. That was the flag used
by the red, black, and green are in Arab majority Arab countries.
That was the flag of the Sudan. Muhammad Akbar, who fought against the British in Sudan, in Donglawe.
Can you cite your source, my guy? Can you cite your source, my guy? And then before that, was Africa in Bantu's vocabulary? I know the West African's name for Africa. I know West African's name for Africa, and it wasn't Africa.
What is it?
They had their own words for it.
A populous place with many different tribes.
Africa wasn't even a thing before the province of Tunisia. So what is Pan-Africanism? It's talking about a Caucasoid, not a Bantu black. It's not talking about a Bantu black. It's not talking about a Niger Congoid Bantu black sub-Saharan. It's talking about Arabs. It's not talking about your
Berbers
ass.
ain't
You're an invasive
Arabs,
species to
nigga.
Africa.
Berbers
I'm a
are not
grade
Keep in
A,
Arabs,
so
mind.
if you
nigga.
want
Keep
to
in
be
Berbers
mind, on the white
are
informed,
man
I
census,
can
you're an
get it
invasive
right.
North
species.
Africa.
With grade
You're an
A's, ain't
invasive
no
species to the
monkeys.
entire
Grade
planet,
This
A's.
according to
man
the
nigga bouncing
census.
all over the place. It's
Man,
just
so
pseudo
what
tactic.
though?
How
So
am I
what
Another
bouncing
though?
all
pseudo
over
So
the
what?
tactic.
place? Your
So what?
ideology is
No,
exposed.
no, you're talking about
Your
Tunisia. You're talking
card,
about
your
what the
cards are
Romans teach you,
showing.
brother. Come on,
I
brother.
already know
Come
your
Show me
on,
what's the
Cards
man.
are
name of
grievance.
showing.
West Africa.
You
God
dick
damn,
Wait,
suck
why
wait,
you
white
wait,
like
wait.
supremacy
I
brother?
on
want
a
to know what the
daily.
name of West Africa was.
Your
What was the name of
Pan-African
West Africa?
ideology and methodology from
What was
science
the
comes
name
from
of West
white
Africa, Pinky?
supremacy. Is
Pinky,
hold on. Is DNA?
focus. Focus,
Y'all
Pinky.
niggas
What is the
love
name of West
DNA,
See,
but
now
Africa?
you
don't
going
know
to
it comes from
DNA.
James Watson, a white supremacist.
All over the place. This is
Hmm.
pseudo tactic, bro.
He's so all
If I
over the
say
A
place. He
pseudo
millions
moving
of
all
tactic?
down
over the
one
How,
point.
nigga? This is
Look, he moving the
documented.
Because you a
goalposts on
pseudo, and
track.
this is something
Moving
that you
what
He got to
use.
stop or
goalposts?
slow
Something that
down.
you pseudo niggas
I just
use
proved
all
that
the time.
without a
You
shadow of a
bounce
doubt
all
that
over the fucking
Pan-Africanism
place.
is
Then
Stop.
you
nothing but
talking
black
about Marcus Garvey.
supremacy.
Then you
I
talking
was
about
Already
DNA.
exposed your whole
Niggas bounce all over the
ideology.
place on some pseudo shit.
No,
I'm still trying to
Because
this
you
figure
is
out
know,
the
all
name.
nigga,
on
You
draw
said
you
what is
down
topic.
West
to one
Africa
This is
point,
called?
all
you
on
gonna get
What is
topic.
West
exposed like
This
Africa
is
this.
called,
all on
Africa?
topic. Pan-Africanism didn't come about until your Freemason ass made it up appropriating random cultures within
Guess what?
Africa.
No, no. Guess what? I don't give a fuck
And
when Pan
Ron
Africanism came
Kareem,
along, nigga.
let's talk
I'm
about Ron
still,
Kareem, the man
a
that brought
descendant
you
of
alleged
West
African
Africans.
language,
So what
stole
does
up
that
out of
change?
East Africa,
How
and
is
was
that
working with the
relevant to the
FBI.
conversation of our identity in America?
I'm
How the fuck
African
does that matter
out of
to
stealing from
anything that we talking
East
about? We
African
talking about the
Swahili.
identity of African Americans or Black
Swahili is a
Americans
trade
in
You
language.
America.
The
What
word
the
monkeys
is
fuck
gotta
does
actually
steal
called
from out of
Afrikaans,
Pan-Africanism
East
got
though.
to do with
Africa
that?
for a
I
language.
could
Spelling
not
is
be
You
a
equal
monkeys
to
gotta steal
Pan-African
out of
African.
and still be a
Swahili
descendant of
for
West Africa.
Bantu language.
Nigga, all over the
Swahili is
fucking
the
place,
most
man.
widely
Explain why
spoken
you gotta
language in
steal,
Africa.
why you gotta have the FBI give you a language.
Swahili is the most widely
If
spoken
you so
language in
African,
Africa.
explain why the
Swahili
FBI
is the
has
most
to give
widely
you a
spoken language in
language.
Africa.
Explain why the
Swahili is
FBI
the
gotta give
widely
you a
spoken
black
language in
holiday.
Africa.
These niggas do. They don't want you
Explain
Swahili
to
is
talk.
this.
the widely
Explain
spoken
this,
language in
bro. Why
Africa.
does the FBI feel the need to give you a made-up West African language in East African Swahili?
Who
Explain
said
this.
Swahili
who
is
said
not
that?
made up. It's a trade tongue. It's like a
It's
Creole
your
language,
made-up
yeah?
language. It's not
It's
even a
not
real
made up.
language.
There's
Swahili is
nothing
a
It's
made
real
not
up
even
language.
a
It's
real
about it.
language. It's a lingua
It's a
franca.
trade
It's not
language.
even
You
a
understand
real
what that
language,
means?
nigga. And then y'all
That
claim
means when
Creole is a
cultures
damn
cross
real
or you
authentic
have
African language
transitional
when it's a
cultures,
slave
those different
trade
cultures will
language.
borrow
Y'all
from each
niggas ain't
other,
got no trace of no
including
Bantu
language and
culture.
words,
You ain't got
and then
no
they will
Bantu
come up with a
culture.
language
You
that
ain't got no
everyone can
Bantu
understand and
culture.
speak
If you
that
got
makes it
Bantu
Hey,
easier
culture,
for
how
Yolanda,
did the
trade.
Indian? How did the
Yolanda, just
Indian?
let him talk.
How did the
That's all he want
Indian
to do.
get
Just let him talk.
drapetomania and get replaced with a Bantu great replacement? Explain this shit. How did Indians die from drapetomania and come back as undead slave masters and get
If you
replaced with a
shut the fuck
Bantu
up,
great
maybe somebody
replacement?
can
Explain this,
explain it, but
ho.
you
Explain
won't
this
be
shit.
quiet.
Explain this. There's no
Hey,
document
can you be
telling
quiet
you
so
that
one
12 million
that can
Africans.
explain it?
He says it's explaining and he keeps talking.
Yeah, I
There's
mean,
no
Okay,
goddamn,
Pinky.
documents
bro.
of.
Okay,
Can you be
Pinky.
There's
quiet?
no documents of Africans being brought.
Where? There's no documents to Africans being brought here? Are you serious?
There are no
Oh
documents of
God.
Africans brought by 12 million into the 13 colonies.
Nobody said
There's
there
no
was.
documents.
Nobody said there
There's
was
no
12 million.
documents.
See, you
You
drove that up
niggas
there. You
claim,
drove the
you
12
niggas
million up
claim
there.
that Africans was the bulk, the majority bulk of slaves within South Carolina. China, yet the facts
Taiwan,
don't match your
Ling
rhetoric.
Ling,
The
stop.
facts don't match your nonsense. We can
Stop.
even look at the chart. We can even look
I
at a
just want to
chart.
respond. What's not a real language, dude?
Dude,
Hold on, chill out.
He's talking about Swahili, Dr. Andy.
So look, he thinks that 12 million people came to North America. This
He
how
think that's
silly he
the
is.
claim.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not the
He
claim.
really thinks that's the claim.
Yeah, no one said that.
He's retarded. He's retarded, but won't even take a breath. He's probably still talking right now.
You see the thing, and that's somebody said it earlier. It's like a fire hose thing. They just throw a whole lot of shit on it, just spray a whole lot of bullshit, and then you can't really respond. You can't respond to the first thing because he didn't put 15 other things on top of it.
That's
they just look up shit to fucking sound smart around black people who don't know a lot about shit. You know what I'm saying? But when you come into a situation where with cats like us. We can go point for point. So if you really want to talk about it, let's go point for point. Let's go point for point.
They ain't gonna do that, bro. They're not gonna do that.
They're not gonna do that. And I mean, come on, man. I mean, it's on some punch you in your face shit after a while because it's.
Are you Negroes gonna keep running from this history?
Negroes.
Are you gonna keep
Nobody's
running? Are you gonna keep tweeting? Then why you muting mics?
Ask one question and let me answer it.
Because you a coward. I'm exposing your whole reality.
You're exposing your stupidity.
You don't need to say it.
Only thing you're exposing.
So what? So the question on the table is, where are you getting this 12 million people came to North America? Where are you getting that claim from? That's what we want to know.
Your sword, sir.
Pan-Africanist Kwame Ture, Stokely Carmichael postulated that 12 million alleged Africans came over here, and even the mainstream claims this number. So what are you talking about? Then your boy, fucking boy.
Bro. Hey. 12 million came where? 12 million came where?
To the Americas.
Okay, so why did
this is Kwame Ture's own quote? 12 million of the strongest of Africans were brought over here to America. That's his quote.
I swear y'all gotta stop doing drugs, homie.
No, that's your leader. That's your fucking leader. That ain't my leader. That's yours.
We're not in an organization.
Your mainstream says it's 12 million.
It is 12 million. They came to the America.
Y'all niggas dick suck the mainstream. So let's look at the information that let's look at the information from the South Carolina Museum.
What you doing, homie?
You love talking about sucking
It's
dick,
funny
bro.
how they can throw out these shots, but and
He
then
does,
y'all niggas gonna run? Are y'all niggas gonna run? Are y'all
5'1" or something? I probably could take him.
It's
Like
too
for
late
real,
for this
homie.
shit.
You weak for that. Go on, Pinky.
Listen,
Go sit your ass in the corner somewhere. And don't
That's
you
why I
fucking
said
come out
that's
till I
one of
tell
them
you.
niggas who got fucked up
You
in high
better not,
school.
Pinky. Shut
Nigga
up.
grab his
I
ass up
said
by
it,
his
Pinky.
collar.
Let's expose your
Hang him
Bantu nut.
over the toilet by his ankles.
Boy, bye.
Nigga lunch money. Bitch
You know
ass
whose
nigga.
dick y'all be
That's the
sucking
shit
on?
them niggas
Her
do.
name is Madam Blavatsky. That's dick y'all been sucking on because that ideology y'all be spitting come from her and Noble Drew Ali. So when you want to talk about sucking dick, homie, you've been sucking a white woman's dick for a minute now. So you need to stop with that, homie. Don't do that. Don't do that. It's a whole bunch of men. I'm the only woman on the panel, and you dare not talk to me like that. But it's a whole bunch of men on this panel. So why you coming with that gay energy? Boy, go on somewhere, Pinky. Go sit your ass in the corner, and don't you speak until you're spoken to. Because this is an adult conversation. Fuck
but
out
look,
here.
Juju, this is what these weirdos do.
That's
You know what I'm
weird as
saying?
fuck.
When they can't, have a conversation intellectually, you know what I'm saying? They have to resort to
spewing
high school, middle school shit. You feel what I'm saying? Like, that shit is childish. They're not even
It's
creative.
weird. It's
They're not
weird.
even creative with this shit. You know what I'm
Weird
saying?
as
Like,
weird.
absolutely weird. I agree. I say it all the time. All of them do it. That's
Goofy
what
as
they love to
fuck.
do.
They
And
do.
weird.
They do. That's exactly what they do. It's 12 million. 12 million.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's approximately 12 million that came to the Americas, not that came to the United States.
But you
Not at
see,
all.
look,
No
I'm
one
glad
is
you
making.
brought that back up because his first claim was that, we're saying that that millions came to America or 12 millions came to
That's
North
what he
America.
said.
That's what he
He
said.
said
And
something
then
about Carolina. That's what he said.
and then he tried to
All
switch
right.
it up. Like, first
Then he
of
tried to
all,
say
we
the
never claimed that.
Americas.
Like, we understand, listen, about 300,000 to 400,000 come to North America. But we also understand that the people that was taken to Jamaica, people that was taken to South America and other places in the islands, guess what? Them people got sold through the Americas also. Right? So it's not just that they don't have to come directly from Africa. We know people from the islands was brought directly to Africa and then made their way to North America. So it's not even a big thing.
I mean, there absolutely is no scholarship with this dude. I mean, it's beyond ridiculous. It's
I'm gonna
beyond
give him one more
ridiculous.
chance. I'm gonna give him one more chance because I'm getting up out of here
And his
soon.
voice
Don't
actually is
get good.
irritating. Oh.
It is. But you know, it's
No, I
the
mean,
pickings. The
please
pickings
bring
are
him up.
slim tonight. The pickings are slim tonight. So we got to deal. We got to deal with.
Gotta get this nigga some pussy, man.
Oh,
That
I
nigga
get
nuts,
pussy. None of you
oh,
niggas
you
get
are
pussy at
pussy,
all. Y'all
nigga.
get
You
dick.
are
Y'all get African sperm in your face. Now let's get
Yeah.
back to these
Hey
numbers
man,
that you
kick that
tried
nigga
to
off,
Why
boost
you
man.
from
always
because
lying? Why you always
you ain't had no
lying?
point. Not a coincidence.
No,
You ain't
stop. Are you
eating.
gonna?
You ain't eating. So let's get back to this because you're clearly running. Because the South Carolina, and this is boots on the ground
Gotta get
research,
this
by the
nigga some
way.
pussy.
You ain't never been to a museum, nigga. You only got Googlepedia research. So let's go over these numbers.
Hey, what state you from, bro?
None of your damn business, nigga.
Yeah, I
That
can't
nigga
pick
better
up his
not say
accent
So
either.
Florida.
let's
I
go
can
over
tell you
these
grew up
numbers.
around
This
white
is
Matter of
people.
from
fact,
the estimated
matter of
Southern
fact, I know your
population by
Everybody
mom's
grew up
from the
race,
around
same
white people.
page, so I can just find out that
1685,
way.
1790. Okay, what's my mom?
You from New York? Okay.
What's my mom? I'm not
You
from
grew
New
up
York.
around white people. I can tell. You grew up around white
I
people.
grew up around white people. Oh,
You
prove it.
did. Yeah, you did. I mean, I
Prove
can
it.
So
tell in the way
you
you
don't gotta
talk.
prove it.
Prove
You
it.
showing
Tyrone,
all
Share
the
my
evidence
social
that we
media.
need, nigga.
Share
Tyrone,
my
where
You
you
friends'
showing
from?
all
social
the
media.
evidence
Tell
that
your
we need.
friends about me. Nigga, I'm
I just wanted to
Batman.
know
Tell
if
your
you was
friends
close.
about
I
me.
just wanted to know if
So
you was close. You
Tyrone,
estimated
ain't close to me.
Southern
you
population
from
by race
Freeport? You
1685,
from Freeport?
1790 in South Carolina, east of the mountains from Powhatan's Mantle Indians in the colonial Southeast. So in 1685, indigenous Americans were at 10,000 people, whereas in 1685, alleged Africans or blacks are at 500. So you skip down to 1790, almost all the indigenous people get depleted from 300 from 10,000, but alleged African Great Replacement is boosted by 249,400 by population from alleged white rape on a sex farm and Indian drapetomania being replaced with a Bantu Great Replacement. Make it make sense because
Dude,
Africans are not.
what did you
Shut
just
the
say?
fuck up and
Repeat it
listen, bitch
again.
nigga.
Repeat it again.
He just
No,
made
what
it
did you
up.
just
He
say?
Did
made
you
it
not
up
hear
as
what I
he
said? I don't need to
No, I didn't
repeat.
understand it.
Nah, her
It
ass,
You
was
nigga. I
monkeys
ain't
made
hear
are
what you
claiming.
said,
So
pussy.
you
Say
monkeys
that
are
shit again,
claiming. You
bitch.
monkeys
it
are
was
claiming.
incoherent.
You monkeys are claiming. You monkeys are claiming that Indians were
You grew up around
replaced
white
via their own
Bro, this nigga gotta be a
drapetomania
crackhead.
with a
It's
Bantu Great
Yo, this nigga's
Replacement.
crazy.
It's not drapetomania. It's drapetomania.
Gotta
And
be
you know
a
what
Drapetomania,
drapetomania
drapetomania. Who
means?
gives a
And
fuck?
drapetomania
Who
wasn't
gives
even
a
put
fuck?
to the English
Niggas that ran
lexicon
away
until
from
like
slavery,
1830.
right? So you claiming that
Just
niggas
running
ran away
away.
from slavery, right?
I
So what
wish
that
this
have
So
to
nigga
you
do?
would
What do
tell
that
him.
claim,
have to do with the
so you
Indians?
claim Indians are running away from slavery is how they got
No,
expunged
no,
from
no,
being
no,
slaves, right?
no,
Is that your
no. I mean,
theory?
are we
Is
just
that your
talking about
theory? And
South
then the white
Carolina?
man, and then the
No,
white
I don't
man
have a
raped up all
theory.
the Bantu
And the white
wenches.
man and the
They
white
hogged all the
man.
Bantu pussy to
Yeah, I
themselves.
mean, yeah, come
Okay,
on, bro.
so
I mean, what do you? I
Africans'
mean,
birth rates, Africans'
This
birth
nigga,
rates
oh,
are
bitch ass
high.
nigga, man.
They're high. Their birth rates are not high. They're not
who told you
acclimated to
that?
the land. They don't have. They're not
They were
acclimated
brought
to
to
the
South Carolina
land.
because they were acclimated to the land.
Their death rates are high and their birth
Yes, because
rates
they
are
worked in rice
low. They're
fields.
not
That's how come
having any
Virginia had a
children.
higher
You're
population. They
not
have
having any children being locked up in a slave ship for 6 months.
You're
You're
not
going
locked
to
in a
have
fucking
large
slave ship for 6 months.
miscarriages.
What
You're
are you
going to have
talking about?
large miscarriages of
Who was
Bantu
on a slave ship
women's
for 6 months?
babies, right?
Who was on a
You
slave
know,
ship for six
So
months, bro?
and the majority
Yo,
of these
Why are you
alleged
jumping
African
from
slaves
South
are
Carolina to a
Bantu
slave
males,
ship?
right?
what are
No.
The
you? Why are
majority
you
of these
so obsessed
slaves,
with
the
Bantu?
you
majority of
gotta
these
make that
slaves
nigga
are
slow it down.
Bantu bucks, right? The majority.
No. What are you?
Get
Why
this,
is
What are
get
you?
this.
you?
So
No. What are you? No. What are you?
these Bantu bucks
You be
sleeping with?
using cracker
Who are these?
Hold
terminology,
on.
Whose
Yeah,
vagina is being used to produce
Ling.
our? No, Negro.
Ling.
Listen,
Let me ask
listen,
you.
listen,
This
because
is
you don't
for
want to hear
real. No,
this. You don't want to hear the
uh,
mathematics.
Come on, you just on information overload. Relax, bro. We get it. All
Yeah,
right.
it's like
So What are you showing us, and where's that from, and why is it always a screenshot with you? You're on an iPad. Why don't you go to the
It's a
original of where you
screenshot
getting
from
that
a
from?
place I've been to.
Oh, so
You
what?
ever been
Okay,
to
so
South
what
Carolina? Have
Yeah,
you
you
ever
grew up
been to
around
what are
South
white
we
people.
looking at?
Carolina?
What are we
You're
looking
from
at?
Western Pennsylvania. I can hear it in your voice. You're like from Pittsburgh or something. You
Pennsylvania.
grew up
That's a
around white
southern
people.
accent, clown.
No, it
Where am
isn't.
I
It
from in
isn't a southern accent.
Pennsylvania?
Yo,
It
hold
Where
ain't
my
a
on,
west.
parents
You got a
from?
West
southern
Ling
Virginia,
his accent definitely
Ling.
ain't southern.
Hold on,
Kentucky.
chill out.
I'm from
Chill out.
Have you
Chill
ever
out.
Pennsylvania.
been to South Carolina? Not a coincidence. I know you never
Hold on.
left your
Yes,
stoop.
I
You're
have.
the stoop
I
kid.
have.
No,
Niggas
you
out there don't
haven't.
act like
Okay.
No,
that.
you haven't. Where you been? Where
Hold
you
on.
been? Have you been there?
Ling, chill out. Man, listen, can you read? Can you read that at the bottom?
Oh, yes, I can. The
All
starting
right, can you read
decline
it
of
for me?
the Native American populations corresponding with the white settlement is matched by the equality dramatic increase in alleged Africans through forced immigration.
It doesn't say alleged. Why'd you say alleged?
Because there were no Africans in the South.
Oh, so
So
look. This is
Out of his own source. God
look.
damn.
God
So
damn.
look.
Yeah.
You see how like this is what they got to do. He's adding words in the shit, right? What like this shit is silly. It's children shit. But this is what we said. They have to do this to make it make sense. Like I
Exactly,
seen
because
it
it
said
don't make no
Africans.
sense
I
going
couldn't read
along.
it. I seen that word African, but that's why I asked him to read it. And then he threw the alleged part in it. Like, come on, man. Like, why? Because it doesn't fit your narrative. It's plain and simple. Like, why else would you do it? You're pseudo. That's why. Like this guy. So what do you got to say about this stuff, man? You adding words to shit that don't go. What you got to say about yourself?
So, are you going to let me talk?
Why?
So,
No,
what was
yeah.
going? What was
And
going
no,
on?
you
What
have
was
to.
the coincidence?
No, stop, bro. Because every time you talk, you adding something. I want to know why you added that word
So,
alleged to it. Why did you add the word alleged to it? Can you explain that? And
because
then we
there
can move
were
on to
no
something else.
Africans in the South. Can you hear?
So I got you. You
Hello?
said that you
You
said
use
Hello?
this,
a
but
source
stop,
Can you
that
stop.
hear?
contradicts
Until
your point.
no, stop. Ling. The point is, your source says it was though. Your
So,
source that you just showed us
your
says it
source.
was.
So,
Why the fuck would you
so
show
how
that?
is the African? So, not a coincidence. And
Sutek, that's my point. His source says it, but then you arguing with
God
us.
damn. These niggas not even good at being Abos.
are you gonna listen? Are you gonna let me
No, but
rebuttal?
your
Are
point.
you gonna
No,
let me
what is
rebuttal your
no?
claim?
Your
Are you gonna let
source
me
from
talk?
South Carolina said that.
Take a breath, dude. Let your lungs
So
Yep.
take a
look,
breath,
So
these
man.
are
sound
you
like
gonna
root
let me
words right now.
rebuttal? So in
This is
between, so
crazy.
look at the net, look at the dates, 1685 through 1790. So how is the African population increasing and what was going on during that time period? You want
What
to
did they
know?
say at the?
You
What
want
did
to know what was going on? No, you want to know how there was no Africans over
No, we
here?
don't want to see. No, we don't want to see another Instagram post, bro. All you're doing is going through screenshots from Instagram. Like, what's wrong with this guy? He's going through screenshots from Instagram on us, and he thinks
He
Yeah,
really
he
that's
said
keeps
that there were
grasping
no
on
Africans.
straws, man. He keeps grasping on straws, and he got nothing to prove.
In the South that came into the United States. So all of those slave ships, all of those advertisements from those times, advertising Africans being sold off ships is just made up. So what I think he's saying is that what he showed us is proving that those people were actually Indians. That after a while, the white people convinced them that they were African.
So
I think
are you
that's what
gonna
he's
let me
saying.
finish? So I
No,
just
They
showed you the
showing you,
time
bro. He's
periods,
stupid.
right?
He's
Hold on,
you shouldn't finish.
hold on.
You shouldn't finish.
Are you gonna make a straw man argument?
No, I'm going to make a very
Are
concise
you
argument
gonna
against
still
everything you
try to
said.
filibuster your straw man argument? So
Man, you
here's
just used a bunch of
manumissions of the
words, bro.
No,
process.
hold on.
Hold on,
No,
are you gonna run?
Ling, stop. You do a lot of talking. You need so Cujo brought up a good point. He said we got slave ads in South Carolina, right? So this one is from 1804. What are you going to say about these slave ads from these people from coming from Gambia?
What are you gonna say about these people from Gambia? Okay, then let's see what time frame.
No,
What
Stacey,
time frame
answer
is
the
this
damn
ad?
question,
Hold on,
bro.
Answer the
silence.
Question. Answer the question.
What time frame is this ad from?
If you stop talking, if you look
What
at the screen,
year?
it says 1804. You want me to go further
1804.
back?
Wow,
You
great.
want me to go further
1804.
back?
I'm talking about 1600 to 1700.
Do you want me to go further back?
I'm talking about 1600 to 1700s. Are you going to try and deflect from
No,
what I'm
but
about
you're
to
still
say?
saying you're still saying this
So
didn't
what was
happen.
going on? Hold on. I don't want to hear none of your shit right now. So what was going on in between? What year? 1685 through 1790, right? What was going on in between those time periods? It was the Yamasee War. So in 1663 and 1665, King Charles
We
of
have
England
slave ads.
granted charters for the region of
Stop.
South of Virginia.
Come on, stop. We have slave ads in the
Why are you
1700s.
trying to run? Because these
You just talking.
so-called Instagram posts that I post. These Instagram posts that I posted them myself from the History and Archive Center of South Carolina. So why are you posting up a straw man to deflect from what I'm saying?
No.
What the straw
This is
man?
from the History and Archive Center Museum. What are you talking about, nigga? You ain't you.
Where in South Carolina?
No, stop. It doesn't even matter. His source said Africans came in.
I
He
think
read
he's
it to
lying
us.
about even going to South Carolina. Where in
Yeah,
South
he
Carolina?
did.
They did not.
He is lying.
They
Where in
didn't.
South Carolina? Name a city in South Carolina where
They
this
didn't
museum
come,
is.
Negro. If you
Where's
let
the
me
city?
explain.
What city
Oh
is it
my
in
goodness
South
gracious.
Carolina, Pinky?
Charleston. Now let me
Charleston.
answer.
That's the
Now can
only
I
city
talk?
you know.
Can I talk? Can I
No, you do
talk?
that. You do that.
You
That's
can
all I'm
cry. Go ahead,
saying.
Pinky.
No. There's St. Augustine. There's the lowlands. There's the highlands. What are you talking about, man? My people are from Bronson. So how you gonna speak on to me when I know my own genealogy and I know my own South Carolinian history? So
All right, so listen, hold on. You say
hold on. So how is Bantu?
Look, no, for real, bro. I want to know how this man from Guinea is a runaway slave in 1735.
So
I want to know how.
if you
For
let
real.
me talk, if you let me talk. For one,
I want to know how all these
Indian Mac debunked you on the claim of Negro and
stop.
African.
We're not going to stop.
But what? No, yeah.
No,
Are you gonna flee?
look.
Are you gonna flee? Are you gonna flee?
Stop, bro. November 17th, 1773. A new Negro fella of the Paw country says his name is Queso, right? And his master name Young. He is about 26 years of age, 5 feet 11 inches high, and has his country marks on his right shoulder. That's scarification. So what do you do? Like, we got him. We got Sambo. He's from Guinea. We got
Sambo
Smart
Guinea.
from Guinea.
Wow.
Yeah, that's his
You
name.
do realize you have names like that over here in
No, but
America,
look,
right? You
no,
got
they are.
Santee,
Bro,
you got Allegheny, you got fucking Ganahe.
Stop
Allegheny. You don't know how to pronounce it.
Stop deflecting. This is
Do
a
you not
newspaper
have guinea
article.
pig?
Stop. You said Charles.
That's not deflecting.
You are deflecting. So the
It
point
is.
is, he mentioned Charleston, and he's basically saying no Africans came in there. This is a bullshit story. So this is Africans who were captured and brought back to the jail. So what they would do is they just capture these runaways, bring them back, and then make advertisements so they can get paid on the people that they captured. Everybody knows that. You know what I'm saying? And here they're giving detail of these people. So when somebody reads the ad, you're gonna know, oh, this is my slave that they're talking about, and you're gonna go and collect your slave and pay these people their money. There's no conspiracy in this. This is about money. This is about retrieving your stolen or lost goods. In this case, your runaway goods. But they're talking about African. He doesn't want to address that, and they happen to be where he's talking about in Charleston. So this population of Indians that he's so concerned about being replaced by these Africans, and he's saying, where are they? Well, here they are, right here.
So are you gonna let me address your source with my source? Or are you gonna keep running?
It depends on what you say, bro.
Pull up
Make
my
it smart.
screen. Pull up my screen and stop hiding.
Well, I asked you a question. Can you answer one of my questions?
Not a coincidence. You scared. You keep
No, I'm not.
incorporating Africans
I'm
into the
trying.
narrative when they weren't
I'm trying
here.
to.
Now
Listen.
let's look at the time period. What was going on during that time? The Yamasee War, right? Indians enslaving other Indians and siding with the British, siding with the Spanish of St. Augustine, and siding with the Mobile French. So let's break that shit down because they were capturing most of their slaves up out of these 13 colony areas of Indians warring with other Indians.
All right,
These were
cool.
your
Can you answer
majority
my
chattel.
question?
So what are you
Can you
talking
answer?
about, dude?
Hold on. Answer. All right, cool. You got your little spiel. Now,
Ain't
can you answer
nobody
my question?
confirming, ain't
Hold
nobody
on.
peer
Stop.
reviewed your little fucking
Why?
slave chart. Ain't
Why
nobody
are
peer
they?
review your little
Listen.
list,
Stop.
nigga.
You don't even know what a peer review is or what the purpose
Nigga,
is
did you
or
peer review that
why
shit? Did
would
you have
something
you
need
found
to
a
be peer
Bantu in
reviewed?
your genealogy? No,
You
you
don't
didn't.
even. No, stop,
Did
brother.
you
Stop.
find that Bantu witch doctor in your genealogy?
Oh
No, you
my
didn't.
God. Yeah, I'm done with him for the night. It's already late. We tried, but
Yeah, man, you gotta stop trying with that nigga.
I don't. I'm confused. So, everybody always claims that the Yamasee were black. So why is he
And how
calling
you
them
gonna be from
Indian?
South Carolina?
I just don't understand, like these Abos or Indians, whatever they want to call themselves. Why their ideology never matches? It never match up ever. They always have different talking points, but the same. But they're never like on one accord. That shit is daunting to me. Like crazy. I'm a retarded.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, come on. Why
Wow.
would you attack her sexuality? I mean, that's the thing, and that's white people shit.
I'm
Because
the
white people,
prudest.
that's white
I'm the
people, yeah. That's
prudest
white people shit.
motherfucker you'll ever meet. With your
I mean,
dumbass.
regardless of what you
My
do,
mouth
that's
may
your
be
goddamn
hoish
business.
because it's
But why would,
dirty as
like, if he
fuck.
has a problem
But
with you, why attack your sexuality? You know, why attack it? I mean, that's just white folk shit, man.
it really is. That
That's
really
just
is some
white folk
buckra
shit.
shit.
For
Straight
real,
up.
whatever you want to insult a woman is always about her pussy.
Yeah.
You can't
Straight
have a
up
conversation without
Bazunga.
talking about some goddamn her cooch.
Yep.
Man,
Straight
get
up
the fuck out
buckra
of here,
shit.
man. This shit is goddamn it. And then he just
All right.
repeats your family from South Carolina, a place that arguably imported
Can't.
more Africans than anywhere else in the United States. And you're
Can't be.
saying that, come on. You know, he's
He's
saying he grew up
lying.
around white people.
That's
It's no question. It's too
that's
many
not a
R's.
coincidence, patience, Denise. It's not a
Too many
coincidence,
R's.
patience.
Right,
I would
CJ?
have been punched that nigga in the fucking face.
Yeah.
That's how man, for real.
Can't, like, maybe his great grandmother was from South Carolina, but I
He didn't
doubt
grow
he's
up here.
ever really been there or know anything because ain't no way.
But I
That's
have come
why when
across
open and
black people.
knowledge will always want to claim South Carolina, I'm like, ain't no way, bro. Y'all be lying or something ain't right.
I know
I come
that.
across
South
a few
Carolina
black
niggas don't act like that, man.
that live
Stop.
around white folks that enunciate way too much. You know what I'm saying? Because their parents are obviously enunciated in the house. We don't even say ERs that much on the end of words. You know, he would just, or it was just ridiculous. I mean, I can tell you grew up around white people. A crack needle.
Or Cujo. Well, I did too, so I can't say that. I had the best of both worlds, but my granny, born in 1918, because she couldn't pronounce T's and R's a lot, because she still kind of had that old Southern dialect.
Yeah. Oh
My
yeah.
mama still like that.
Yeah, my family's still like that.
My mama
See,
still like
rap
that.
nigga.
my granny made sure that her children spoke a certain way,
Yeah,
and she
enunciate.
raised me. So yeah, I could never talk in any type of slang or you
But you
know,
sound like
a
a
kind of
black person.
ebonic dialect.
You
I
sound
can't
like
do
a
that.
black person. You don't overemphasize. That's what I'm talking about. You may have been taught to do it, but you don't. You don't overemphasize. That's what I'm saying. Like I
Oh,
can hear
thank you.
that, but you don't. He's overemphasizing like somebody from Pittsburgh. I noticed that a lot of Midwest dudes do that. You know what I'm saying?
Pittsburgh.
I noticed they do that. I noticed that they really put the hard R on the end of the
Yeah,
word.
right. Well, I'm something in me won't let me use the hard R's.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't.
You're
Yeah.
from South Carolina. You're saying you're from South Carolina. They imported more slaves than anywhere, any place else. The rice cultivation in South Carolina. If you're from South Carolina, they eat rice with every goddamn thing. That's not even an
Everything.
indigenous crop. They eat rice with everything. They bring rice to a cookout. That shit blew the hell on
Everything.
me. Like 3 or 4
Breakfast, lunch,
people.
and dinner.
Yes,
Rice, nigga.
rice, and
I
that's
don't
an
know what you
African
talking
crop.
about.
And they imported people from rice cultivating places in Sierra Leone intentionally
Yes,
because those people
intentionally.
had knowledge on the cultivation of rice. But ain't no Africans in South Carolina. No Africans in South Carolina. So these Indians were God, man. I mean, it's
They
like
taught some of the Seminoles how to cultivate. I
All
learned
right,
that.
so you unloaded a whole bunch of horse shit right there because wild rice grows within the swamps of
We're not
the
talking about
Carolinas,
wild rice.
rice.
and
There are
Rice
Africans
different
is
weren't even
species of
needed for
rice.
that. And
We're
second,
talking
what?
about
Okay, silence. Because are you
Island. Hey,
practicing
you
break?
don't
Hold
have
on,
no authority. You don't have no
sound
fucking
goofy
authority,
and
nigga.
goofy
Got it.
y'all
You don't
Pan
have
Africans
no
are. So you make up theories of that y'all sown seeds in your hair and your scalp and you shoved the seeds up your asshole when you was dropped in a slave ship and
no,
somehow
no,
miraculously you
no,
planted them
no,
seeds, them care
no,
packages of seeds
no.
within
They
America.
traded for those commodities in Africa. They traded for those commodities. That's how corn got into Africa because Europeans used corn as a trade item to trade with Africans, and the Africans cultivated it themselves. People from Sierra Leone, my bad, people from Senegambia, they were brought in, the Mandinka and the Wolof, because they started to cultivate their own tobacco. So they were brought in the areas of North Carolina and Virginia, Tobacco Road, because they had knowledge on how to grow and raise tobacco, brother. I mean,
Hold
come
up,
on,
because
man.
I'm about
Stop
to
trying
walk
to
you
win an
down on your
argument. Stop
own
trying to be a
self-proclaimed
smart ass,
culture.
man, and realize you got a
I'm
lot to
about to
learn.
walk you down on your
You can't
self-proclaimed
walk anything
culture.
down, sir. You're not even
Yeah, I
prepared.
can. Yeah, I
You
can.
can't. You can't.
Yeah,
Don't do
I
it with the
can.
screen. Don't do it
Yes,
with the
I
screen.
can. Yeah, I can. And let me show you something. Give me a moment because I'm about to make you look clown made right now.
Impossible.
Stop playing. Stop playing with me. Because I'm about
not
to
playing
clown
with
you
you at
with your
all.
own
You're the only one
self-proclaimed
playing on
Bantu
me.
culture. Give me a moment. Because
You're
you're
the
the
only
one
one
that's
playing.
making up fanciful West African wise tale on the Gullah Geechee culture, and you ain't got no proof of
So
that.
explain to me how we get
You
a
don't have any
Nazi
proof,
here.
but hearsay. I
Explain to
don't want to
me
hear
how we got Bear
hearsay.
Rabbit here.
I don't want to
Explain to
hear
me how
Bantu
Yams
hearsay.
got
I don't want to hear
here.
Bantu fiction.
Explain to me how
I want to see
Okra
the
got here.
evidence. Sweetgrass
Explain to
bastards
me
don't come
how
from
we
Africa.
still weave our
I
baskets the
mean,
same
rice
way that
don't
West
even really come from
Africans
Africa.
do.
If you West
Please
African,
explain how those
if
anomalies
you
can
West
take
African,
place.
why you ain't
No
got this
African
shit in
rice?
your head?
We
Why you
don't
ain't got
want
this
to
shit in your
see
head?
your
Why you ain't
No
science
got this
African
shit in
project.
rice?
your head? You an African?
Oh,
Why
Yo,
you ain't
Ling
got this shit in your head? Why you ain't got
Let
this
somebody
shredder?
talk. Ling, let somebody talk. You keep asking the same question over and over and over and over. It's too late for this shit, man.
This your culture, right? Where's this shit in your head?
Why would it have to be in my head now? Why would I have to have rice in my head now?
You sound
We are a
stupid.
Nah,
synchronized
nigga, you
culture and we are
claim you made the
African
claim, but you ain't
Americans.
got no
And we wear
cultures
scarves
doing
so
that
much
today.
that they're just up
You
What?
don't
here
have a West
admiring.
African
Why would
culture
people
that's
have to do
doing
that
that.
today? Why would they do it today? Why? Why would they do it today?
culture
He
doesn't
don't.
evolve.
I got him up out of here. He don't know why, but
God,
he
man.
just saying anything. But I
He
gotta get
gotta
up
be
out of
like
here.
16 or 17. He like Andy age. Him and
He's
Andy
older
need
than
to.
that.
You're
He's
not a
older than
coincidence. You
that.
sound like you need a nap, fam.
I do.
Yeah, I'm at work. I ain't did a goddamn thing.
See, Cujo,
He's
don't be
still getting
blaming
paid
us
though.
now.
Still getting paid.
Get to work, Cujo.
I've been sitting at the goddamn desk the whole time. I ain't did shit.
You funny as shit.
Yeah.
Cause I ain't done a goddamn thing.
Word. But nah, I
I'm
appreciate y'all for
so
coming up
done.
Yeah,
here,
my
keeping me
God.
company. Definitely appreciate y'all. Definitely
Joseph
everybody in the
CK
chat.
Facts.
Yeah, you surprised, man. I didn't think you were going live 2 days in a row.
Yeah, nah, yeah, I gotta try to catch up. I gotta, you know what I'm saying? I
Hey,
gotta
now
at
to
least
go ahead
try
and
to
let
do 3-4 times a week. What's good?
I want to like we send you my email or something. I need to learn how to do this. You know what I'm saying? Like I ain't really trying to go the live route. Like I've written a couple of scripts, you know what I'm saying? And I just want to like make a, you know, put that on my page and like how the pictures coming up. You know, I don't know how to do that shit. You know what I'm
Oh
saying?
yeah. Yo, you got an iPhone?
Of course.
All right, yeah, it's simple. I'll show you.
I have a MacBook as well. I'm all appled out over this bitch.
It's simple. You can do it all from your phone, bro.
Team Apple.
That's right.
Word.
Yeah, the
You
only
can do
thing
it
is
all
that
from your phone. Listen, yeah, once you learn how to make like some quick little videos, you'll be doing this shit all the time. You know
yeah,
what I'm
because
saying?
you know I got shit where I was speaking like from like 15 years ago. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? And like I want to just put it on there, put it on my page. Like that shit that's on my
Yeah,
page.
to document it. You want to
Yeah, that shit's
document
old
it.
as fuck. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like when I still have my dreads. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I got shit from years and years ago, but I just don't like. I want to know how to like put something up on the screen and then, like, you know how you play somebody else's video and then you do a commentary on their video. Like I don't know how to do that. You know what I'm saying? I'm ignorant of that.
Nah, we
You know,
walk you through it.
I want to learn how to do it. You know what I mean?
We can definitely walk you through
Yeah, that's what's up. I put my email in the junk, and all of y'all feel free to you know, email me so we can have some type of correspondence besides here. You know what I mean? Feel free. If I can help with that.
You want the Discord?
I
Oh
don't
yeah,
think I'm
matter of
in the
fact, yeah,
Discord.
the Discord.
Somebody give him the link. God.
Andy usually be throwing it out.
Andy.
He probably
Andy.
Yeah, Andy had to go to bed.
Andy and that damn kitty cat. Where's the Discord link, Andy?
He be killing me with that shit.
Yes, but God bless Andy. Man.
He would. He good. He a good guy.
A mestizo, man, you're an absolute clown. You don't even know what mestizo means.
He's just
I
disgusting
mean,
as
this
fuck.
is a bunch of words, man, and they think they sound smart, and it's so sad. It's so
They
sad
just
to me
weird and
because
gay.
I see where it went. You know, this is the second iteration. This is the third iteration of this so-called conscious community. This is like the third iteration. The first one came in the 70s. It died off in the 80s, you know, with crack. And then another one came up in the 90s. And then it died off with the dope. You know what I'm saying? And then you have this shit. It's the
So yo,
same
Cujo, I
shit.
put the link for the Discord in the back.
Join the Discord, Cujo.
Word.
No doubt.
Do you have a Discord account, Cujo?
I think I do because I'm in like the pseudo killers or somebody else's Discord. I remember, but I don't
Okay.
even know the functioning of that. I don't know what it is.
It's
But
pretty
It's basically
I
just like a little message place. You just, you know,
Yeah.
I'm a
everybody just
consummate
leave
student. I
messages and
can
shit.
learn. You know, I can learn.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not a doofus. I can learn.
Nah, we know. But yo, I gotta get up out of here, man. I'm trying to hit the bed.
Peace.
Man.
Good night.
Y'all have a good night. Everybody in the chat, appreciate y'all. Y'all on the panel, appreciate y'all keeping me company. We're gonna do this again though. I'll see y'all soon.
All right, peace.
Peace. Big up with you.
Peace.